Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Was Adopted by Eraserhead? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Aizawa's POV. Shota had never considered himself father material. Then again, he never considered himself husband material, yet here he is 3 years into his marriage to none other than his best friend, Hisashi Yamada. Who is really the one to blame for all of this? Shota had never thought of having children before marrying Hisashi. In fact, he hadn't even thought of it after marrying him. No, he only started thinking about it 2 years ago when Hisashi brought it. "Hey Sho." Hisashi asked from where he was perched on the counter next to Shota as said man cooked dinner. "What do you want?" came the blunt response. "Why do you assume I want something?" Hisashi asked perplexed. "Because you only say, 'Hey Sho,' in that tone of voice when you're about to ask me for something, so go ahead and get it over with." "I want to have a baby." Now it was his turn to be perplexed. He turned to look at his husband of nearly a year and a half bewildered. "Hisashi, I hate to break it to you, but we're both men. We can't have a baby." "Well, we could always use a surrogate, but I was thinking something more along the lines of adoption," was Hisashi's sheepish reply. "You want to adopt a baby?" "Yeah, well, it doesn't have to be a baby. We could always adopt an older kid since it's kinda difficult to adopt a baby, but yeah, I want to adopt a baby." "Hisashi, we aren't talking a pet fish here. A child is a living, breathing person. They need a ton of care and there's so much that goes into raising them. That's an entire lifetime of devotion. I don't think we're ready for that kind of commitment, yet." I know. It's just, I really want to be a parent, Sho, I really do." Hisashi practically begged. Shota stared at his husband for a long time, seeing complete sincerity in his eyes. He relented. "Okay, we can start looking into it, but," he interrupted as Hisashi's face started to brighten, "we need to be sure we're ready for this before we make any decisions." "How do we do that?" Hisashi asked, a little skeptical. Shota grinned wickedly. "Well, we've always talked about getting a cat. Fostering kittens seems like the perfect way to learn how to take care of other living creatures, don't you think?" In all honesty, Shota was just hoping that by putting off looking into adoption and occupying Hisashi with adorable and needy kittens that he would eventually forget about wanting a kid. Instead, it seemed to have the opposite effect. Now their small family had grown by 2. Machi and Hiro, their 2 foster-turned-adopted cats. Even with their new children, Hisashi was still dead set on having a human child, even going as far as basing all their major decisions off of their future child. This included when they moved apartments. The landlord of their old place was kind enough to allow them to foster kittens. However, he drew the line at them keeping any. Grown cats were a liability apparently. So, as they started getting attached to some of their foster kittens and mix radio stations started taking off, they made the decision to move. When looking at apartments, Hisashi would always make sure there was plenty of room for children. Eventually Shota did talk him into a modest 2-bedroom apart with an office for his radio show under the argument that if they choose to have more than 1 kid they could always move again. In addition to basing their living arrangements off a non-existent brat, Mike had also began poring over every available resource on adopting and parenting he could find, including looking at orphanage websites listing children available for adoption, which unfortunately meant that Shota had to read them as well. Even more unfortunately, all of this, the fostering and adopting kittens, home hunting and scouring orphanage websites, had an unintended consequence. Shota was now looking forward to being parents with Hisashi. Well, maybe Hisashi did intend it, but still. And Shota would deny it with his dying breath, but teaching may or may not have had an impact on Shota's desire to adopt a brat. So, with Shota relenting, the couple began an actual effort to adopt. This included going to various orphanages to meet with children. It became clear from the start that neither of them, despite Hisashi's wishes, were cut out for babies. Both of them panicked and didn't know what to do when holding one, and everything went to hell the moment one started to cry. Needless to say, they crossed babies off their list. They then looked into older children, toddlers to about middle school age. Middle schoolers are even bigger brats than high schoolers. That's all Shota had to say on the matter. They were a little more successful with the toddlers. However, they never really made a connection with any of the children they interacted with. Nothing jumped out and screamed at them, "This is your child." They just never felt it. This is what led to Hisashi suggesting they go to Entai, home for unadoptable children. The name gave the place a bad rap. In fact, with a little research they found what made the children at Entai unadoptable wasn't their behaviors or anything, it was simply that they were all high school age. Too old to be considered children by most of society, not them, they knew better after years of teaching high school, but too young to be considered adults. So they simple went to live at Entai until they aged out of the system. When the reception lady tried to redirect Hisashi to a different orphanage when he tried to make an appointment, it only filled his determination. So, Shota could say with complete confidence that this was all Hisashi's fault. Unlike other orphanages, Entai didn't just show them to the children and allow them to socialize with whatever potential candidate drew their attention. Instead they took them to a separate room that disturbingly reminded them of an interrogation room and gave them a book of all the teens housed there, which included each kid's picture, some descriptions of them from the staff, and a personal letter from each kid about themselves. Which is what led them to right now sitting, dumbfounded, staring almost blankly at a particular page in that book. The title said #9-26-21-11-21 and under the information section, right next to a photo of their student was the name. Izuku Midoriya. Yamada's POV. Did you know? Hisashi asked tentatively, still staring at the photo of their student in the adoption book. Of course I didn't know. If I knew, so would you, Shota replied curtly. They sat in silence for a while, just staring at Midoriya's page. What the hell is with these descriptions? Shota finally spoke up. Hisashi hadn't even read anything, yet too preoccupied with his own shock at seeing the sweet little green bean from 1A at Entai. Upon his husband's exclamation, he looked at the description section, which is where the caregivers at the orphanage wrote about each child's personality. A few key words stuck out to him that shocked him even more than seeing Midoriya's picture. Quirkless. Prone to lying. Lazy. Irresponsible. Not recommended for adoption. Everything that those caretakers had written was the exact opposite of the Midoriya they knew. The kid they know was sweet, compassionate, caring, hardworking, dedicated, and much more. Why would they say something like that? He's the exact opposite of that. And what give them the right to try and discourage people from adopting him? Hisashi didn't get angry often, but seeing his student being described in such a demeaning and harmful way by the people who were in charge of his well-being left his blood boiling. He was about to get up and give these idiots a piece of his mind when Shota placed his hand on his. Calm down, we need to handle this logically. Calm down. Calm down. You can't tell me you're not just as furious about this as I am. I am. This is my student who very well could be in danger and I didn't notice a damn thing. But we need to think before we act. If we go out there now, guns blazing, we'll most likely be kicked out and barred from returning, and then there will be no helping Midoriya. Hisashi let out a long-suffering sigh. Why do you always have to be a voice of reason? Because if I wasn't, you'd be in jail by now, Shota smirked. Now, let's calm down a minute, then plan our next course of action. Okay. Hisashi took a few deep breaths to relax before realizing something. We're going to adopt him, aren't we? Now it was Shota's turn to let out a suffering sigh. You felt it too, right? Felt what? That undying protectiveness, the need to defend him against these accusations, the absolute need to take him home and make sure he's safe and happy? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I felt it too. So, then why are you asking? Shota scoffed. Hisashi couldn't help but to smile and wrap his arms around his husband. You're just a big softy and you know it, Sho. Shota just scoffed harder, but didn't resist. They sat like that for a few minutes before Hisashi spoke up again. So, what do we do now? Easy. First we ask for an adoption interview with Midoriya. Then we ask him his opinion on us adopting, and with his permission we do just that. What if he doesn't give us permission? Then we do everything in our power to make sure he is either safe here or that he is somewhere else that he is safe. Okay, what if they don't allow us an adoption interview? Then we get the police and our agencies involved, or we at least threaten to, It's against the law to deny us an interview with him if he's listed as adoptable. You thought this out pretty thoroughly, didn't you? Any clue on what we're going to say to Midoriya when we do interview with him? That, Shota hesitated, I'm not sure of. We definitely can't afford to put this off, so we might as well wing it. Hizashi replied cheerfully, already getting excited to meet their soon-to-be child, even though they technically already know him. Shota shot him a deadpan look. Why do you always have to be the voice of unreason? Slight time skip. It took nearly half an hour to convince the secretary that they wanted an interview with Midoriya. She tried everything in her power to get them to pick a different teen, but in the end with a quick mention of what exactly they do for a living she relented. So here they were back in the interrogation room nervously waiting to speak to Midoriya. And waiting and waiting and waiting. Pretty soon they sat there for another half hour before Shota shot out of his seat. This is ridiculous, and with that he stomped out of the room, Hizashi hot on his heels. When they reached the reception area no one was there. Figures, they're trying to wait us out, hoping we'll just give up and leave, Hizashi fumed. We'll see about that, Shota replied and then headed for the stairs by the reception desk. They went upstairs where they would assume the bedrooms were. Everything seemed normal. Each room they could see into held 4 twin-sized beds with nightstand and dresser for each teen. The rooms were decorated and personalized since most residents were expected to be there long-term. They walked for a while before coming to what seemed to be some kind of common room where there was a TV and some games scattered around as well as some teenagers milling about. They entered the room knocking on the doorframe to announce their presence. Excuse me, have any of you seen Izuku Midoriya? Hizashi asked politely once the 4 residents of the room turned to them. That freak? Probably on lockdown, responded one of the teens with frizzy orange hair. Excuse me? Why on earth are you calling him a freak and what is lockdown? Shota spoke up with his no-nonsense teaching voice. The smallest teen in the room, who appeared to have a mutation quirk seeing as they had lobster claws for hands, shrunk under Shota's scrutiny. Lockdown is punishment around here. You get locked in the basement, though Freak Show is the only one who ever gets put on lockdown. And I call him a freak because he is a freak, snapped the orange-headed kid who appears to have taken Shota's tone as a challenge. Normally Hizashi would be quick to put this little punk in his place, but he paused when he heard the teen's description of lockdown. Why is he the only one that gets put on lockdown? Why do you think he's there now? Because, answered another teen with aquamarine hair tied in a braid, he's a freak and none of the caretakers like him, and neither do we for that matter. His second question was answered by the 4th person in the room who hadn't even looked away from the TV, completely uninterested in the conversation. He's probably down there now because I heard one of the witches bitching that someone asked for an interview with him and threatened to get the police if they didn't let them see him. They said he must have set it up trying to scare them into letting him leave. Hizashi felt his blood run cold. They were punishing Midoriya because someone showed interest in adopting him? How often does this happen? Apparently he was being punished for a lot more than just nearly being adopted. He could tell Shota was just as horrified as himself because he snapped into teacher mode and took charge, pointing at the timid lobster boy. You, take us the basement now. Shota's tone left no room for argument. The rest of you better go and find one of these caretakers and tell them to meet us down there. All 4 kids stared at Shota like he had grown a second head. Now, Shota demanded, activating his quirk for added effect. All the teens jumped to action, running off as they followed the smallest toward the basement. As they reached the basement there were already 2 caretakers waiting for them with the 3 children. One of the caretakers was desperately trying to unlock the basement door before they got there. They all froze as the couple approached. A 3rd caretaker, who seemed to be the head of the orphanage, came running into the room. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you gentlemen to leave. He began trying to take control of the situation while gesturing at the other caretaker to stop trying to unlock the door. Shota scoffed, pulling his hero ID out of his pocket as Hizashi did the same. I'm afraid you don't have the authority to kick us out. You see, as pro-heroes we have a duty to intervene when we suspect a law is being broken, and I'm pretty sure locking a child in the basement warrant child abuse. Don't you present Mike? Shota tactfully used Hizashi's hero name, knowing full well that they would recognize his name. The lead caretaker seems defeated at that. Now open that door and you kids get out of here. You don't need to see this. The previous caretaker finally unlocked the door, though they were still shaking like a leaf, and then lead them down into the basement, Shota making sure he was the last one to prevent any funny business. The basement was cold and dark with a boiler in the corner and not much else. The second caretaker flipped on a light switch revealing the room and a small door that was unseen in the light. The lead caretaker chuckled nervously. Well, as you gentlemen can see, there aren't any children down here. After all, it would be irresponsible to let the kids play down here. Shota glared at him before speaking loudly. Hey, problem child. Aizawa-sensei, came a small muffled voice from behind the door. Hizashi turned to the caretakers angrily. Open it now, he spat. Quickly, the two lower-ranked caretakers nearly fell over themselves in their rush to open the door before Hizashi got angrier. Opening the door did the exact opposite. The door leads to a small, very small closet that was unlighted and damp and smelled of mildew. And sure enough, sitting on the floor was Midoriya in dirty and torn street clothes. Midoriya looked up at them in confusion, blinking in the light. The lead caretaker in a last-ditch effort reached and grabbed Midoriya by his arm before jerking him up roughly. What are you doing down here? You know no one is Al. Get your hand off of him. Shota roared, activating his quirk in anger and scaring the caretaker enough that he let go of the kid, who fell to floor seeing as he didn't have a chance to get his footing having been jerked up so suddenly. Hizashi rushed to his side. Midoriya, are you okay? Are you hurt? He asked hurriedly, to focused on ensuring that the teen was all right to listen to his husband going off on the caretakers and demanding Midoriya's adoption papers immediately. Midoriya looked at him shell-shocked, clearly confused, before nodding silently. It was then that Hizashi noticed the tear tracks running down the boy's dirty cheeks. Oh kiddo, don't worry, it's okay now, you're safe. We are going to take you away from here, okay? Hizashi comforted, reaching out to wipe away the teen's tears. He received a shaky nod before Midoriya burst into tears, shaking like a leaf. Hizashi did the only thing he could think of, which was to pull the kid into his arms. He didn't even notice when Shota and the main caretaker both left until they returned. At that point, Midoriya had calmed down some. Here, sign these and then we can get out of here, Shota stated gruffly, shoving the adoption form into Hizashi's hand. Hizashi took them, albeit hesitant to let go of Midoriya. However, Shota kneeled down beside the kid and began asking him how he was and reassuring him that they were going to help him. Midoriya didn't say a word the whole time, only nodding and shaking his head to answer. He kept glancing fearfully at the head caretaker, clearly terrified of the man. Hizashi signed the papers as quickly as he could and double-checked to make sure that everything was in order. He stood up and handed the paper to lead caretaker, Shota, and Midoriya standing up behind him. Shota's arm wrapped the teen. The caretaker looked through the paper to confirm everything was in order before signing his name to make it officially. Congratulations, Mr. and Mr. Aizawa, you are now the legal parent of Izuku Midoriya, the caretaker announced unenthusiastically. Despite the situation, Hizashi couldn't help but to smile brightly as he turned to his husband and stewed, "No, son. Let's go home." Aizawa's POV. The plan had been to go straight home, get Midoriya settled, and then start making phone calls. However, that plan went out the window when they got in the car they had borrowed from Namuri and Hizashi started driving home. Aizawa took a moment to calm down and gather himself. The realization of what they had just done hit him like a ton of bricks. They had just adopted a kid. And not any kid. They adopted Midoriya, one of their students, who had apparently been being abused for a long time. Midoriya's been being abused for a long time. They've been on summer break for nearly 2 weeks now. Midoriya has been nowhere but the orphanage for 2 weeks. Man, if the realization that they had adopted Midoriya had hit him like a ton of bricks, then that realization hit him like a runaway train carrying 30 tons of bricks. He nearly gave himself whiplash. He turned to look at Midoriya in the back seat so fast. The kid was staring blankly out the window, still not really comprehending what all had just happened. Aizawa took note of everything about the kid's appearance. He was pale and a little thinner than the last time he'd saw him. Now that he was really looking at his student, Aizawa also noticed the dark bags under his eye, a pretty nasty-looking bruise on his cheek, and the way he held his left arm like it was hurt. Hold on. Midoriya was holding his left arm in his right hand like it was hurt. His left arm, the arm the so-called caretaker had grabbed when he dragged him out of the closet. "Oh shit. We need to go to the hospital." Aizawa spoke to Hisashi in a low voice, not wanting to frighten the child in the back seat. "What? Why?" Hisashi seemed to have picked up on Aizawa's voice level as he was copying him. "The kid's hurts. I can't believe I didn't notice before." Hisashi's eyes widened and he quickly looked at Midoriya in the rearview mirror, clearly seeing what Aizawa had. "Shit," Hisashi hissed. "Should we take him to Chio?" Aizawa glanced back to make sure the kid hadn't heard them yet. Luckily he was too far into his own head to have noticed. "No, I don't think that's a good idea. If he's went this long hiding the fact that he lived at Entai, then I'm sure he wouldn't appreciate us involving the rest of the UA staff so soon. Besides, the hospital can help document the abuse and a doctor can give a statement about his injuries." "Okay, you're probably right. You should still message Nizu and Takashi because they'll have to be involved." Aizawa grunted in agreement, pulling out his phone to message said people. Marie Takashi was UA's CPS officer. Not many people knew of her and she didn't often have to be called in, but she was there specifically for this reason. He got a reply from both of them almost instantly. "They're going to meet us there." Then he said, addressed Midoriya louder as Hisashi turned off towards the hospital. "Hey kid, change of plans. We're going to take you to the hospital and get that arm and bruise looked at. Are you hurt anywhere else?" Midoriya had turned to him when addressed, and his eyes had widened in shock as he spoke as if no one had ever showed concern about his well-being before. Aizawa felt sick at the realization that that might be true. I don't think so," came Midoriya's weak response. "Well, if you think of anything, be sure and tell the doctor so they can help, okay?" Hisashi interjected. He got a shy nod in return. It was strange seeing Midoriya so meek and quiet. Normally in school he was so energetic and lively, talking to his friends and seeming to burst with joy at any discussion of heroics. Now he looked absolutely miserable and scared. Aizawa had another heartbreaking realization. This was the normal Midoriya outside of school. He hated himself for never noticing how terrible this kid's life was outside of school. How long has he been orphaned? What happened to his biological parents? Has this been his normal since he was child, or did it only start at Entai? Looking at the child behind him, Aizawa doubted that this hadn't gone on for a long, long time. When they finally reached the hospital, Hisashi holding the door open for Midoriya, who was still holding his wrist, Nizu and Takashi were outside waiting for them. However, after Aizawa had gestured that he'd seen them, they ducked out of sight. They would discuss matters after Midoriya was seen by a doctor. As they were walking into emergency room, he couldn't help but to notice that Midoriya was limping a little. There was a doctor already waiting for them as they entered, having been informed by Nizu beforehand. "Ah, you must be Mr. Midoriya. I'm Dr. Kondo. If you'll follow me we can go ahead and get you checked out." The kind man, great. He was a medium build with salt and pepper hair and kind blue eyes. Midoriya looked at them hesitantly. "Do you want us to go back with you or would you rather go by yourself? It's your call?" Aizawa said calmly. Midoriya bit his lip and thought for a moment before replying. Is it okay if I went back by myself?" "Of course, kiddo, we'll be right out here waiting for you when you're okay?" Hisashi replied kindly, squeezing Midoriya's shoulder. He gave then a tiny smile before following the doctor back to exam room. Aizawa shared a look with his husband before they both turned to the conference room just beside the waiting room where Nizu and Takashi were waiting. Midoriya's POV. Everything that had occurred in the past 3 hours was all a blur to Izuku. He was thrown into lockdown, which wasn't unusual, but what was unusual was being told that he would stay there until the men asking about him left. That's really weird. Nobody ever asked for Izuku. The caretakers made sure of that. He sat in the little, cold closet crying for what felt like hours. No matter how many times he had been locked in there, he couldn't help but cry. It hurt every time and it not got any less scary. Then he heard Aizawa-sensei's calling out to him. Was he imagining things? But then the door was unlocked and sure enough there he was with Mike-sensei? This just keeps getting weirder and weirder. Then the head caretaker had started to yell at him and he could no longer focus on anything else as pure terror had washed over him. The lead caretaker was the worst. He was the one in charge of inflicting physical punishments. Izuku was terrified of him. Next thing he knew, he was on the ground and Mike-sensei was holding him and telling him he was safe now. He couldn't even comprehend what was going on. Then next thing he knew, the lead caretaker was announcing his 2 teachers were now his legal parents and he was being driven to the hospital. Here he is now, sitting in a little exam room with the kind-looking Dr. Kondo and equally kind-looking nurse, who had already taken Izuku's basic information and vitals. What Izuku didn't know was that Dr. Kondo and his staff were only called in to handle cases of child abuse. So, Midoriya, can you tell me where all you're hurting? This man seemed so kind and welcoming it felt like he could trust him with anything. Izuku would be totally fanboying if he knew it was part of his quirk. Giving in to the feeling of safety being radiated from the doctor, Izuku told him the truth. Well, my arm hurts pretty badly and my ankle hurts to put weight on it. I also have headache, but I think that's because I've been crying so much. Well, let's go ahead and get you some medicine for the pain and we'll do some x-rays on your arm and ankle. I'd also like to do a head scan to make for certain you don't have a concussion. The doctor smiled kindly at him and the nurse handed him some tablets and a cup of water. Meanwhile, Yamada's POV. Hizashi was furious. He couldn't believe anyone could do something so horrible to a child, let alone one as sweet and kind as Midoriya. And they don't even know everything that he's been through. Hizashi could help but to fume as he sat next to Shoyuta across from Nizu and Takashi as they retold the event of last few hours from their perspective. Of course they'd need to get a report from the doctor as well as Midoriya, but they all agreed it was for the best to allow Midoriya time to adjust to his new life before they began asking him about his past. Hizashi had been in love Shota long enough to know when he was angry. And man, was he angry right now. If it wasn't for the circumstances, Hizashi knows he'd be raging right now. But as it stands, they have more important things to focus on. Those things were just down the hall getting looked over by a doctor. And that's everything up until we meet you guys here, Hizashi finished. Alright, then that's all we need for you for now. I left my contact information with the secretary so they'll send me the doctor's statements when it's ready. I recommend you have them send you guys a copy as well. I'll send you a copy of your statement as soon as I get it typed up, said Takashi as she and Nizu stood to leave. The 2 husbands did the same, shaking the lady's hand. Thank you so much for your help, Hizashi thanked her. It's no problem, it's my job after all. Well, I'm going to go file these and get started on this case. Maybe see if I can't dig up some more dirt on this. With that she left the hospital leaving the 3 men behind in her wake. The 2 teachers turned toward the principal as he cleared his throat. Well, this is certainly an unfortunate situation, however I can assure you I will do everything in my power to see that our student gets the justice he deserves. I'll be seeing you gentlemen soon, goodbye. Nizu's voice was so dark and menacing that Hizashi couldn't suppress the shudder that ran down his spine. When they had told Nizu about Midoriya being locked in a closest and abused, the principal's eyes had gone dark. No doubt thinking of his time spent locked in a caged and experimented on. Nizu might not understand human emotions very well, but he certainly sympathizes with victims of abuse. He did become a pro-hero and principal after all. He had to have some sympathy for humans. Both Nizu and Takashi had left fairly quickly, not wanting to be seen by Midoriya. Leaving Midoriya out of the investigation for as long as possible was their best bet at helping him recover. After all, too much at once was sure to overwhelm the kid. Both men went back to waiting room, unsurprised to find it empty. Midoriya definitely needed to get an X-ray or 2. Time skip. They sat in that waiting room for so long Hizashi thought he was going to lose his mind. Was the kid okay? Finally a nurse came out. They both stood to meet her. Are you Izuku Midoriya's parents? And man, was that weird to hear. Yes, we are. And that was even weirder coming out of his husband's mouth. How is he? Well, we gave him some painkillers and did x-rays on his arm and ankle as well as a brain scan. Luckily he doesn't have a concussion, however his arm was dislocated and had to be popped back in place, so he'll have to wear a sling for a few days, and his ankle is only sprained, so we've given him an ankle wrap to wear and he'll need to ice it every few hours till the swelling goes down. The nurse smiled kindly, gesturing at them to follow her as she talked, when she finished them outside the door of an exam room. You can go ahead and go on in, I'll get the discharge papers and then you're free to go." She turned and headed towards the nurse's station. Hisashi looked towards the door nervously. Aizawa took his hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze and smiled faintly at him. He returned the smile and opened the door. Midoriya was sitting on the bed, his arm in a sling and one of his ankles shoeless and in a wrap. He looked so exhausted. Hisashi recalled the nurse mentioning pain medication. "Yeah, that would do it." "Hey, kiddo," he say, walking across the room and sitting next to their student on the bed. "How you feeling?" "Tired," Midoriya responded, rubbing his eyes with his good arm. The nurse came in handing Shota the release forms. "I bet you've had a pretty eventful day, but don't worry, you can sleep when we get home," he reassured. Aizawa finished signing the forms before handing them back to the kind nurse. "Well then, you gentlemen are free to go. I hope you get feeling better soon, Midoriya," the nurse said as she left the room. "Come on, problem child, let's go get you into bed." By the time they reached their house, which was really just an apartment, Midoriya was asleep in the back seat. The doctor had warned them before they left that the pain meds they had given him to get him through the test would make him sleepy. Midoriya was leaning his head up against the car window, snoozing, just the tiniest bit of drool leaking from his lips. Hisashi and Shota watch him for a moment before smiling at each other and getting out of the car. Luckily and concerning Midoriya was light enough that Shota was able to pick him up and carry him upstairs and into the apartment, where he froze. Hisashi, where is he going to sleep?" Sure, their apartment had 2 bedrooms not counting the one converted to an office, but they hadn't expected to adopt a teenager. In fact, they hadn't expected to adopt any child the day they meet them. Usually the adoption process would take at least a couple months, which would have given them plenty of time to prepare a room. However, now they had a kid, a teen of all things, and only a barren room for him to sleep in. Well, Hisashi looked around uncertain, realizing what Shota had. "I guess for now, he can sleep on the couch and in the morning we can go buy stuff for his room. We have the savings account for that reason anyway. We might as well just let him pick out what he wants anyways. He'll probably appreciate having things of his own for once, after all." That was true. After all, the only things that Midoriya had brought with him from the orphanage were his school uniform, a few pairs of shorts, a couple of t-shirts, and some underwear. Shota hoped that was all he owned. The caretakers had had his roommates pack Midoriya's things and bring them downstairs. They had only brought down 2 shopping bags full of things. While the idea that all the kid owned was clothing was upsetting, it was even more upsetting to think that they may have left without something that was important to the kid. "Yeah, that's a good idea," he said, placing the sleeping teen down on the couch. "I don't even think he had toothbrush." He couldn't help but to brush some hair out his student's face. No, not student. Midoriya was his son. Now, he needed to get used to thinking of him as such. After all, Midoriya deserved to have caring and loving family. God knows how long he's been without one. Shota felt a protective surge at that thought. This might be strange, and it will definitely take some getting used to, but if Shota was going to Midoriya's father from now on, then he was going to be the best damn father he could be. As Hisashi came into the room with a pillow and blanket, when had he left the room, and began making the teen more comfortable on the couch, Shota couldn't help but to think that the kid had hit the lottery, 2 great fathers for the price of one. Midoriya actually slept through the evening and night and was still asleep when the couple had woken up the next morning. Shota had put on coffee while Hisashi was cooking breakfast before going to set the table with 3 place settings for the first time. Once he had finished, he wrapped his arms around his husband from behind and kissed his cheek, felicitating a soft chuckle from the blonde. "Good morning to you too," Hisashi greeted happily. "Can you believe that our child is in the living room asleep on the couch? Can you believe that we have a child?" Shota hummed thoughtfully, before looking back through the entrance of the kitchen into the living room. He could see the messy green hair peeking over the arm of the couch as the teen slept peacefully. "Yeah, it's kind of unbelievable. It feels like a lifetime ago we started trying to adopt a kid, and now in the course of 24 hours we have one. And not just any kid, one of our students." He could feel Hisashi's shoulders tense in his hold. "Yeah, too bad we didn't know how the poor kid was living sooner. We could have given him a better home than that a long time ago." Shota stared at his husband in thought for a moment before speaking. "But we didn't know, so we can't go blaming ourselves. Besides, we don't know how long he had been living there, so he might not have suffered for too long. Anyway, we need to focus on giving the life we possible can from here on out. That's our responsibility now. Hizashi relaxed again before turning around in Shota's arms and returning the embrace. He looked over his husband's shoulder into the living room to see Midoriya. Yeah, you're right, and we're going to give him the best life, he said determined. Now, go wake up, sleeping beauty, breakfast is ready. Shota went into the living to wake Midoriya up so he could eat and get ready before they went shopping. Midoriya was wrapped in a blanket, sleeping on his side, his face cuddled into pillow. He looked so peaceful Shota almost felt guilty for waking him, but the kid needed to eat. So, he shook his shoulders, speaking softly. Hey, problem child, it's time to wake up, breakfast is ready. He could hear Hizashi serving food onto the plates in the kitchen, and he distantly wondered if calling Midoriya problem child was inappropriate now. He'll have to work on that. The kid stirred, raising his head and looking around confused, not familiar with his surroundings. Good morning, sleepyhead, how are you feeling? Midoriya looked at him, seeming to remember the events of yesterday as he sat up before speaking. Okay, I guess. My arm's a little sore, he replied. Apparently the kid was a lot more truthful when just waking up. Shota had expected him to just say he was fine. We'll ice them after breakfast, but you need to eat first. He got up, gesturing for the kid to follow him into the kitchen where breakfast was on the table. Hizashi smiled at him brightly as he entered. Hey kiddo, hope you're hungry, I may have made too much, he greeted bashfully. Shota pulled out a chair for Midoriya before sitting on the other side of Hizashi at the round table. The kid sat down looking at his plate. Good morning. Thank you for the food, he said quietly. He seemed hesitant to speak too loudly or too much around them. Had he been punished for speaking before? Shota hated that stupid orphanage more and more every minute. You're welcome, be sure and eat up, we're going to go shopping after breakfast and get stuff for your room. Midoriya opened his mouth about to protest, but Shota interrupted before he could. Don't object, kid, we don't even have a proper bed for you, he started. You also don't have enough clothes, not to mention you have no toiletries. So, we're going shopping, and don't worry about money we've been saving for a long to have a kid, we've got plenty. The teen looked like he still wanted to protest, but must have been too afraid to speak back because he simply nodded and then proceeded to eat in silence. The two men exchanged concerned look before eating their own breakfast. About an hour later they found themselves at the mall. The first stop was the furniture store to purchase some necessities. They quickly realized that asking Midoriya's opinion was an option. He always chose the cheapest option. However, they did pick up on Midoriya's tells for when he did really like something. His eyes would linger on the object before he would jerk his head away, as if wanting something was a bad. Perhaps he had been taught that it was. In the end they purchased a simple matching bedroom suit that included a twin-sized bed, end table, dresser, and desk, all in the same medium brown wood. The desk also came with a rolling chair that came in a variety of colors. It took some convincing to get Midoriya to understand that he could pick any color he wanted. He finally picked red. They ordered the set to be shipped to their apartment that evening at around 5 o'clock. Next they went into a store that sold sheets, blankets, and pillows. Again, they had to convince Midoriya that it was okay for him to choose what he wanted. Aizawa noted how his eyes had lingered on an all-might blanket before he moved on. If Hizashi noticed how he quietly added it to the cart, he didn't say anything. In the end Midoriya picked out a blue fitted sheet, yellow comforter, and red pillowcases. They also purchased 2 of the comfiest pillows Hizashi could find. Aizawa also grabbed a couple of smaller, fluffier blankets to put back for when it got colder out. He got them in red, yellow, and blue. He felt a surge of pride when he saw the way Midoriya's eyes light up when he saw them. After the blanket store and after Aizawa had ran their purchases out to the car, again borrowed from Namuri who said they could keep it for today last night, they went to a clothing store. That had been the most difficult store so far. Midoriya was hesitant to pick out or even show an interest in anything in the store. He had tried to argue that they didn't need to waste their money, he had plenty of clothes. Aizawa had gotten a little firm in asserting that 5 shirts and 3 pairs of shorts was by no means plenty of clothes. From that point on he had simply agreed to whatever Hizashi had shown him. Then his eyes had lingered on an Ingenium t-shirt and Aizawa had an idea. He selected one of the shirts in the kid's size and reaches it to him. Here, why don't we go try on what we've picked out so far before we keep going? The kid's eyes light up when he saw the hero shirt. After getting to try on the shirt, Midoriya became a little more confident in shopping. He had actually rejected a couple of Hisashi's previous picks and seemed to be more okay with saying no after Hisashi had encouraged him to speak his mind. By the time they finished, they had 10 new t-shirt, mostly hero merchandise, a couple of new shorts, 5 pairs of jeans, some long-sleeve shirts, and a few sets of pajamas. They also made plans to come back before winter to get warm clothes. It was about noon when they finished with clothes, and once again they ran them out to car before heading to the food court for some lunch. Their hearts had broken when Midoriya had bashfully admitted he'd never eaten at a food court. That was such a simple and common thing, and Midoriya had never before gotten to experience it. They told him he could pick whatever he wanted. He ended up getting chicken nuggets and what was called waffle fries from an American restaurant that seemed quite popular. He loved them. So, kiddo, is there anything in particular you want to get? Hisashi asked as they ate. Midoriya shook his head, no, a little, too quickly before pausing. I do need a toothbrush and some shampoo if that's alright. Aizawa felt rage boil under his skin as he could only imagine what kind of life this child has lived to cause him to believe that he had to ask for a toothbrush and shampoo. How many times has Midoriya gone without basic necessities like that? Hisashi looked at him sadly. Yeah, of course we'll get that, but I was meaning, is there anything you want? Like maybe some books or CDs, he suggested. He was trying to keep his voice upbeat, but Shota picked up on the hint of sadness there. Midoriya looked hesitant. Some books might be nice. He finally replied. And so after lunch they went into a bookstore. Midoriya picked out a couple cheaper comics and a few non-fiction books on heroes. As they were checking out, the cashier gave them the spill on getting a discount if they signed up for a free subscription to one of their magazines. Normally they would say no, but Hisashi had nudged him and pointed to a Hero News magazine on the list. They got a subscription to that one while Midoriya wasn't paying attention. Afterwards, Hisashi had insisted they go to an entertainment store. There they purchased a CD player and a plethora of CDs, most of which were picked out by Hisashi after he got an understanding of what Midoriya liked. Said teen was more or less just awkwardly standing there as Hisashi raved over music. While they were doing that, Shota picked out some movies the kid would like. As he was looking around, he saw a bin of plushies, and there, sitting right on top, was an All Might plushie. He might not be a fan of the publicity side of hero work, but he couldn't deny how much Midoriya looked up to the #1 hero. He would love this. So, he selected the plush from the bin, adding it to his little shopping basket. However, before he moved on, he spotted something in the bin that had been hidden under the All Might. It was a present Mike plush. Shota smirked as he added that to the basket as well. He made sure to check out before rejoining the other two. They made a quick stop at the pharmacy before leaving in order to grab a toothbrush, toothpaste, shampoo, conditioner, and some other toiletries. They got a red toothbrush and the same toothpaste they used. They wanted Midoriya to have his own since he wasn't used to them functioning as a family unit. They got some shampoo and conditioner that was apparently meant for curly hair at Hisashi persistence. They also got him a hairbrush, some mouthwash, and body wash. Apparently the kid liked the smell of cherry blossoms the best. After the drugstore, they still had about 3 hours until the furniture was to be delivered. Shota had suggested they just go home and wait, but Hisashi had another idea. Why don't we go somewhere? It would like our first outing as a real family. Shota was about to object, the argument that shopping was an outing on the tip of his tongue. However, he caught a glimpse of Midoriya in the back seat. His eyes were practically glowing at the prospect of an outing. Or was just because Hisashi had referred to them as a family? Either way, Shota didn't have the heart to say no to those eyes. Okay, but we can't go anywhere like the zoo or museum. We don't have enough time to look around very much, he reasoned, knowing full and well what his husband had been thinking. Hisashi had whined. Well, where are we supposed to go? You eliminated all the fun options. Then a small, timid voice spoke up from the back seat. There's an ice cream place nearby. Hisashi and Shota exchanged a look before Shota spoke up. Ice cream it is then. They went to a small ice cream parlor that was, as Izuku said, near the mall. Thankful when they went inside it wasn't overly crowded for a summer day. It was a Thursday after all. So, little listener, how'd you know about this place? Hisashi asked, smiling when he saw the joy in the kids' eyes at the use of the nickname. They were third in line, so the pro hero figured they had some time to chat and wanted to get to know his son more. Well, I've never actually been here before, but Uraraka and them were talking about coming here after their shopping trip. Midoriya answered, bashfully rubbing the back of his neck. Hisashi exchanged a look with his husband. What shopping trip? He asked, hoping to coax some information out of the kid. Oh, some of the class were going to go on a shopping trip to mall over the summer break, and they discussed coming to the ice cream shop afterwards. I think they came last Saturday, in fact. Midoriya answered. Hisashi got a bad feeling in his gut. Who all went? He was praying that when the kid said, some of the class, he was meaning the girls. Oh, well, I think most everyone went, though Todoroki most likely didn't go because he went to see his mother, and Kaken said he wasn't going to go, but I think Kirishima probably dragged him along anyway. Hisashi fears were answered as Midoriya casually talked about all his classmates meeting up. Why did it sound like he wasn't there? Did you all have fun? He asked despite his realization. Oh, well, I didn't go, I wasn't allowed to. Izuku scratched the back of his head again looking away, but I think everyone else did. Why weren't you allowed to go? Shota asked from the other side of Midoriya. Oh, I'm not allowed to leave the orphanage unless it's for school, Midoriya responded as if it was the most normal thing. They were now second in line. You weren't allowed to leave, Shota said a little too angrily. You don't live there anymore, you're allowed to go wherever want to now. As long as you tell us first, of course, Hisashi added. Midoriya looked between them a little uncertain before grinning slightly. Thank you. When it was finally their turn to order, Shota got a bowl of vanilla with Oreo pieces on top, Hisashi got a cone with chocolate ice cream covered in rainbow sprinkles, and Midoriya got a cone of strawberry, assuring Hisashi that he didn't want any toppings. They sat in a small booth in the corner, Hisashi and Shota on one side and Midoriya on the other. They ate their ice cream for a while before Hisashi couldn't take the silences anymore. So, is there anywhere you do want to go this summer? We still have 2 more weeks before school starts, he asked, hoping to get more information on the kid's interest. Obviously he adored heroes, but that was about as much as Hisashi knew. Oh, I don't really want to go anywhere fancy or anything, I'm fine with staying at the house. Hisashi noted that he said house instead home. They'd have to work on that. Well, we don't have to go anywhere fancy, he said, knowing what Midoriya had actually meant by fancy. We could go to the zoo, or the museum, or maybe the aquarium. Heck, we could go to all 3 if you want to. Midoriya looked hesitant to agree. It was obvious that he had grown up being taught that wanting things and taking up money resources was wrong. Or, Shota interrupted, we could somewhere smaller, like go see a movie or have a picnic in the park. All of those fun, actually, Midoriya finally responded. So, it's settled, we'll go to the zoo, museum, aquarium, movies, and park before school starts back, Shota stated casually, as though they did that every day. Midoriya's eyes light up in excitement, and Hisashi could stop himself from mentally planning family weekend for the rest of eternity. An amusement park would be fun. They still had a long time before the delivery was due, so they stopped at an IKEA and picked up a bookshelf after Shota pointed out they got books and no shelf. They also got a couple of shelves to put up on his walls and some bins for storage, as well as a laundry basket. Basically just some few odds and ends they had forgotten at the mall. Hisashi also snuck and grabbed some hero poster while his husband and son were looking at shelves. Midoriya would love these. They got home about an hour before the delivery was due and set about unloading the car. They agreed to put everything they had gotten down in the living room so they had room to put the furniture in the currently empty room. Midoriya excused himself to go to the bathroom after they had finished, and Hisashi proposed an idea to his husband. So, I have an idea, he began. That's never a good thing, Shota joked as he looked through the bags, taking a mental tally of what all they had gotten. Let's decorate his room for him and then do a big reveal, Hisashi said excitedly. Before Shota could object, he continued. Don't act like you didn't buy him some surprises too. Don't you want to see his reaction to seeing it all? Besides, if we adopted him normally, It would have already been done and waiting for him the moment he came home. I want him to have that experience of coming home to a carefully put-together room that we made up for him. Shota sighed in exasperation. Yeah, you're right, man, I hate it when you're right. Shota came over and wrapped his arms around his waist, kissing him. A small ep interrupted them, and they looked up to see that Midoriya had walked back into the living room. He was blushing profuse, and the two men weren't far behind him. Yeah, they need to remember that they had a kid, now. When the furniture was delivered, the three of them helped the very kind delivery men carry everything up to the second floor and into the bedroom. Hisashi knew Midoriya was strong, but seeing him single-handedly carry the desk upstairs was ridiculous. Shota tipped the delivery men once they had finished, and Hisashi let Midoriya in on their plan. Okay, so this is where you quite helping. We are going to go put your room together all nice, and then we're going to do a big reveal, he said, excitedly handing the remote to Midoriya and pushing him onto the couch. Your job is to watch TV and relax and sit here in excitement to see your room. Before Midoriya could object, Shota interrupted. Don't bother, he's excited about this and there is no talking out of something he's excited about. All Midoriya could do was turn on the TV as they began moving the bags into the room. Izuku had to admit that he was a little nervous and unsure about his new living arrangements. Apart from sleeping last night, this was kind of like the first time he had been in his teacher's home. No, not teachers, they were technically his parents now. That was a weird thought. Izuku was also not used to being given choices. Well, if he was honest, Izuku wasn't used to getting things at all, let alone things he picked out himself. He appreciated, he really did, and it was just so strange. And Izuku couldn't help but to believe the little voice in the back of his head telling him that this wouldn't last, that they won't want him here after a while, that they were going to hate him when they got to know him. But at the same time, they took him shopping, they bought him things, they got him ice cream. Surely that meant they cared about him, at least a little bit. Izuku just hoped that when they got tired of him, he didn't have to go back to Entai. Anywhere was better than there. Izuku was listening more to the racket coming from what he was told was his room than to the hero news playing on the TV. He could hear his parents talking back and forth. Sometimes it sounded like they were arguing. But it never sounded aggressive, so Izuku didn't worry too much. It took about 2 hours before they both finally emerged, Mike-sensei with a huge smile on his face and Aizawa-sensei with a smaller, fonder smile as he watched his husband. Huh, they really loved each other, didn't they? Okay, so your room is done, but before you see it we need to do a mandatory house tour. Izuku was about to argue that that wasn't necessary, he knew where the bathroom and kitchen were after, but seeing the excited on Mike-sensei's face had him simply nodding instead. Mike-sensei reached out to take his hand and lead him around the room, and Izuku was mortified when he had flinched hard. He could see the hurt in the man's eyes, but he pushed it away and instead took Izuku's hand in a beyond gentle grasp. Come on, we need to introduce you to your new home. Mike-sensei had led him all around the house, excited talking about every room. He actually started in the entrance, showing Izuku the shoe rack and coat closest. Then he led him into the living room, showing him their movie and CD collection and showing him how to work the TV and CD player radio. Then he took him into the kitchen, showing him every appliance and the locations of all the dishes and silverware. He also showed where they keep the snacks and told him to help himself whenever he was hungry. Or you can just cook something if you'd rather have a meal instead, or we can cook you something, just don't ask Shota to make you popcorn, he thinks you're supposed to charcoal it. Mike-sensei had teased, Aizawa-sensei had objected, but he had just stuck his tongue out at him, earning a little giggle from Izuku. From the kitchen, Mike-sensei led him down the hallway. There were 4 doors, 2 on each side. The first door on the left was a bathroom. Mike-sensei told him that there was also a master bathroom, so aside from guest, Izuku would practically have that one all to himself. He also mentioned picking out new shower curtains, toothbrush holders, and whatnot. Then he took him to the first room on the right. This room was Mike-sensei's recording studio where he did his radio show. He couldn't help but to get a little excited seeing it, especially when Mike brought up the idea of him helping him do a show sometime. Hey, maybe if you get good enough, you can be my full-time co-host. He had insisted. That sounded like a dream come true. The next room, which was right beside the office, was the master bedroom. Izuku hesitated to enter, but Aizawa-sensei assured him it was fine. He had reasoned that Izuku would need to come in there at some point if he needed them, and they were in there. The room was nice with a double bed and everything. There was a glass door leading into the master bathroom. The last room, which was the second door on the left, straight across from the master bedroom, was Izuku's. He wouldn't lie, he was really excited to see everything in there. A little voice at the back of his head said that he wouldn't be there. It would be just like Entai, and he'd be left to sleep on the cold floor with all of his possessions piled in the corner. He reasoned with himself that they had to have done something in there for the 2 hours of noise coming from the room. Aizawa-sensei had covered his eyes from behind, causing him to jump a little as Mike-sensei had prepared to open the door. "You ready, kiddo?" He heard Mike-sensei ask excitedly. He nodded and heard the door open. Aizawa-sensei told him to walk forward and helped guide him until he was in what he believed was the center of his room. Mike-sensei count down from 3, and then the hands on his eyes were removed and he looked around in awe at the room around him. The walls were white and the room had the same wood flooring as the rest of the house. It was just a simply square room with a double window on the wall opposite the door. The first thing he noticed was the desk, which was positioned under the window, the red rolling chair pushed underneath it. There was a yellow pencil holder on top of the desk filled with pencils, and a couple of notebooks with red, yellow, and blue covers sat on the desk. The bookshelf was to the right of the desk with the books he had picked out on it. The dresser was to his left, a small mirror was hung above it. On either side of the mirror there were 2 shelves, 3 of them were empty, but the 4th one had the CDs they had bought on them. His new CD player was sitting on top of the dresser. He thinks the clothing they bought was already put away as well as the ones he had brought with him. To his right, beside the door, was the bed with the end table beside it. The bed had everything he had picked out on it, but came with the most surprises. Spread across the bed was the All Might blanket Izuku had seen in the store, but was too afraid to ask for. Then sitting leaned up against the 2 pillows at the head of the bed, was an All Might and a Present Mic plushie. Then above the bed, not the headboard, but the long side, was a bunch of hero posters. There was an All Might, Ingenium, Present Mic, Midnight, Snipe, 13, and tons more, all carefully placed to where you could see everyone. Izuku was speechless. Then he did what he did best. He burst into tears. Hisashi didn't have a single clue what to do when the little listener burst into tears after looking around his new room. What was wrong with it? Was it too bright? Did he not like the layout? Maybe he hated the posters? Whatever it was, Hisashi was freaking out. Thankfully, the whole point of being married and having kids with a partner was so that when you are in over your head, your partner can pick up some of the slack. Shota seemed to know what to do. As Hisashi stood there, frozen in place, Shota strode forward and wrapped the kid in a hug. Midoriya stiffened for a moment before relaxing and clinging onto Shota. Shoo, it's okay, everything's okay. He kept repeating that in a gentle and soft voice as he motioned for Hisashi to come over. Hisashi hesitated. Could he do this? He always wanted a kid and knew comforting said kid was part of that, but this was just so much. Midoriya had been through a lot, suffered a lot, and now Hisashi had gone and upset him when all he was trying to do was make him happy. That was the real dilemma, wasn't it? This was Hisashi's fault. He'd upset the little listener. He was a bad father. Eventually he did make his way over to the 2 still hugging in the center of the room at Shota's persistence. However, when he got there he was again at a loss of what to do. Shota rolled his eyes at him from over Midoriya's shoulder, and then he grabbed his shirt and tugged him forward insistently. Hisashi got the hint and wrapped his arms around the both of them. They stood there for a while, Midoriya sobbing, Shota reassuring him, and Hisashi just holding on to them both feeling horrible. Finally Midoriya's sobbed quieted into small hiccups and they loosened their hold on him. Shota kept his arms around him but stood back a little so he could look the kid in the face. Hisashi released his hold and made his way over to stand by Shota so he could see him too. Midoriya hiccuped and tried to wipe the tears from his face with the backs of his hands. Sorry, he apologized. Hisashi felt his heart break even more. No, you don't have anything to be sorry for. It's okay to get upset. What's wrong? If it's the room we can change anything you'd like, he reassured, feeling the guilt sit heavy at the bottom of his stomach. It's not the room, I love the room, Midoriya answered, replacing Hizashi's feeling of guilt with one of confusion. Then what is it, problem child? Shota asked as he tenderly brushing the green curls from Midoriya's still wet face. No matter how strict and cold Shota came off as, deep down he was just a big softy, and apparently this kid had a knack for brining that side out of him. Midoriya bit his lip, hesitant to talk. It's just that no one has ever done anything like this for me, and I know it's stupid, but I just got a bit overwhelmed. You two have just been so kind to me, and I know that I don't deserve any of it, but I really appreciate it, like really appreciate it. Midoriya's voice was watery, but he smiled up at them, tears still gleaming in his eyes. Shota was pleased to know that the kid was only crying because he was overwhelmed. He hadn't panicked too much when he had started because he was well aware of the problem child's overactive tear ducts. However, his relief was quickly overshadowed with rage at hearing his student-turned-son referring to his feelings as stupid and saying he didn't deserve everything they had done for him. In all honesty, all they had done for him was give him the very basics of what a parent was supposed to give their child. What had they done to this child to make him think he didn't deserve a good life? Kid, look at me, he said, taking the child's head in his hands and ensuring he had eye contact before speaking. There is nothing wrong with getting overwhelmed, or with crying, or with any of your feelings, got that? When he received a small nod, he continued, and I don't know what kind of life you were living before this or what kind of things you've been through, but let me assure you everything we have done for you has been to give you basic necessities for a good life, and you, no matter what anyone else has said before, you deserve a good life, okay? He should known that would make the kid burst into tears again. It took a while for Midoriya to fully calm down, and once they had left him in his room to have some alone time while they went to make dinner. I don't think the little listener has ever had his own room before, Hizashi said as he was stirring the pot boiling on the stove. Shota grunted from beside as he chopped vegetables. The atmosphere was still a little after Midoriya's breakdown, both of them imagining the kind of life that their kid could have lived until now. Well, he does now, Shota said as he angrily chopped up a carrot. Hizashi knew how angry he was about all this. Shota had lost both his parents when they were in high school, so he knew the pain of being orphaned. Luckily for him, however, the Yamada family took him in, so he never had to live in an orphanage or foster. Hizashi turned the burner to low before making his way over to Shota. He gently pulled the knife out of his hand and set it on the counter before wrapping his arms around him from behind. Don't worry, we're going to make sure that Entai doesn't get away with anything they did to him, I promise. He kissed Shota's cheek before continuing. For now though, let's just focus on making that kid as happy as possible. Shota sighed before looking back at him. You do realize that we are not on a time limit, right? He's ours now and nothing is going to change, that we don't have to do everything we possibly can with him within the summer break. Hizashi giggled. I know, but we need to make up for 15 years of missed family time. Shota huffed at him, but smiled none of the less. Well, how about this? We'll do a few things in the next few weeks, and then once school starts back, we'll do a family activity every weekend, Shota compromised. Hizashi smiled. Speaking of family activities, when are we going to tell everyone we adopted a kid? Shota turned to look at him with a mortified expression. Shit. That conversation was lead to them making some much-needed phone calls after dinner. Midoriya had excused himself to go to room. Shota had expected him to spend most of time in there for a while, seeing as how many new books, CDs, and notebook he had received. He probably wanted to use all his new goodies, like a child on Christmas evening after opening all their presents. He was glad that he liked all his new possessions. And while Shota would never admit to it, he may or may not be planning what else to buy the kid. Maybe he'd like a sketchbook? Anyway, Midoriya's interest in his room was a blessing in disguise tonight, as it allowed the two of them to make a couple of uncomfortable calls. After all, there isn't really a good way to tell your family and friends that you adopted a child, but they'll all have to wait to meet him because he was abused and needs time to adjust to a normal life before being introduced to extended family. Yeah, it was hard. Thankfully, Hizashi agreed to call his parents and inform them of their new grandson. Shota was not looking forward to Mrs. Yamada's reaction to being told she can't meet Midoriya for a while. After Midoriya's breakdown earlier, they had decided that it would be best to try and keep Midoriya from getting overwhelmed. Suddenly introducing him to all their friends and family seemed like surefire way to overwhelm him. Sadly though, since Hisashi was calling the parents that left Shota to call Namuri, she was going to flip. From the moment they had announced that they were looking to adopted, Namuri had deemed herself the honorary aunt to all their future children. Yeah, they had borrowed her car yesterday to go to Entai yesterday and had kept it today to go shopping, but they hadn't exactly told her why they needed to keep the car. They had simply told her that they needed to pick up some stuff for the apartment, and when she asked them about the adoption interviews, they had told that they'd tell her about them later. She would be coming over tomorrow to get her car. They couldn't keep it from her for much longer. So, Shota sucked it up and dialed the phone. He could hear Hisashi already talking to his parents on video chat in the kitchen. The phone rang once, twice, thrice. Shota! He had to hold the phone away from his ear in order to save his eardrum. Geez, do you have to be so loud? He asked. Yes. She teased before returning to a normal volume. If you're calling to ask for my car for another day, you can forget. I'm going out tomorrow night and there is no way I'm taking the train in the middle of the night. No, that's not what I'm calling about. You can take the car tomorrow, that's fine. I was actually because I had some news to share with you. Oh, news? Wait, this isn't about your visit to Entai, is it? I know you said you'd tell me about it later, but I just thought you didn't bond with any kid. Well, about that, we did kind of bond with a kid. He once again had to hold the phone away from his ear when there was an ear-splitting squeal through the speaker. OMG. I always thought a teenager would work better for you guys, but I didn't think it would actually happen. What's their name? How old are they? Is it a boy or a girl? When are they coming home? Shota finally got the chance to speak when she had to take a breath. He is 15. As for when he's coming home, that was kind of what I wanted to tell you about. What, did you already adopt him or something? Namuri joked, but when she was met with tense silence she erupted. OMG, Shota. You already adopted him. How? Why? Is that why you needed my car today? When can I meet him? Never mind, I'll come get my car tonight so I meet my new nephew. What is he like? What should I bring him? Again Shota had to wait for her to take a breath before he could speak. Yes, we already adopted him, and yes, that is why we needed your car. He needed stuff like a bed and clothes. And before you get ready to come over here, let me explain why you're not going to be able to meet him for a while. Technically she did need to meet him, she already knew him, but that could wait. What? Why can't I meet him? The same reason why we were able to adopt him the day we meet him. And so Shota explained everything that had happened at Entai. He left out who exactly the kid was for now. Namuri had stayed quiet until he was finished explaining. Okay, I understand why you want to wait to introduce him to everybody. I hope you realize this just means that I'm going to spoil him even more now. Shota hummed in agreement, smiling at Namuri's protectiveness. So, I guess I can't see him tomorrow. Can you at least describe him to me? I don't need to, you already know him? What? How? Who is he? Izuku Midoriya. The following day was a Saturday, which Hisashi was quick to remind Shota that he agreed to family fun weekends. Shota argued that Sunday still counted as the weekend so that they didn't have to do anything today, but Hisashi was even quicker to argue that by that logic then they should do 2 family activities. Shota shot that down. This is what led to the small family of 3 discussing where they were going that day over breakfast. What about the zoo? Hisashi suggested excitedly. Why do you always say the zoo? I like the zoo. But is it because you look like a cockatoo? Shota. That's just mean, the blonde pouted as his husband smirked at him. Midoriya was observing them quietly as he ate his breakfast, but could see how he hid a small grin behind a fork full of food. Okay, Mr. Grump, then where do you suggest that we go? Hisashi asked indignantly. I vote we stay home. Everywhere is so crowded, he spoke blankly. Well, that's not an option, Grump, but, so pick somewhere else. Fine, but if you really want some family bonding, why don't you let Midoriya pick? At that the 2 men turned to looked at their son, whose hand froze on the way to his mouth. He slowly put his fork back down on the table and stared at the wood grain before speaking. I really don't mind where we go, he answered their silent question. Shota huffed. We know that, but we still want to where you want to go. At that Midoriya bit his lip uncertain, before speaking up shyly. Have you ever been to Dagoba Beach? And so the family of 3 went to the beach. They took a train to there. Nemuri would come by the house and get her car while they were gone, with a bag packed full of beach supplies, including their swimsuits, which Shota had no intention of putting on. Apparently swimming was one of the family activities that Hizashi had planned because he had bought Midoriya a pair of swim trunks while he wasn't looking. Shota had heard of Dagoba Beach a while ago. While he had never been there, it had been all over the news how the previous illegal dumping site had been cleaned over the summer by a mysterious Good Samaritan. Shota had to admit whoever they were, they did a good job. The beach was spotless. And Shota could admire the mysterious stranger doing all of this without publicity and the need for reward. After all, they probably didn't even get so much as a thank you for their efforts. The beach, in Shota's opinion, was actually quite beautiful. While it wasn't Shota's usual hangout, he could appreciate it. The sand was white and glittering, the water was sparkling, and a bunch of small businesses had popped up along the pier. All in all, it was a nice place. Wonder how Midoriya knew about it? Thankfully, it wasn't too crowded, just the odd couple on a date and another family playing with their toddler in the shallow tide. Shota noticed the way Midoriya stared at them in longing for a moment before jerking his head away. The way he did when he wanted something. Somehow Shota doubted that he wanted the toddler's yellow ducky arm floaties. With that thought in mind, Shota silently promised to suck it up and make this the best family outing ever. That started with him setting out a couple of beach blankets and standing an umbrella up in the sand while the other 2 went to change into their swimsuits. When they came back, Midoriya was wearing a pair of red suit trunks with an All Might t-shirt, and Hizashi had on an obnoxiously bright pair of pink swim trunk with music notes printed on it. He couldn't help but to roll his eyes at his husband. Here, Hizashi said, handing a bundle of clothing out to him. What is this? He asked, even though he had a sinking feeling he already knew. Your swimsuit, duh? Aren't you going to play in the water with us? And man, did he hate his husband sometimes, because he knew exactly what he was doing. One look at the hopeful glint in Midoriya's eyes was enough to guilt Shota into grumpily taking the pile of clothes and stomping to the changing room. He came back 5 minutes later wearing his black swim shorts with a black tank top. Hizashi smiled up at him, handing him the sunscreen. At least he was competent enough to make sure the kid was wearing some while he tortured the underground hero. As he was lathering sunscreen on, the other 2 went to the water. To be honest, they were all still awkward around one another, and they may not have been prepared for a beach outing just yet. They were still trying to figure out how to interact with one another after all. That was made painfully obvious as Hizashi and Midoriya stood a respectable distance away from one another in the water, not really sure what to do. It was uncomfortable. Shota rolled his eyes as he put away the sunscreen, instead grabbing the beach ball to blow up. He came over to his family holding up the now inflated beach ball. Hizashi's face almost split in 2 with his wide smile, and Midoriya grinned happily, albeit smaller than his new father. A new father? That was another thing to get used to, thinking of one another as Midoriya's other parent. As the small family tossed the ball back and forth in the water, Midoriya's smile grew bigger and bigger. Shota couldn't help but to think that he could get used to the idea of thinking of himself and Hizashi as Midoriya's parents if it meant he could see that bright smile more often. Eventually their little game of volleyball turned into a match of who could splash who the most after Hizashi had brought his hand into the water to hit the ball from the bottom, leading to him splashing Shota in the face with a wave of salt water. Shota had of course retaliated. After about a minute of this, the 2 turned to look at Midoriya, who was watching them quietly, a hint of want in his large green eyes. The 2 exchanged a look before smirking at Midoriya and teaming up to splash him. Midoriya shrieked and began splashing water back. The fight ended when a particularly large wave left a hunk of seaweed on Hizashi's head. They stood there in complete silence, completely still for a minute, then it happened. Midoriya nearly doubled over in laughter, holding his stomach and nearly crying in glee as he cracked up at the sight of his guardian covered in slimy seaweed. Shota and Hizashi were stunned into silence before they joined him. Well, Hizashi joined him in his laughter while Shota simply grinned. Distantly he acknowledged that this was the first time he had ever seen Midoriya truly laugh and smile like that. After they had all calmed down some, they exited the water, taking turns going to shower and change at the public bathroom before deciding to go get lunch. They walked along the pier for a while, just casually chatting about the various shops they passed as they looked for a good place to eat. Eventually they settled on a small family diner to eat at. The diner was nice, albeit small, and had a lot of atmosphere. The place was modeled after a 50s restaurant with the wait staff wearing uniforms to complement the decor. Hisashi honestly loved it. He loved it even more when the waitress was quick to come and take their orders. He was starving after playing around with his family for nearly 2 hours. As they got their drinks, he tried to start a conversation. Sure, they had played and laughed with each other on the beach, but so far the three of them had yet to have what could really be considered a full conversation. They talked, sure, but with very minimal input from Midoriya, and Hisashi was determined to change that. So, Midoriya, why did you want to come to the beach anyways? He asked cheerfully, keeping his voice light and bubbly. He had determined after Midoriya's breakdown yesterday that the best way to approach him was like a wild animal. If you were too loud or too straightforward, he would startle and clam up. Being friendly and gentle was the best bet to getting the teen to open up. Midoriya looked up from where he had been staring at his drink before rubbing the back of his neck and smiling nervously. I spent a lot of time here last summer, but I hadn't been able to come back after school had started, so I thought it'd be nice to come back. Last summer? That was strange. Last summer was when the beach was being cleaned, and it wasn't completely cleaned until just before school started. So unless he was here a bunch the last 2 weeks of summer, then had he been here when it was a dump? Unless he was the one who had cleaned the beach. Was he? Hisashi decided that based on Midoriya's nervous behavior that it was best not to ask just yet. Oh, what else did you do last summer? He was hoping that this would be a good chance to get to know more about his new son. New son? He wasn't sure he'd ever get used to that word. Midoriya looked down at his drink again, stirring his straw before answer. I mostly just trained for the entrance exam, he answered in a way that sounded like he'd rather be talking about anything else. Hisashi took the hint. Well, it's obvious that paid off. He said cheerfully. Midoriya shot him a small smile before the table lapsed into awkward silence. Luckily they were saved, the waitress returning with their food. Surprisingly enough, the conversation was revived by Shota. What all have you done this summer? He asked Midoriya. Hisashi could tell he was walking on a minefield as Midoriya stiffened. He really hoped his didn't misstep, especially here of all places. Oh, not much really, Midoriya answered, pointed, not making eye contact with either of them. Shota hummed. Well, you said that you weren't allowed to leave Entai to hang out with your friends, so I was just wondering what you had done for the past 2 weeks. Shota replied. His tone was calm and even as if he was talking about the weather and not their son's past abusers. Midoriya gulped before answering. I mostly just cleaned and studied for next semester. His answer was careful, thought out, and even Hisashi could tell that he was being careful not to let something slip. Shota noticed too. Well, that's good, at least you'll be prepared, though I wouldn't worry too much about studying the next 2 weeks. This idiot wouldn't allow it. He pointed his thumb toward Hisashi, sending him a pointed look. He needed to lighten the mood. He could do that. Summer is for fun, not school. Then he pointed his finger at Midoriya playfully. No more studying, young man. I'm going to make sure the next 2 weeks are filled with nothing but fun. After all, it sounds like we have a lot to make up for. Midoriya gave him another smile. He seemed to appreciate that. The mood lightened after that, and they chatted lightly about what else they would do that summer. Hisashi knew that when he saw Shota's hand shift under the table that he was putting away his phone. He was recording that conversation, hoping to get a small confession out of Midoriya. They both agreed that they didn't want Midoriya to have to testify in court, but if he didn't open up to them then he might have to. After lunch and milkshakes at Hisashi's insistence, they walked down the pier again, window shopping. They passed a few boutiques, gift shops, and other restaurants before they came upon an arcade. Hisashi caught the way that Midoriya eyed the games inside before he got an idea. Hey kiddo, want to go in and play? He asked and earned a wide grin in reply. And so, they spent the rest of their evening playing arcade games. Shota mostly played skee-ball, while Hisashi played multiple rounds of Dance Dance Revolution. Midoriya, who they had given a bunch of tokens to, was going from game to game earning a bunch of tickets. In the end, they made the decision to combine their tickets to get a 200-ticket prize, a large stuffed rabbit. They even had enough left over for few knickknacks, like novelty glasses for Hisashi, vampire teeth for Shota, and an all-might bracelet for Midoriya, as well as a small bag of candy. Midoriya was smiling from ear to ear by the time they made it home. The following Sunday was pretty uneventful. They all slept late after their day of fun and had a simple brunch when they woke up. Afterwards, Hisashi went to record in his studio. They had gotten parental leave from hero work, but Hisashi couldn't take a break from recording without drawing suspicion. They wanted to keep the adoption as under wraps as possible for Midoriya's safety. It was no secret that the children of heroes were often the victims of kidnapping and such. It wasn't that hard, however, with Shota being an underground hero and Hisashi hard to recognize outside of his present mic costume. They still had to be careful, especially when it came to Hisashi's radio show. Midoriya was actually pretty interested in Hisashi's show and had lit up like a Christmas tree when Hisashi had asked him if he wanted to come with him and watch him record. Under the stipulation that he remains quiet, of course, people would question who the random voice in the background was after all. Midoriya had happily and excitedly accepted the offer, taking one of his new notebooks with him. Shota was hoping he would show him his notes at some point. While they were doing that, Shota cleaned up the apartment some. It had gotten a little neglected since they had brought Midoriya home and needed a little TLC. After he had finished, he snuck off to his and Hisashi's room to work on the case against Entai. They had left Midoriya completely out of the initial investigation, and Shota was dreading the day they had to involve him in it. For the most part, aside from the couple of times they tried to get confessions from him, they had been completely avoiding talking about the hellhole of an orphanage he had come from. They did have some evidence from Midoriya, such as their witness to him in lockdown and what the other children had told them, as well as a few things Midoriya had let slip and his breakdown. That was a major point in their case. Kids with normal lives don't have random breakdowns when people are nice to them. Takashi was also working on the case from the orphanage side. While Hisashi and Shota were monitoring and questioning Midoriya, Takashi was doing the same with the children still in the orphanage. So far she had been struggling to get any of the children to open to her about what went on there, but she was certain that she could get something on them eventually. If push comes to shove, their testimony might be all they go to court with. Shota had a whole file on his laptop specifically for Midoriya's case, which was connected with Takashi and Nezudo so they could keep track of their progress with Midoriya. The file had one document that contained confessions from Midoriya himself, a document retelling in detail what they had witnessed at the orphanage, and a document on what they had observed from Midoriya so far. He opened that last document to add a few things. A few hours later, the other emerged from the recording studio, Midoriya happily talking Hisashi's ear off. Shota was innocently sitting on the couch as if he hadn't just spent an hour and a half building a court case against his son's old orphanage along with a social worker and mouse bear thing. He grinned as he watched the two make their way into the room. So far Hisashi was the only one to earn the right to Shota's genuine smiles, but it seemed as if Midoriya was close to earning that right as well. How often do you record? When is that recording going on air? How do you balance doing that with hero work? Hisashi was more than glad to patiently and enthusiastically answer each and every one of Midoriya's questions. Midoriya seems to have warmed up to Hisashi since they had adopted him. Shota would deny it if asked, but it made his ears swell. Aside from observing Midoriya for signs of abuse, Shota had also been watching him closely so that he could get to know his new son. After all, his biological parents would have had 15 years to learn all the ins and outs of Midoriya and his personality, and Shota didn't want to wait 15 more years to know his son like that. In the 3 full days that Midoriya had been with them, Shota had noticed a lot about him. He noticed the signs of when he wanted something, but he wouldn't ask for it. He noticed his nervous habits, rubbing the back of his neck, stuttering and fidgeting. He also noticed how Midoriya was constantly watching his surroundings and them as if he expected to be attacked at any moment. He noticed the way Midoriya would flinch when you first touched him, but would soon lean into the connection. He noticed the way how sweet he was, how kind, how caring, how compassionate. Most of all, he noticed that this child did not deserve the life that was forced on him. He wondered, not for the first time, what life Midoriya had had before them, and not just before they adopted him, But before they were his teachers, before he had somewhere safe to go for a few hours every day. What had this kid been through? He pushed those thoughts away though when Midoriya noticed him watching him ask questions and blushed deeply, looking sheepish. Shota smirked. You guys hungry? It's nearly dinner time, he questioned, earning a small nod from Midoriya and an enthusiastic yeah from his husband. I don't really feel like cooking, you want to go out and eat? That got him even more enthusiasm. So, that night they went out to eat at a restaurant not far from their apartment. It was a rather quiet affair, but Hizashi did manage to coax more laughter out of Midoriya while they ate. It was still kind of early for bed when they came home, so Hizashi did what he did best. Found a way for bonding. Let's have a movie night. He was jumping up and down in the kitchen, smiling at his husband and son from ear to ear. Movie nights were something that Shota actually enjoyed. It was quiet and he got to bundle up and cuddle with his husband for 2 hours. He also enjoyed the complete freedom to fall asleep without judgment. He knew as soon as he looked over at the hopeful look in Midoriya's eyes that they were having a movie night. Soon they were all wearing pajamas. Shota had on a long-sleeve black shirt and black sleeve pants. Hizashi had on pink sleep shorts with an obnoxious shirt that had flamingos printed on it, and Midoriya had on a pair of simple blue sleep pants and an all-M t-shirt. Just about every blanket and pillow was piled around the living room in front of the TV. There was also a variety of snacks set on the coffee table, which Shota had pushed to the side, including popcorn and candy as well as soda, which Shota didn't Midoriya to drink so late, but didn't have the heart to ruin his fun. What was some soda going to hurt anyway? There was a debate over what movie to watch until Midoriya had answered he had never seen a Disney movie before when asked if he sided with Hizashi on Frozen. At that heartbreaking revelation, Hizashi vowed to make sure he watched every Disney movie. Shota made him limit it to 3 for tonight. They eventually settled on Brother Bear, The Princess and the Frog, and the movie Atlantis. Shota and Hizashi had agreed that was a nice mix of various plots and animations so that Midoriya could get a good taste of Disney. They would show him some live-action films later on. They started the marathon with Brother Bear, all sitting on the floor side by side on the floor. Hizashi had one of the bowls of popcorn in his lap while Midoriya had some mochi. By the end of the first movie, Midoriya was lying on his stomach with a pillow resting under his chin as he hugged it. Shota was sideways on the floor in his sleeping bag with Hizashi draped over him. The next movie was The Princess and the Frog. Partway through the movie, when Tiana turned into a frog, Shota heard Midoriya quietly whisper, "Asiu." He had to stop himself from laughing. After the second movie, they took a quick bathroom break and cleaned up some of the trash and made some more popcorn. This time when the third movie, Atlantis, was started, Midoriya had popcorn and a Sprite and Shota had gotten some licorice. They all ended up lying on the floor at some point during the movie. Once the movie finally ended, Shota sat up and stretched before looking over and smiling at his family. Hizashi was leaning back into the couch, head thrown back and drool creeping down his chin. Midoriya looked a lot cuter. He was curled up on his side, cuddling his pillow. His face was relaxed and calm and he was sleeping peacefully. Shota smiled as he removed himself from his sleeping bag and proceeded to make his family more comfortable. He went to Midoriya's room and grabbed his All Might blanket, coming back and draping it over the child. He then gently pushed Hizashi over until he was lying on the ground. Then he put a pillow under his head and spread a blanket over him. He cleaned up the trash around the living room and turned off the TV before getting back into his sleeping bag. Then he remembered how Midoriya had slept with his lamp on the night before, and he went and got an old nightlight they had in the bathroom and plugged it up in there so there was a gentle blue light encompassing the room. He made mental note to buy Midoriya a nightlight. They probably made All Might ones. Once he was satisfied with his family's sleeping conditions, he laid down beside his husband and drifted off to sleep. "Hey, Sho, when do we pick up Machi and Hiro up from the babysitter?" Hizashi asked as they were making breakfast. Midoriya was still in bed. "Noon, I believe." The night they had brought Midoriya home, still asleep from the hospital, they had brought their 2 cats over to one of their neighbors for them to watch over the weekend. Now it was Monday and it was time for them to come home. They weren't sure how Midoriya would react to the cats and vice versa. They also thought that it would be best to give Midoriya some time to get used to the apartment before introducing him to the other house members. After all, coming into a house of 4 might have been a little too overwhelming. Today, however, was the day that they would meet each other. I hope he likes them, Hisashi said nervously. I'm sure he will, he reassured. When they had finished cooking, Shota had gone to go wake up the kid and now they were sat around the table eating. So, kiddo, we have to go pick up some very important family members at noon today, Hisashi explained, nervously waiting for Midoriya's reaction. He loved his cats and knew they were great, but he wanted Midoriya to feel the same about them. They were his family now after all. Midoriya looked up at being addressed. Is it your cats? Hisashi's eyes widened as Shota smirked at his reaction. How did you know we had cats? There are cat toys around the apartment, cat food in the pantry, and a litter box in the bathroom. It'd be kind of concerning if you didn't have cats. Where are they anyways? Shota hid his smile behind his coffee mug. Smart kid. Well, they're at the neighbor's house. They offered to babysit over the weekend while we got everything with the adoption sorted out. Hisashi answered. Midoriya seemed to deflate a little at the mention of the adoption, but he hid it well. Okay, so they're coming back today? Hisashi nodded and Midoriya smiled at him happily. So much for the fear that Midoriya wouldn't like the cats. After breakfast they all got ready and Shota and Hisashi left Midoriya on the couch and walked over to the neighbor's house to retrieve their pets. Both cats came meowing to the door to meet them, Machi jumping into Shota's arms. The pickup took longer than Shota would have liked as the neighbor asked a ton of questions about Midoriya. However, they were finally able to get away by using Midoriya as an excuse as to why they needed to get home. Guess that was another bonus of having a kid. They went back to their apartment quickly, both with a cat in their arms, and exchanged excited looks before opening the door to introduce their fur children to their human child. This was something they had been looking forward to for years. Izuku wasn't sure what he was expecting his sensei's cats to look like. If he was honest, he had assumed that they had more than two. After all, there was a rather large bin of cat toys in the living room next to a large cat tower. Not to mention there was enough wet cat food in the pantry to feed an army. Honestly, why was Mike Sensei so surprised he had figured out they had cats? He kind of felt guilty that they had to send the two kitties away for the weekend just because he moved in. It was the cat's home first, after all. Midoriya had sat on the couch feeling guilty for maybe about 15 minutes before the door opened and his teachers enter, each holding a cat. The cat in Aizawa-sensei's arms was a large fluffy white cat, with a pretty pink collar on with a purple flower attached to it. She must be a girl. The one that Mike Sensei was holding was a slick black cat with a bright red collar on with a mini red cape attached to it. They were both adorable. His teachers walked over to the couch sitting on either side of him so that he could see the cats better. The white cat, surprisingly, had bright blue eyes. Meanwhile, the black cat had large yellow eyes and a spot of black on his tiny pink nose. This, Mike Sensei started holding up the cat in his arms, is Hiro. He's the baby. That one is Machi. She thinks she owns the place. Izuku smiled, hesitantly reaching out to pet to Hiro's head. Mike Sensei didn't move the cat away from him, so he figured that was okay. Hiro, to his surprise, began purring loudly and nuzzled into his hand. He smiled wider. They're cute. He felt the need to say something, like he needed to reassure Mike Sensei that his pets were valid. Mike Sensei smiled at him widely, so he figured he had done the right thing. Do you want to hold Machi while I go get their food? Aizawa-sensei asked, holding out said cat to him. He was hesitant to take, unsure if it was really okay, but his teacher simply placed the large cat in his arms and went to the kitchen. Machi was large, fluffy, and warm. She looked up at him in question before meowing loudly as if okaying him to hold her. Then she lay down in his lap and began to purr. He smiled more before petting her back, not aware of the pair of green eyes watching his every move. Hisashi couldn't be happier watching Midoriya pet Machi. He was so gentle, as if he was afraid of hurting her. Hisashi had noticed his hesitation to touch the cats at first, like he thought he might get in trouble even though they were offering them to him. He was just glad it didn't take long for the two cats to warm up to their new family member. Pretty soon Shota was calling the cats from the kitchen for their lunch. Hiro bolted from his lap, rushing to go eat. Machi was a lot slower, carefully getting off of Midoriya and leisurely walking to the kitchen. Hisashi turned to his son with a smile. I think they like you, Midoriya beamed. They didn't really do anything too exciting that day, It was a Monday after all. Hizashi had put on some music and they had spent practically all day playing with the cats and getting them used to Midoriya and vice versa. By dinner time, Midoriya was asking if he could feed the cats. They happily obliged. The next morning when Hizashi went to feed the cats breakfast, he couldn't find them. They weren't in the master bedroom, they weren't using the litter box, and they weren't in the cat tower. Hizashi finally checked Midoriya's room as a last resort. Sure enough, there they were. Curled up on the bed, Hiro at Midoriya's feet and Machi lying against his back. Midoriya was sleeping peacefully. Hizashi may or may not have rushed to take a bunch of photos of the adorable scene. Yeah, they were going to get along fine. After taking an ungodly amount of photos of his son and his cat sleeping together, Hizashi had went to go wake Shota and show him as well. Shota smiled, genuinely, the way he does for Hizashi at the scene. Hizashi thought his heart was going to explode with love. Today was Tuesday and unfortunately that meant that Hizashi had to go to an interview today. That was one thing Shota was glad he never had to do as an underground hero, publicity work. The interview was going to be live on a daytime talk show where they were doing a section on the lives of pro heroes. Hizashi had been booked as a special guest for months now and he couldn't exactly get out of it without revealing that he now had a child. This meant that he was leaving for most of the day. Which also meant it was going to be the first time Shota was alone with Midoriya as father and son. He wasn't exactly sure what to do. Should he take him somewhere? No, Hizashi would just pout about being left out later that night. Should he plan an activity to do at home? He really wasn't good at that sort of thing, so that was out. So, what was he supposed to do? Just hang out, chill, and get to know one another. Hizashi suggested as he got ready in their room, Shota sitting on the bed. Shota huffed. How do you hang out with a teenager? He asked sarcastically. He wouldn't admit it, but he was scared. Midoriya had already begun warming up to Hizashi and opening up to him, and Shota wanted him to do the same with him. He didn't want to mess this up. Just hang out. Hizashi started slicking his hair up, watch TV, listen to music, read, whatever, just stay in the same room. Unless he wants to be alone, then leave him alone. This is going to be a disaster. Hizashi had the nerve to cackle at him, the bastard. After breakfast, Hizashi had said his goodbyes and left the other two awkwardly standing in the living, not really sure how to act around each other. Sue, want to watch TV? Shota asked. It was awkward at first, with the two of them just sitting on opposite ends of the couch watching the news. He noticed that Midoriya always perked up whenever there were heroes on the news. He really was a fanboy. Eventually they did start to relax some around each other, and after eating some lunch they moved closer to one another on the couch. Most of their conversations had to do with what was on the news. Shota took the chance to do a little teaching and quizzed Midoriya on some of the hero news they saw. What do you think would have de-escalated that situation quicker? He asked as they watched a report on a hostage situation that was handled by Mount Lady and Kamui Woods. Midoriya hummed for a moment. I think it would gone fast and risked the hostages less if Kamui had used his quirk to restrain the villains from the start instead of Mount Lady trying to seduce them. After all, she might be a pretty lady, but that doesn't mean everyone is attracted to her. Shota smirked at the kid's analysis. He was good. Good job. That's a flaw I've noticed in Mount Lady, too. She thinks her body is enough of a weapon sometimes. It's just not realistic, Midoriya agreed. They continued this for a while, Midoriya opening up and talking more the more he analyzed hero battles. The kid really enjoyed it and Aizawa was getting to see a whole new side of Midoriya's personality that he didn't get to see in class. Here, at home, he was more blunt and slightly brutal in his analysis. Like pointing out that Mount Lady is sexy enough to defeat an army with her butt. Guess the kid was more like Aizawa than he thought he was. He also talked a lot more here than he did in class when there wasn't an audience watching him and interrupting him with their own inputs. Eventually, they changed the channel to the show Hizashi was on when he had messaged Shota that he would be on next. They watched the tail end of an interview with Hawks before Present Mike was announced and welcomed onto the stage. Midoriya was completely silent, his eyes glued to the screen. Honestly, after the first 10 minutes or so the interview quickly turned into a gossip feast. They had barely asked him anything about hero work for God's sake. Then the host asked the fateful question. So, Present Mike, are there any kids in your and your husband's future? It was no secret that the two of them were married, however most people didn't know Present Mike's husband was also a pro hero. It was too hard to hide their relationship from the media, especially after a member of the paparazzi had followed him home and got a picture of him, in uniform, kissing Shota at the door. That was how it was revealed that Present Mike was not only married, but gay. Well, but the media couldn't care less. And so, everyone was well aware of their relationship. Just not their child. Oh, well, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Hisashi laughed nervously. He wasn't a secretive kind of person, so it was hard on him keeping such a big thing private. Midoriya stiffened beside him, but stayed quiet. That wasn't good. What's wrong, kid? He couldn't let whatever was wrong fester for too long. It was better to resolve issues as they came. Midoriya didn't answer at first, but when Shota bumped his shoulder with his, he finally answered. Why didn't he tell him that you guys adopted me? He hesitated at the word adopted, like he wasn't sure that was the right word to describe their situation. Because it isn't safe to tell people. At Midoriya's confused look he continued, think about it, we are both pros and we have a lot of enemies and neither one of us ranked high enough to scare off villains with just our rank, so some villains might try to hurt us. Like who? Well, people we have put in jail who have gotten out of jail, or people whose friends or family we have put in jail, people like that. Okay, that makes sense, but what does that have to do with telling the media about me? Well, what better way than to hurt someone they love? They wouldn't be as likely to attack one of us since we're both pros, but a kid would be the perfect target. And I know you're perfectly capable of handling yourself against villains, but you shouldn't have to worry about it either. Do you get it now? Midoriya nodded quietly, staring off into space for a minute before speaking. Do you really? He asked, nearly inaudible. Do I really what? Shota didn't understand what the kid was asking. You said, what better way to hurt someone than to hurt the person they love? Do you really love me? Midoriya looked at him, scared. Of course, kid. Did you really think I would fill my house with All Might's face or put on a swimsuit for just anyone? Tears started streaming down Midoriya's face and without thinking he pulled him into his arms. And no one has ever said they loved me before, and man, was that a devastating thing to hear. That in 15 years this child has never been told, I love you. He squeezed him tighter. Izuku. At the use of his real name the kid looked up at him, tears still streaming down his face. I love you. And that was the truth. In the few short days that Midoriya had been in his life, he had grown to love him. Sure, he cared about all of his students and he had cared for Midoriya before he had adopted him, but seeing him suffer, seeing him break down, seeing him slowly start to open up to them, and seeing him finally happy had made an undying feeling of protectiveness blossom in Shota that had very quickly turned into love. He loved Izuku. He loved his son. That's how Hisashi found them that evening, Midoriya lying on Shota's chest as they both napped on the couch, the TV playing in the background. Midoriya still had tear tracks drying on his face, but his lips were quirked up slightly in his sleep. Shota had his arms wrapped protectively around the kid, ready to defend him from anything. Hisashi smiled at them lovingly before draping a blanket over them both. He kissed Shota before hesitating a moment and then kissing Midoriya's forehead and whisper softly, I love you too. Wednesday morning Shota woke up on the couch to his son sleeping against his chest and his husband leaning up against the couch as he slept. He smiled gently. This was something he had been dreaming about for years, ever since they had decided to adopt. Granted, he had imagined this with an infant or toddle, not a teenager, but he wouldn't want it any other way now. He was content to go back to sleep. Hisashi was the next one to wake. He sat up straight before looking back at his family and smiling. He got and straightened the blanket on the two on the couch before going to start breakfast. He was in the kitchen cooking when Izuku woke up. He heard him stumble into the bathroom and get ready for the day before coming into the kitchen to find him. Good morning, little listener. Sleep well? Midoriya nodded as he rubbed eyes, making his way over to him. Do you need any help? That's where Shota found them when he finally got up, cooking side by side in the kitchen. The radio was on quietly on the counter and Izuku was laughing at Hisashi ridiculous dancing. Shota leant against the door frame watching them for a while, a small smile gracing his lips. Then he went up behind Hisashi and wrapped his arms around him. Izuku looked over at them and smiled. This was pretty great, just domestic and quiet. Shota could get used to all of his mornings looking like this. Well, it was quite until Hiro came crying through the house reminding them it was breakfast. Izuku asked to feed them again. By the time he was done serving both cats, Machi had wandered in at that point. A can of wet food, the human food, was done and they all sat down to eat. This was by far the most domestic breakfast they had had since Izuku had come home. Hisashi was cracking jokes and Izuku was laughing and smiling happily. Yeah, Shota could get used to this. After breakfast, they had went to the grocery store to get some necessities. Today just felt so domestic and peaceful, it seemed like the perfect time to go shopping as a family. That and they were running low on food and toilet paper. What they hadn't anticipated was that other people might be going grocery shopping on a Wednesday morning. They were in the dairy aisle, Shota and Hisashi having an argument whether or not chocolate milk was healthy when Shota spotted them. Tensei and Tenya Ida. He quickly nudged Hisashi, gesturing towards the two brothers. Hisashi shot him a scared look. Luckily Tensei was the one who noticed them and not Tenya. The ex-pro looked just as terrified as them. They had, of course, informed Tensei as one of their closest friends of their new son. However, after a long discuss they had determined that Tenya might not know that Izuku was in an orphanage and it was decided that they wouldn't tell him. That was Izuku's decision to make. Now they were faced with a daunting task. Do they risk them seeing each? Or do they go pay and leave? If they did the later, they'd have to come up with an excuse to tell Izuku why they needed to leave before they had even gotten toilet paper. Thankfully, Tensei relieved some of the urgency by saying something to Tenya which had him saluting and running off in the opposite direction. Then Hisashi had distracted Izuku with the ruse of picking out what flavor of yogurt to get. Shota quickly went over to Tensei standing behind a display so they were less noticeable. "What are you doing here?" Tensei asked, panicked. Shota rolled his eyes. "The only thing you do in a grocery store, we're grocery shopping." Tensei blushed a little. "Oh, yeah, well, what are we going to do? We agreed to let the kid decide when wanted to tell people, and Tenya is going to figure something out if he sees you guys shopping together." Shota thought for a moment before glancing behind him at his son, who seemed to agree with Hisashi that plain yogurt was gross. "Maybe we should just tell Izuku and let him decide what to do," he said, nodding. He trusted his son's judgment and it was ultimately his choice. "Are you sure?" Tensei asked, and he nodded in response, beckoning him to follow as he made his way back over to his family. "Don't be too nervous, you're getting to meet him even before Namuri does." "Really?" Tensei was smiling ear to ear by the time they reached the other two. Hisashi sent him a nervous look when they arrived. Izuku, on the other hand, looked starstruck when he realized who had approached them. "Fanboys." "Hey, Hisashi, long time no see, man, what have you been up to?" Hisashi shot Shota another look before greeting Tensei. They were trying to keep this casual, not worry the kid. Meanwhile, Shota laid his arm over Izuku's shoulder, leaning in close to whisper to him. "Ida is in the store with his brother right now." He felt the way the teen stiffened under his arm. "If you don't want him to see us together, just say the word and we will leave, okay?" Izuku bit his bottom lip for a moment before getting a determined look on his face. "I'll to tell everyone eventually. I might as well tell Ida now." Shota smirked at his son's determination and ruffled his hair. "Okay, kiddo, if that's what you want to do. Does he even know you were living in an orphanage before?" Izuku shook his head, looking frightened. "It'll be okay, kid. Until he comes back, would you like to meet Ingenium?" Tenya was surprised when his brother had asked him to run and grab a bottle of shaving cream as they were making their way to the orange juice. After all, it was on the other side of the store. Nevertheless, he had been more than happy to do as his brother asked. Maybe he just didn't feel like going all the way over the store. They did just have groceries on the list after all. So, Tenya was quick to grab his brother's preferred brand of shaving cream and making his way back to the dairy section where he had last seen his brother. However, when he arrived, he was surprised to see his brother talking to a group of people. He slowed his pace so as not to interrupt their conversation. As he got closer, he could make out who Tensei was talking to. While he was surprised to see two of his teachers, he wasn't too shocked. He was well aware of Aizawa Sensei's and Mike Sensei marriage. They were some of his brother's closest friends after all. He was, however, shocked to see Midoriya standing with them. What was he doing here? Was he with their teachers? Or was he just here alone? No, that didn't make any sense. Before school had let out on break, Midoriya had made it very clear that his parents did not allow him to leave his home by himself unless it was for school when they asked to hang out over the summer. It was, to Tenya, a little strange. Midoriya was 15 after all, and most families allowed their children to go places by themselves by well before that age. Ida had scolded himself for those thoughts. He had no right to judge his friend's family. He was sure they had their reasons for wanting to keep an eye on their child. Midoriya had never mentioned any siblings, so perhaps it was just that he was an only child and they feared losing him. Yes, that was a perfectly reasonable reason. It still didn't answer why Midoriya was with their teachers. Were they his parents? Surely some such as Mike-sensei, as sociable as he was, would allow their child to hang out with friends outside of school. Then again, Aizawa-sensei could very well be the one who put his foot down on the matter. No matter how Tenya thought about it was still weird. His friend was his teacher's son? He pushed those thoughts away and tried not to assume anything as he approached them. The conversation quieted as he approached, showing Tensei the shaving cream he had gotten. He hadn't even thought about it when he had taken the cart with him. I hope I got the correct kind. At Tensei reassure he placed it back into the cart before bowing to his teachers. Hello, Sense Dash. He was cut off by a hand on his shoulder. Hey listener, there's no need to be so formal here, we're all friends. Present Mike had always told him that outside of school. He sees them quite frequently, what with their relationship to his brother and all, but ever since joining UA, Tenya had had a hard time addressing them casually. He straightened back up. Yes, my apologies. How has your summer been? He tried his best to be casual, but despite that he still felt the need to address his teachers before his friend. That was what you were supposed to do anyway. Great. How's yours? It has been well, thank you for asking. Tensei spoke up about something they had done last week and got the other two adults' attention, giving Tenya time to address his friend. Midoriya, how are you? He greeted. Midoriya looked as if he wanted to be anywhere else, but here. Tenya was desperate to find out his relationship to their teachers, but he respected Midoriya's privacy, so he kept his mouth shut. Oh, I've been doing good, really good actually. How about you? When Midoriya had said that, he had glanced at their teachers and smiled slightly as if they were the reason for his good mood. Perhaps they were. I have been well. What all have you been up to this summer? Midoriya stiffened a little and seemed unsure about what to say before answering. No, not much. We went to the beach a few days ago and that was really fun. What have you done? So this wasn't the first time Midoriya had been with their teachers. Well, I have mostly spent time with my family, which is always a treat. He decided not to mention hanging out with the other members of 1A, seeing as how Midoriya had not been included in those outings since he was not allowed to by his parents. That's good. Midoriya rubbed his arm nervously as they stood there in awkward silence for a while. Look, Ida, I know you have a lot of questions, but here isn't a good place to answer them and it's a long story anyways, so can I just call you tonight and explain? Midoriya looked desperate. Of course, but I must emphasize that you are welcome to call me any time you need to discuss something. Midoriya smiled at him. Thank you. Are you free around 6? Yes, I believe so. Okay, I'll call you then. From there they talked more casually about their summer and other things until Tensei had excused them, saying they need to finish shopping and get home soon. As they left the store, he was Midoriya again and waved goodbye. After they finished shopping, they went home and had a small lunch. Afterwards, Izuku excused himself to his room where he had been nervously pacing since. There were still 4 hours until 6 o'clock and Izuku was regretting picking such a late time. A knock on his door interrupted his pacing and mumbling. Oh, he had been mumbling, he hadn't even noticed. Hey kid, can I come in? Aizawa's voice came from the other side of the door. Yeah, sure. He sat down on his bed as the bedroom door and Aizawa came in. He came over and sat next to him. Oh, new talk, what's bothering you? It honestly surprised him that Aizawa had gotten to know him well enough to know when he was upset. He worried that Aizawa might get mad if he told the truth, but then he decided he needed to talk about it too much to worry. Well, I'm afraid to talk to Ida. He didn't elaborate too much, afraid to annoy Aizawa. Sure, he had been here for nearly a week now and he was getting comfortable around them, but he couldn't help the small voice in the back of his head telling him that they were going to be just like everyone else and turn on him eventually. He dreaded the day that happened. He'd sort of gotten attached to them. "What's making you so afraid?" Aizawa pushed, urging him to tell him more. "Well," he asked, "right? So it must be fine to answer. I just never told anyone about hentai or anything like that, so I'm not really sure how to be all, I just got adopted," without having to tell him I've been lying to him and all our friends since we met. Aizawa hummed for a moment and seemed to think about his next words carefully. "That is a predicament. Can I ask why you never told them you didn't have a family?" That wasn't what he thought he was going to say. He thought Aizawa would have told him to suck it up or maybe even punish him for lying, but he didn't. "It's just embarrassing, you know? I get that. How do you think they would have reacted to you telling them? Probably like everyone else." "How did everyone else react?" Izuku was so preoccupied with his thoughts he didn't even notice how many questions Aizawa was asking him. Or that his phone was in his pocket recording their conversation. "Bad, they made fun of me and stuff." Izuku brought his legs to his chest and hugged his knees. "That's horrible, but do you really think that any of your friends would make fun of you for that now?" Izuku thought hard about that for a moment before sighing. "No, I don't think so, but they'll still be upset I lied to them." "But they'll understand when you explain things, right?" Yeah, they'll understand." Izuku lifted his head from his knees as he spoke, starting to feel better. "Besides, you're only telling Ida tonight, not all 20 of your classmates. That takes some of the pressure off, right?" Izuku nodded in agreement, feeling better. "Think you can handle that phone call tonight?" "Yeah, I think I'll be fine, thank you." Aizawa stood up, ruffling his hair. He loved when they did that. "You don't have to thank me, making you feel better is what I'm here for." He started to leave the room, but paused after opening the door, looking back at Izuku. "You do know that you can talk to us about anything, right?" Izuku was surprised to hear that. He usually wasn't allowed to talk. He smiled at Aizawa and that seemed to be enough to convey his gratitude as he returned the smile and left the room, closing the door as he went. Despite his talk with Aizawa, Izuku was still nervous enough about talking to Ida that he had written down a list of topics he wanted to touch on. Finally, after dinner he went to his room to call Ida. He messaged him first asking if he had time to talk. Ida had assured him he did, and offered to video chat with him. Sadly, Izuku's dingy little phone didn't have that capability, so he had to decline. This would be a lot easier if he could see Ida's face. The phone only rang once before Ida picked up. "Midoriya, hello, I hope you are doing well." "I'm fine, just nervous." "I assure you there is nothing to be nervous about. I will not judge whatever you have to tell me. I can tell it is a sensitive topic." Ida was an amazing friend. He managed to put him at ease so quickly. "Okay, I'm not really sure where to start. Was there anything specific you wanted to ask me?" Ida seemed to have understood what he was trying to do, and he took charge of the conversation. "Well, I was really wondering why you were with Aizawa-sensei and Mike-sensei today at the grocery store." We were grocery shopping," he cringed at his answer, "because, well, we live together." "You live with our teachers?" Izuku made an affirmative noise. "Why?" "Well, you see, they adopted me." Izuku rubbed his neck nervously. Ida was quiet a moment before speaking. "I see. When did they adopt you?" "It'll be a week tomorrow." "Oh, so this is a rather new development. If it's okay for me to ask, what happened to your parents?" "My mother passed away when she gave birth to me and my father never really liked me. He gave me up when I was 4. It felt strange to say that out loud. He'd never told anyone that before. "I am horribly sorry, Midoriya. I did not know. If you don't mind me asking, where have you been staying since then?" "Well, I went to a couple of different foster homes until I started school, and then I just got sent to orphanages." Ida was quiet for a while before speaking. Izuku could hear the pain in his voice. "Why did you tell me?" "Nobody really ever reacts well when I tell them." "Midoriya, I do not wish to offend, but I'm hurt by that. I would have never ridiculed you for something like that. In fact, if I had known, I would have offered to help you. My family has fostered other children before, after all." Izuku felt tears in his eyes when Ida revealed that he would have given him a home if had known. I know that now, that you wouldn't have hurt me, but I didn't know that before. I'm really sorry. He sniffled. Ida sighed quietly. I understand, and I'm not mad, I just regret being unable to help you before. But you are no longer in need of help now, are you? That's a good thing. Izuku smiled. Yeah, it really is. They talked for a while about how happy Izuku was living with his new family and about how Ida was the first person he had told, so none of their other classmates knew. Midoriya, if you had been in an orphanage until last week, was that why you were not allowed to go anywhere aside from school? Yeah. Are you allowed to now? I believe so. Aizawa and Yamada had gotten mad when they found out I wasn't allowed to meet you guys a few weeks ago, and they told me that I was allowed to go anywhere I wanted. As long as I ask first, of course. That is great. Perhaps we can have another class outing this Friday? That sounds nice actually. I've missed you all so much. Well, if you shall ask your parents, I shall set everything up. Okay, give me a minute. He set his phone down on his bed and went to living room where Aizawa and Yamada were watching TV together. Aizawa? Yamada? Can I ask you something? He still wasn't sure how to address them. Calling them sensei at home felt wrong. They turned to him and paused the TV to give them their full attention. Yeah, buddy, you can ask us anything, what's up? Yamada spoke. Could I hang out with 1A this Friday? The two on the couch exchanged a look before turning back to him. Of course you can, kid. Just give us some more details when you have everything figured out, Aizawa answered. Izuku beamed and went to hug them both before thinking. Thank you. He rushed back to his room and grabbed his phone, too excited to sit down. Ida. When Ida responded to let him know he was still there, he continues, they said yes, I just need to tell them the detail when we figure them out. Izuku was bouncing on the balls of his feet. Wonderful, I informed the class via group chat. They soon got off the phone and began discussing things with the whole class on group chat. Everyone that was active was ecstatic to hear that Izuku had gotten permission to join them on an outing. Ida thankfully left out the part about his new living arrangements. They soon decided to all meet at noon Friday at the front of the mall, where they would spend the day shopping and whatnot. Izuku didn't have any money, but he didn't care. This was going to be awesome. Thursday was an exciting day because during dinner Aizawa and Yamada told him that they were going to go get him a better phone before he started going out on his own. He had of course argued that that wasn't necessary. He had his little track phone after all, but Aizawa argued that that wasn't reliable and he needed a better phone. He had finally agreed after Yamada had mentioned that it would make them feel better. So, after breakfast they went to an electronics store where they got Izuku a smartphone and had it added onto their family plan. Izuku was silently pleased with the term family plan. After that they had went back to the apartment to enjoy a quiet day at home. Yamada helped him set up the new phone and change all his contacts over. He also helped him to download some music on his phone and gave him a pair of his old headphones to use with it. Yamada's headphones were like a prized possession to him now. He spent the rest of the day messaging his friends and making sure everyone had his new number. Izuku was so excited he could hardly sit still all Friday morning. He was regretting agreeing to meet at noon instead of an earlier time. He had excitedly texting the group chat since breakfast, walking around the apartment, unable to stay in one place. He had rushed after breakfast and gotten ready, being far too ecstatic to wait. Yamada seemed to appreciate his enthusiasm, being more than happy to jump around with him and talk. On the other hand, his hyperness seemed to be wearing on Aizawa. Kid, I'm glad you're happy, but can you sit down for a 1 minute? Aizawa asked from the couch after watching Izuku pace back and forth in the living room for 10 minutes straight. Izuku blushed and hurried to sit down on the couch before he made Aizawa angry. Aizawa huffed and ruffled his hair. Don't look so frightened, you aren't in trouble, you just need to calm down before you wear yourself out before you even leave the house, Aizawa had reassured. Now, have you done anything like this? Go out on your own, I mean? Izuku shook his head. He honestly hadn't. Okay, that means we need to have a serious talk before you head out, Aizawa started, and then he turned to shout down the hall, Hey, Hizashi, could you come in here? Yamada had been their bedroom folding and putting away some laundry. He made his way into the living room with a smile. Sure thing, what's up? he asked as he sat down in the recliner. Aizawa nodded towards Izuku. He informed me that this is the first time he has gone anywhere by himself, so I think we need to have a little talk before he goes out. Izuku felt himself get nervous as Yamada nodded. Well, you're old enough to understand the whole "don't go anywhere strangers" thing, right? Yamada asked him. He nodded. Good, and you know not to be doing drugs or drinking alcohol, right? Yeah. Okay, well then I guess you're good. Yamada announced happily, and he started to get up before Aizawa stopped him. Hold up, those are all good things to know, but we go over a little more than that. Like what? At that he turned to address Izuku directly. Like how it's okay to not want to do what your friends are doing, especially if it's something dangerous. And that if you ever feel afraid or overwhelmed that you can call us and we will be right there to get you. Or that we need to set a curfew and some boundaries so that we know that you are safe. Izuku started to relax, understanding that this talk was more about them ensuring his safety than thinking he would misbehave. I understand, he nodded along. What were you thinking curfew should be Shota? Yamada asked. Well, I was thinking 9 p.m. on school nights and 10 p.m. on the weekends and break, so today he should be home by 10. Don't you think 9 is a little early to go to bed for a 15-year-old? Aizawa huffed and rolled his eyes at his husband. Hizashi, a curfew isn't a bedtime, it's just a time set for when a child should be home. Then he turned to address Izuku. Do you think that's fair, Izuku? Yeah, that sounds fair. I don't really want to be out past 10 anyways, so at least it gives me an excuse to leave if I need it. Okay, so if we're all on the same page, then that's settled. He looked at Hizashi for his approval and he sent him a wide smile. Now, I think we need to set some ground rules as well. Okay, I feel like a bad parent. What other rules does he need beside don't drink, don't do drugs, and don't go anywhere with strangers? Let's see, what about don't do anything dangerous? Or don't break any rules or laws wherever you are. And call us if you start to go somewhere else than where you told us you were going. We need to know where you are. And call us when you get you there and when you start to leave, so we don't worry about you getting to and from home safe, Yamada added, finally understanding what Aizawa was saying. Izuku nodded. Okay, I will, I promise. He smiled at them happily. It made him feel so loved that they were concerned for his well-being. At 11:30, Izuku was putting on his shoes to head out to the mall. Aizawa and Yamada were standing in the entryway with him, making sure he had everything he needed. You have your phone, right? Yamada asked. He was starting to get nervous about Izuku leaving and he was hoping he didn't try and stop him. Yeah, it's in my pocket, he said, patting said pocket for emphasis. Okay, you have your train card too, right? He nodded. And don't forget to call or text us when you get to the mall, all right? I will, don't worry, is that all? Yamada nodded, but Aizawa stepped forward handing him some money. What's this for? He asked, hesitating to take it. You can't go shopping without money, kid, besides you're also going to need something to eat. He took the money and carefully put it into his pocket before beaming at the two and going to hug them both. Thank you. Izuku took the train to same mall that Aizawa and Yamada had taken him to get his new stuff from. It had only taken him about 15 minutes to get there, yet he wasn't surprised to see a few of his classmates already waiting. Ida, Momo, Todoroki, and Shoji were already standing by the mall entrance. Hey guys, he greeted as he ran up the stairs to the entrance. Greeting, Midoriya, Ida answered, waving his arms. Hey, Momo greeted quieter, while Todoroki just waved a little and Shoji nodded his head towards him. They chatted a little as they waited for the other to arrive, but when Kaken, Kirishima, and Kaminari came up distracting the others with their excitement, Ida pulled him to the side to talk to him privately. Do you plan to tell the others today? He asked in a low voice. Izuku nibbled on his bottom lip. I don't know, I may tell a few people, but I don't think I can handle explaining it to everyone all at once. That's too much, he answered nervously. Ida nodded thoughtfully. All right then, I will respect your wishes and avoid and slip-ups, he assured. Izuku beamed at him. Thank you, Ida, I really appreciate it. It was 10 minutes after noon when everyone finally made it, a fact that Ida let everyone know. Several of their classmates had greeted him and made sure to tell him how happy they were that he was able to join them this time. Izuku couldn't have been happier. So, Kaminari started, Are we going to do like last time and break into groups and then meet back up to eat? It worked quite well last time, so I don't see why not, Momo answered. They worked out some more detail before breaking into groups, agreeing to meet in the food court at 2 for lunch. Apparently last time one of the groups had consisted of just all the girls. However, this time Uraraka had said that she wanted to hang out with Izuku. So, the group Izuku was consisted of him, Ida, Uraraka, and Todoroki. They walked around for a while just chatting and going into stores they found interesting. The whole time Izuku was trying to think of a way of how to bring up the topic of his home life so he could explain everything to them. After all, they were his 3 closest friends, so he thought they deserved to know first. However, the matter was taken out of his hands when Uraraka asked him a question. So, Midoriya, how did you convince your parents to allow you to come today? I thought you said you weren't allowed to go anywhere outside of school, Uraraka asked with a tilt of her head. Todoroki had turned to look at him, too. Ida started to interject, but Izuku sent him a look telling him it was okay. Well, I wasn't really with my parents before now, Izuku answered, rubbing the back of his neck. He couldn't help but to cringe at that answer. Why was it so hard to word this sort of thing properly? Uraraka looked at him confused. If you weren't with your parents, then where were you? She asked. At this point they had stopped walking and were standing off to the side in the circle. Well, you see, it's just that I didn't really have parents until a week ago, Izuku said awkwardly. Why was this so hard? He couldn't look any of them in the eye. Ida placed a hand on his shoulder, and when he looked up he squeezed it reassuringly. I still don't understand, Uraraka spoke up. So, you were an orphan? Todoroki finally spoke up. Izuku nodded and Uraraka gasped. What? Izuku tensed, waiting for ridicule. Beeped. If you were an orphan, then where were you living? At Entai, he looked at the ground, tears welling in his eyes. He was humiliated. He thought for sure that none of them would want to be his friend anymore. After all, Entai was meant for delinquents, crazy kids that weren't fit to be in a family. He never saw anyone else there that fit that description, but that didn't change outsiders' perspective. He was really surprised when Ida pulled him into a strong hug. It is okay, Midoriya, no one is judging you. Had he been mumbling again? Or did Ida just know him well enough to know what he was thinking? Whatever it was, he appreciated the support. But, isn't Entai for bad kids? Uraraka asked hesitantly, having a hard time believing that Izuku lived in the delinquent orphanage. Uraraka, that is highly insensitive. Ida scolded, but Izuku interrupted. It's okay, Ida, that's what most people believe. It's really just an orphanage for high school-age teens, Uraraka. It's called Entai because there is the misconception that something must be wrong with a child to have not gotten adopted before they reach high school. Izuku couldn't even look at her. It felt like their friendship was slipping through his fingers. Oh, I didn't know, I'm really sorry, Uraraka apologized, but you said you have parents now, so that means you got adopted, right? Izuku nodded. That's great. Izuku finally looked up at that to Uraraka beaming at him. Ida was smiling as well, and even Todoroki had a small grin on his face. They were all happy to know that Izuku had found a family. He smiled back. It really is. The 3 of them spent the rest of their time walking around and talking about Izuku's new home. He excitedly told them about his bedroom, and about Machi and Hiro, and how he could eat whenever he wanted to. He missed the pained looks that graced his friends' faces at that. After all, to him the concept of being allowed to eat whenever was still new to him. He hadn't realized that that was normal for his friends. So, what are your new parents like? Todoroki asked. Izuku could hear the slight worry in his tone. Todoroki didn't have the best track record after all. Oh well, they're super nice and kind and already done so much for me, they even gave me money for today. Izuku answered happily. It hadn't even occurred to him yet that he hadn't told them that his parents were their teachers. That's great, Dad. What do they look like? Uraraka asked. Izuku tilted his head confused. You know what Aizawa-sensei and Mike-sensei look like already, he answered, still not realizing he hadn't told them who had adopted him. Uraraka froze on the spot and Todoroki tilted his head confused. Aizawa-sensei's your dad? Uraraka had screamed. Unluckily for Izuku, Kirishima and Bakugo had been within hearing distance and made their way over to them. Aizawa-sensei's whose dad? Kirishima asked curiously. Bakugo looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. Before he could stop her, Uraraka answered. Deku's. Bakugo scoffed at them. Aizawa-sensei isn't stupid Deku's dad, round cheeks. He is now. Uraraka argued. Bakugo turned to look at Izuku. Of course Bakugo knew that Izuku was an orphan, having known him since they were 2. Izuku nodded to let him know that was true. Bakugo stayed surprisingly quiet. What? Kirishima shouted. He started to ask a bunch of questions before Ida came to his rescue. This is a private and personal matter, that is Izuku's to tell who he sees fit. That last part was directed at Uraraka, who seemed thoroughly scolded, and it would be wise if we all agreed to keep this amongst ourselves, until he decides to tell everyone. They nodded in agreement, not daring to argue against Ida. It's almost 2, we should go to the food court, Todoroki interrupted. They all agreed and started to make their way to the food court. Izuku was walking in the back of the group, head down. He hadn't expected for everyone to have reacted like that. He was surprised when Bakugo hung back to walk beside him. So you finally got adopted? Bakugo asked. He wasn't sure where this was going, so he simply nodded. The old hag will be happy to hear that, Izuku smiled at him. He had known Bakugo long enough to know that that was Kaken for, I'm happy for you. That was one thing about Bakugo, no matter how much he had bullied Izuku, he never used his lack of parents against him. Thanks, Kaken, Bakugo scoffed before walking faster to catch up with Kirishima. Whatever. Of course, with Ida in their group, they were the first to arrive at the food court, but it didn't take everyone else too long to meet up. They broke up again to go get food, and then they sat at several tables near each other. They talked and laughed together happily as they ate. When they finished, a few people, like Momo and Shoji, excused themselves saying they needed to get to. Everyone else broke up into groups again to go shop some. This time Azui joined their group. Unlike last time, Izuku actually looked around the stores. He wasn't sure what he wanted to get, there wasn't anything he really needed. He was just about to concede to returning home empty-handed when he saw it. It smiled as he paid and didn't stop smiling for the rest of the trip. Around 4 o'clock most everyone decided to head home, and Izuku messaged Yamada to tell him he was on the train back to the apartment. When he got back to the apartment, he opened the door and started removing his shoes. I'm back, he yelled. He hoped it was okay to yell. He got his answer when Yamada came running into the room. Izuku, how was your day? He yelled excitedly. Izuku beamed brightly as they went into the living room where Aizawa was. It was good, I got to eat in the food court again. That's great. Did you buy anything? Yamada asked as they both sat down on the couch. Hiro jumped into his lap. Yeah, I did, he said. He was a little embarrassed about showing them, but he pulled it out of the bag anyway, handing it to Yamada. He looked away as Yamada unfolding the piece of fabric, blushing. Yamada burst into laughter. Show, look, he said, turning the object toward his husband. It was a hoodie, a black hoodie with the design of a white scarf printed around the collar and a pair of goggles printed on the hood. It was an Eraserhead hoodie. Shota blushed just as deeply as his son was. Where did you find that? He knew that they had made those for a little while, without Shota's permission, but a lawsuit had quickly taken care of that issue. There was a little shop in the mall that had some older hero merchandise in it. Izuku answered. He was a little worried that Aizawa was mad at him. Why did you buy this of all things? Because I have a present Mike doll and poster, but I didn't have anything Eraserhead. He replied, rubbing his arm. Before he knew it, Aizawa had crossed the room and was pulling him into a hug. He was embarrassed to admit he flinched at the contact. You are something else, kid, you know that? Izuku giggled a little, realizing that Aizawa wasn't mad. Oh, yeah, he started as Aizawa joined them on the couch, handing the hoodie back to him. I told some more of my classmates that you guys adopted me. Who all did you tell? Yamada asked. He sounded nervous. Well, Ida already knew, of course, and I told Uraraka and Todoroki, then Uraraka accidentally told Kaken and Kirishima. Aizawa sighed, throwing his head back. That's 5 people, now we definitely have introduced you to your grandparents. Yeah, they'll have a cow if they're the last people that get to meet you. I have grandparents? Izuku asked happily. Aizawa reached over and ruffled his hair. Yeah, just Hisashi's parents though, mine passed away a few years ago. It's too bad too, they would have loved you. Izuku beamed. They went the rest of the night telling Izuku about his grandparents even through dinner. Izuku may or may not have slept in his new hoodie that night. The first thing that Shota and Hisashi had done Saturday morning was call Mr. and Mrs. Yamada and set up a time for them to come and meet their grandson. After a long discussion, they finally settled on meeting at their apartment Sunday for dinner. They thought that Izuku would be more comfortable meeting new faces in his own home as opposed to meeting new faces in a completely new place. Needless to say, the two were very excited, and Shota was certain that Izuku would be getting a lot more gifts in the near future. After ending the phone call with his parents, Hisashi was quick to remind Shota that if his parents were coming Sunday, that meant that today was family fun day. Shota could already see the gears turning behind those bright eyes and wide smile. Let me guess, you already have somewhere in mind for us to go? Shota sighed. Yes, Hisashi nodded enthusiastically. Let's go to the zoo. You aren't going to shut up about this until we go to the zoo together, are you? Shota felt a headache coming on as Hisashi nodded in agreement. He let out a long-suffering sigh. Fine, if Izuku wants to go to the zoo, we will go to the zoo. Hisashi was practically vibrating with excitement. Unluckily for Shota, when Izuku woke up he was just as excited to go to the zoo as Hisashi. Then Izuku, still wearing the Eraserhead hoodie, had commented that he had never been to the zoo before and it was settled. They were going to the zoo. After having breakfast and getting ready, Shota found himself riding the train to the next city over to visit the zoo, listening to his husband animatedly telling their son about the zoo. I love the birds, especially the loud ones or the ones that have learned to talk. Can they really talk? Yeah, well, they mostly just mimic noises they've heard, like people talking, but I've heard that they've done studying on it and they do understand what they are saying. That's cool. It is. Did you know that have taught gorillas sign language before? Really? Yeah, there was a gorilla in an American zoo that they taught how to communicate with her handlers using ASL. I think her name was something like Coco or Cookie, something like that. Coco, Shota interrupted. Yeah, that was it, Coco. That's pretty awesome. Izuku smiled it up at them. Eventually Hisashi had gotten out his phone and was looking up cool animal facts to tell Izuku, and as said child got more and more excited for the zoo, Shota could feel himself actually looking forward to this trip, especially if it made Izuku so happy. It was around 11 in the morning when they had finally made it to the zoo. Izuku had let out a soft wow at the large archway entrance of the zoo. They had paid for tickets before entering. Right as they entered the zoo, there was a large courtyard and several buildings such as places to eat and gift shops. There was a cobblestone pathway that split off in 6 directions leading to different enclosures connected to the courtyard. As they entered, a nice elderly gentleman who worked for the zoo had handed a map, which they had thanked him for. They stepped over to the side to look over the map and decide where to go first. Looking at the map, they could see each path actually looped around into one another. The path excited at the 2nd, the 3rd at the 4th, and the 5th at the 6th, so in reality there were 3 paths all leading back to the courtyard. Well, if we go down this path first, Hisashi said, indicating the first pathway to the left of the entrance. We can see the cheetahs, lions, giraffes, zebras, hyenas, and elephants, then come back here for lunch before going down the next path. Sounds like a plan, Shota agreed, and so they set off down the first path. The zoo was landscaped so that even the areas between enclosures had felt like the wilderness. One thing Shota enjoyed about this particular zoo was that the animals weren't kept in cages. All the enclosures were modeled as closely to the animals' natural habitats as possible. This zoo was also an animate conservationist. Most animals here were expected to be released back into the wild when able to, though a few were permanent residents being unable to return to the wild. But it was still good to know that the zoo actually cared about animals. Judging by the signs and landscaping, this section of the zoo was the African section, containing mostly animals from the continent of Africa. The fifth enclosure they saw was the cheetahs. There were 3 cheetahs in the enclosure, 2 females and 1 male. The 2 females were lounging together and lazily cleaning one another while the male was simply walking around. According to the sign by the enclosure, the male had been injured in the wild and had been brought to the zoo to recover and was scheduled to go back to wild in a few months if his treatment went according to plan. On the other hand, the two females had been rescued from breeder who was illegally breeding and selling exotic animals as pets. It was unlikely either of them could survive in the wild, so they were expected to spend the rest of their lives in the zoo. After the cheetahs were the lions. Surprisingly, this pride of lions had 2 males and 4 females. The sign said that the 2 males were born in captivity together and had lost their territorial instincts towards one another. There was also a note that one of the females was the daughter of one of the males and one of the females and was the first lion to be born at this zoo. Izuku seemed to enjoy watching the family of lions play together. The most exciting thing about the giraffes had been when one of the zookeepers had allowed Izuku to feed them some bananas. He was hesitant at first, but quickly got excited at seeing their long black tongues. He especially liked the baby giraffe. The zebras were in a large herd and were running around their enclosure together. They had 2 babies. There wasn't anything too exciting about the hyenas, but Shota got a kick out of it when Izuku said that their laughter sounded like Hisashi. He was less than enthused when Hisashi had taken this as a challenge and keep trying to imitate them. Shota was a little shocked by Izuku's amazement at how large the elephants were. He really wasn't kidding when he had said that he had never been to a zoo. Shota's mood was lifted though when one elephant had spit water on Hisashi. Hisashi wasn't too upset by it though at the sound of Izuku's laughter. A zookeeper had apologized profusely and it was quite entertaining to watch her scold said elephant who was apparently a bit of a troublemaker that liked to show off in front of the kids. Apparently the big Galuda had just done it to make Izuku laugh. Yeah, Hisashi definitely wasn't mad at the elephant for that. After the elephant incident they had went back to the courtyard and had decided to go ahead and have lunch and they had sat outside to eat. While they ate, a peacock had come through leading a small herd of babies behind it. Izuku had been very excited about this. One of the waiters at the zoo restaurant had informed them that the peacock was in fact a male and that the female peacocks were brown as opposed to the vibrant blues, greens, and purples of the male. This trip was winding up being very educational. After lunch they had went down the third path which ended up being the Asian section which had enclosures on pandas, red pandas, sloth bears, clouded leopards, and fishing cats. Shota enjoyed the big cats the most. Hisashi had gushed over the pandas and Izuku was really shocked to find out that there were red pandas, though he admitted that didn't look like how he had imagined when he had seen the enclosure on the map. He still liked them though. After the Asian section they had went to a building in the courtyard that contained the reptiles. There was a wide assortment of snakes, lizards, and frogs housed all along the wall of the round building. In the center of the room there was a large hole that looks down into a Komodo dragon exhibit. Izuku was really enthused about seeing them in person. He had also taken a liking to a Japanese giant salamander named Ramen that housed there. There was another house in the courtyard that contained smaller animals such as some small monkeys, rodents, and lemurs. Hisashi thought the naked mole rat was kind of gross, but Izuku kind of liked it. Though the long-tailed chinchilla was by far Izuku's favorite, especially since the handler had allowed him to pet it. They had also gotten to see the lemurs being fed lunch, which was quite fun. They decided to save the birdhouse for last, so they went down the final path that took them to the Mycalinus section. This section contained all the animals that didn't exactly share a habitat but still needed somewhere to go. There were polar bears, otters, tigers, foxes, and even penguins. The best thing about these exhibits had been the penguins. There was a small sign telling about one family of penguins in particular. There were 2 male penguins who had shown obvious signs of being in a relationship since their first mating season. Penguins mated for life, so the 2 were still together. And last mating season, when one female had rejected their egg after their mate had passed, the 2 males had actually been found to have been caring for the egg. The egg had hatched about a month ago and now the 2 males had a little male baby penguin. It kind of reminded Shota of them, and based on the look on Izuku's face as Hisashi had read the plaque off, he felt the same. After that they had returned to the courtyard and finally went to the bird exhibit. They would have gone earlier, but Hisashi had insisted on leaving the best for last. Shota thought that was kind of stupid, but he went along with it anyway. Inside the birdhouse they were able to purchase small cups of bird seed to feed to the large assortment of exotic birds. Hisashi had spent most of his time trying to a parakeet to say something. Izuku was giggling softly as a smaller bird landed on his arm to eat some feed out of his cup. "Look at that one," Shota said, nudging him gently and pointing at a large cockatoo. "Its present mic is a bird." Izuku had laughed so loud that the little bird had squawked at him before flying away. He didn't seem to care though. They both had tight lips when Hisashi had questioned them on what was so funny. After the birdhouse, they had stopped at the gift shop before leaving. It took some convincing, but they finally talked Izuku into picking out something that he wanted. As Izuku has wandered around the store looking at the wide assortment of animal-themed merchandise in the shop, Hisashi had picked out a shirt with the zoo's logo on it for him. They might have told him he could pick out one thing, but that didn't mean he was only going to get one thing. Eventually Izuku had come back to them, blushing as he held a stuffed version of the Japanese giant salamander he loved so much. It even had a small collar around its neck with the name ramen written on it. Before the checked-out Shota had seen a snow globe with that featured the family of penguins inside it. He added it to their purchase. It was dinner time when they had finally got home and they ended up ordering takeout, all of them too tired to cook. After dinner they had both given Izuku the items they had bought him from the zoo. Izuku was over the moon and hugged them both, thanking them profusely. That was something Shota was thankful for. Izuku seemed to be warming up to having more physical contact them, which was great because it was being more and more obvious how touch-starved the poor kid was by the way he would lean into any contact. They had watched TV for a little while before Izuku had excused himself to go to his room and talk with his friends. No doubt he wanted to tell them all about his trip to the zoo. Later on, closer to bedtime, Shota and Hisashi had went to his room to tell him to get ready for bed, suspecting he was too distracted to keep track of time. However, when they knocked on his door there was no reply. They exchanged a worried look before opening his door to check on him. The sight before them warmed their hearts. Izuku was curled up on his bed, his stuffed salamander tucked against his chest and his phone held limply in his hand. Shota smiled softly as he took the phone and went to plug it up on his desk. Hisashi had went to tuck Izuku in and make sure he was covered with a blanket and was pleased to notice he was wearing the zoo shirt with his pajama pants. After Shota had plugged in the phone, he made his way back over to the bed, but not before noticing the snow globe sitting on shelf above Izuku's dresser. He nudged Hisashi, pointing at it. They both smiled at each other. They both took turns kissing his forehead gently and whispering a quiet goodnight before leaving, turning the lights off as they went. The trip to the zoo had been a blessing in disguise as it had kept the whole family distracted from the upcoming dinner the next day. They had of course told Izuku the morning before about his grandparents coming to visit before they had brought up the zoo. They wanted him to be prepared for it. Izuku was overjoyed at the idea of having grandparents, but he was understandably nervous about meeting them. After all, he was still getting used to the idea of having parents, let alone a whole family. Sunday morning before Izuku woke up, Hisashi had called his parents to set a few ground rules regarding Izuku. Even though he had been with them for barely over a week, there were quite a few things they had picked up on about Izuku. Like how sudden touches were a no-go. If you hugged Izuku out of nowhere or put your hand on him without warning, he would tense and try to get away. He would also jump at loud, unexpected noises. He was also terrified of yelling. The other day one of the neighbor had had a very animated breakup in the hallway and Izuku had ended up curled up against Hisashi on the couch, shaking and hiding his face. Needless to say, Shota had had some words with said neighbor later on that night. With all that in mind, Hisashi had wanted to warn his parents before they accidentally did something to make Izuku not trust them. Izuku has had a hard life and it didn't take a logistics specialist to figure out he had been abused. And just like any other victim of abuse, Izuku's trust was a fragile thing. One wrong move and they would be right back to square one. It was one of the reasons why Hisashi and Shota had been very hesitant on who they let into Izuku's life and when. Hisashi could only hope that they weren't rushing things. Thankfully his father was very understanding, but his mother was still having a little trouble understanding. "I know, Mom, but Izuku's not comfortable with sudden hugging yet," Hisashi sighed, rubbing his forehead. He had to move the conversation to his and Shota's bedroom in fear that he would still be explaining things when Izuku woke up. He was currently sitting on their bed explaining to his mother for the third time why she couldn't hug Izuku as soon as she came through the door. I'm sure after he gets to know you better, he'll be more than happy to hug you, but you have to let him make the first move, okay? Now, Carol, you have to a little patient about this. The boy's been through you a lot. Father tried to help from the other end. His mother still huffed indignantly. Fine, but I better get at least one hug by the end of the evening, she argued. She had always been a little bullheaded. His father liked to joke that it was because she was white. She didn't appreciate that. You see, Hisashi's mother, Carol, was British and had moved to Japan after marrying his father, Hisaki. So Hisashi was a mix of British and Japanese heritages, which are what gave him his peculiar appearance. Not that he was weird-looking or anything, he just didn't look like a typical Japanese man like Shota or Tensei. I can't guarantee that, and you know it. At least promise me you won't do anything to scare him off. He begged. He didn't think he could live with it if his son was afraid of his own grandmother because she had gotten too touchy-feely the first time they meet. Why, I would never. Hisashi, I can't believe you would even think I would do anything of the sort. She continued to rage, but his father quickly took the phone. Don't worry, I'll make sure she doesn't frighten the boy. We'll see this evening. Love you, bye. Love you too, Dad. See ya later. He hung up the phone sign. He really hoped that tonight went well. They had gone to the grocery store after breakfast that morning in order to get what they needed for dinner that night. They had already gone grocery shopping that week, but they didn't have anything adequate for a dinner with Hisashi's parents. They had actually had the idea that it would make the night even more special if Izuku had picked what they had for dinner. Izuku had no idea what to have. Well, what's your favorite food? Hisashi asked, a little surprised that they hadn't thought to ask that already. Katsudon, but that isn't really appropriate, is it? Nonsense, katsudon sounds perfect, besides my mother loves it. Hisashi had argued. Izuku had smiled softly at that. And so they got the ingredients to make katsudon. They also picked up some flowers to put around the house. The rest of the day had been spent cleaning the house and preparing for the arrival of the grandparents. Even Izuku had helped them clean. They put out the fancy tablecloth on the table and pull out the better dishes and silverware. Izuku had laughed when Shota had pulled an ugly vase out of the closet and set it on the coffee table, telling Izuku it had been a Christmas gift from them. They had filled the vase with flowers. Izuku had also helped Shota brush the cats and put a different flower on Machi's collar. This one was pink. After they were satisfied that the whole house, including the cats and themselves, were ready for the visit, they started dinner. They had even gotten Izuku to help them cook, which ended up being quite fun. They had agreed to have dinner at 6 p.m., but Hisashi's parents tended to show up early, so they weren't surprised when the doorbell rang 15 minutes till. Hisashi had gone to answer the door, not even noticing that Izuku followed him from the kitchen and was shyly peeking around the corner. Izuku was excited about the idea of finally having grandparents. He had met quite a few kids in his life that were more than happy to tell him all about how fantastic grandparents were. He was a little disappointed and saddened that Aizawa's parents had already passed away, but he was looking forward to meet Yamada's. However, he would admit he was terrified. For the majority of his life, adults had been nothing but cruel and mean to him. That is until All Might and Yue and Aizawa and Yamada. And, as much as he hated to admit it, he was still waiting for them to turn on him. The moment they find out how worthless he really is, they won't want anything to do with him. The moment Aizawa and Yamada found out he was really quirkless, this would all go away and he would be back at Entai. He feared what the caretaker were going to do to him for daring to think he could have a good life. Maybe he would run away before they could take him back there. Okay, he'll admit he did have some trust issues, but could you blame him? His own father hadn't even wanted him. So, in Izuku's mind, there was no reason why Yamada's parents would like him. Aizawa and Yamada had spent a long time telling him how great they were and how excited they were to meet him, but Izuku couldn't help but to have his doubts. He had finally concluded that the best thing he could do at this point was to wait and see for himself. So, when the doorbell rang, he had gone with Yamada to answer the door. However, he was too afraid to greet them, yet so he hid behind the wall and picked out uncertainly. He knew that Yamada's parents were an interracial couple, but he hadn't expected such a big difference between them. Carol, Yamada's mom, was a British lady with the same color blonde hair as Yamada that went down to her shoulders and a kind-looking face. She had greeted Yamada enthusiastically and hugged him. Hisaki, Yamada's dad, looked like a typical Japanese man with short black hair. The only peculiar thing about him was that he had the same bright green eyes as his son. He also hugged Yamada, albeit more calm. Izuku quickly ducked back into the kitchen before either of them saw him. "So, where is this grandkid of mine?" Carol had asked after both parents had finished greeting their son. "He's in the kitchen with Shota helping him finish dinner," Hisashi had answered, tucking his mother's coat and hanging it up on the wall. He hadn't even noticed the gift in his father's hand until he handed it to his wife to take off his own jacket. "Is that for Izuku?" "Of course it is. It's a grandparent's job to spoil their grandbaby, and as far as I'm concerned we are 15 years late," Carol had huffed. She was still a little ticked off at not being allowed to hug her grandson. "Well, he'll really appreciate it. Why don't I set that down in the living room and he can open it after dinner?" He took the gift, which he noticed was wrapped in bright red wrapping paper, and set it down on the coffee table by the flowers. His parents soon followed him into the living room after taking off their shoes. Hisaki caught a glimpse of green hair disappear behind the kitchen wall, but he say anything. "Well, when do we get to meet the kid?" Carol had asked. She had talked non-stop about their new grandson since the children had told them about him a week ago. Guess he was going to have to stop think of Hisashi and Shota as children now that they had a son of their own. "Now, honey, we talked about this. It isn't a good idea to rush things. While both of Yamada's parents were retired now, his father used to be a physiologist and he understood better than his wife how delicate of a situation this was." Carol didn't care about that. "I'm not rushing anything, Hisaki. It's already been a week and I haven't so much as even seen a picture of my grandson yet." "Well, if you want to see pictures, I have a bunch on my phone," Hisashi suggested, that seemed to satisfy his mother. So, they spent the rest of their time before dinner sitting on the couch with Hisashi in the middle, showing them all the pictures he had secretly been taking of Izuku this past week. There were pictures of him laughing, eating, smiling, and just all together being a little ball of sunshine. Now that he was looking through all the pictures, Hisashi could see the progress the Izuku had made in just a week. He was smiling more genuinely and he looked like he was gaining some weight back, which was great considering how small he was before. Before they knew it, it was time to eat. "Dinner's ready," Shota announced coming into the room. Hisaki had stood up smiling widely before making his way over to his son-in-law. "Shota, how have you been?" he asked, hugging him. Shota had always had a special place in Hisaki's heart after. He had come to live with them after his parents had passed. Something similar had happened to a girl he had known in high school, and she ended up taking her own life before they graduated, and he'd be damned if he was going to let Shota end up like that. So, when Hisashi had asked them if his best friend could move in with them, he had been quick to agree. And ever since then Shota had been like a second son to him, and he made sure that he treated both boys the same. He couldn't have been happier the day when Shota became his actual son by marrying Hisashi. "I've been good," he answered, and he glanced behind him to the kitchen where Hisaki could see a teenage boy setting food on the table. "Really good." "I bet," he replied, ruffling Shota's hair. Carol came up after him and Shota as well. "Hey, honey," she greeted. They were always so gentle and kind to Shota after his parents passed, and Hisashi couldn't be more grateful. He loved seeing all of his loved ones together and enjoying each other's company. Speaking of which, there was another loved one for them to meet. Izuku was nervously standing in the kitchen fiddling with his fingers when they entered. He looked up as they came in, smiling shakily. "Hello, I'm Izuku," he greeted shyly. He didn't make any move to get closer to them or touch them, and Hisashi was thankful when his parents didn't either. "Hello, Izuku, it's lovely to meet you. I'm Hisaki," Hisaki greeted warmly. "And I'm Carol." "It's nice to meet you both," Izuku responded. Shota indicated for them to sit down. They had had to pull out an extra chair earlier, so there were enough. Shota and Hisashi made a point of sitting on either side of Izuku to offer comfort and support, and to also act as a barrier between Izuku and the two who were currently strangers to him. They weren't particularly religious people, but Hisashi's mother was, so tonight they said grace before eating. Thankfully Izuku didn't argue this or anything and simple went with it. Speaking of which, did they ever ask him if he had any religious beliefs? They'd have to do that later on. After grace they dug into dinner. "Wow, this is really amazing," Carol commented after a few bits. Thanks, it was Izuku's receipt, Shota responded. Izuku blushed deeply and looked down at the table shyly. Well, you did a fantastic job, Izuku, Hisaki complimented. Thank you, Izuku replied quietly. After that the adults made some small talk about work and other boring things until Izuku was paying more attention and seemed more relaxed. So, Izuku, what all have you guys done since you got adopted? Hisaki asked. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck nervously. We've been to beach and the zoo so far, Izuku responded. That sounds like fun. Carol said, what all did you do on the beach? That was what got Izuku to open up. They spent the rest of dinner talking and laughing about their family fun days. By the end of dinner Izuku was excitedly telling his grandparents about UA and all of his friends, and their quirks of course. Why don't you three go talk in the living room and me and Sho will clean up here? Hisashi had suggested, already gathering plates from the table. He wanted them to have some alone time together while not really being alone. I can help, Izuku objected as he picked up his dishes from the table and began helping Hisashi do the dishes. It was a clear, I don't want to that, and no one tried to object. Shota took the lead and took his in-laws into the living room. So, what do you think of your grandparent? Hisashi asked as he washes the dishes. They seem really nice. They didn't get mad at me for talking too much, Izuku responded. That was something else to add to the file. Kiddo, I'm their son, they don't mind talking, trust me. Hisashi chuckled, nudging Izuku a little and handing him a plate to dry. Izuku smiled up at him. Meanwhile, Shota and his in-laws were having a similar conversation. He's really sweet, Shota, but you all need to work on his confidence, Carol had scolded. Carol, that's going to take a lot time. They've only had him for a week. That's not enough time to undo a lifetime of trauma. Hisaki argued. Yeah, besides he's just being shy because he's never been around you two before. He's a lot more open around people he's comfortable with. You should see him at school, Shota comments. Oh, yes, I keep forgetting you said that he was one of your students. How is that going to work when school starts back? I'll be honest, I'm not sure, Shota answered. Well, in my opinion, I would try to keep as much normalcy as possible. It wouldn't do him any good to change his routine in the one place he had felt safe before. That sounds good and all, but some of his classmates already know and I wouldn't be surprised if they've already told the whole school. Well, I would recommend that you allow him to initiate any changes in routine, like public affection. I would also allow him to decide who to tell and who not to. There isn't anything you can do about the other children saying anything, but you should avoid exposing it unless he wants you to. It would help to build more trust in him. Hisaki had suggested. That's a good idea. We'll probably have to have a heart-to-heart before school starts back regardless so that we're all on the same page. That's an excellent idea, Shota, Hisaki had agreed. Not long after that Hisashi and Izuku joined them in the living room bringing tea with them as they came. Hisashi sat down on the couch next to Shota and his mother while Izuku sat in the other armchair that Hisaki wasn't in. They all had a cup of tea soon. So, Izuku, Carol started picking up the gift from the coffee table. We got you a little something to welcome you to the family. She handed the gift over Izuku, smiling happily. Thank you, you didn't have to, Izuku had responded, taking the gift gingerly. Nonsense, Hisaki had argued. Izuku had gently and carefully removed the wrapping paper and Shota had to wonder if this was the first time he had received a wrapped gift. Izuku gasped, surprised when he finally opened the gift. What did you get? Hisashi asked. Izuku held up the gift to show him. It was a fairly rare All Might figurine featuring him in his Silver Age costume, which just so happened to be Izuku's favorite. Wow, that's awesome. Hisashi had encouraged, wanting to reassure Izuku that it was okay to accept the gift. Thank you, Izuku said softly, and he gently hugged the box against his chest. It was nothing, baby. Your dad said that you were a pretty big All Might fan, so we thought you would enjoy, Carol had responded. Izuku's eyes had widened at the word, Dad, and the other three adults had whipped around to look at the blonde lady. She huffed indignantly. Don't you all look at me like that, you adopted him, that makes you boys his fathers. He addresses you as such, Carol had snapped. She was a good woman and she meant well, but she didn't understand other people's emotions all too well. 30+ years as a lawyer will do that to a person. That's not really an appropriate thing to say right now, Hisashi argued. Izuku was shaking ever so slightly in his seat, looking almost sick. It is not inappropriate. Carol had argued back. Honey, remember the conversation we had about rushing things? Hisaki had interrupted, trying to de-escalate the situation before a fight broke out. This isn't rushing things, Hisaki, and you need to stop talking to me like I'm child. These two have done a lot for that boy and he should show them some respect, Carol had huffed. Izuku, I think maybe you should go to your room and find a nice place to display that figurine. Shota dismissed, hoping to remove Izuku from the chaos. Izuku was quick to obey, rushing off to his room to get away from his angry family. Once he was gone, Shota turned back to his in-laws. I think it's about time that you two left. I think that is a wonderful idea, Hisaki agreed, trying to leave before his wife said anything she regretted later. You don't kick me out of my son's house, young man. Carol had screamed. She had never as fond of Shota as Hisaki was, always making sure he knew he wasn't their real son. She only liked Shota when he was doing exactly what she wanted. And asking her to get out of their house wasn't what she wanted. Hisashi stood from his seat looking furious. Get out, he answered between gritted teeth. Excuse me? I am your mother. And this is my house and my son that you just upset. Do you not think that I would love for Izuku to call me Papa? Because I would. But it's his decision of what and when to call us by a certain title. And hope that all your little outburst did today was damage his likelihood of ever calling you Grandma. House. Hisashi ranted. He was seething in anger at seeing Izuku so frightened by someone he had warming up to just half an hour before. Carol opened her mouth to argue, but was interrupted by her husband placing a hand on her arm. Carol, I believe that is enough. You've upset everyone, now let's just go. Hisaki argues. Carol jerked her arm away angrily before stomping to the door to get her shoes, nose raised and a sour look on her face. I'm so sorry, you two. Thank you for the dinner, and it was truly a pleasure to meet Izuku, even if some people can't behave maturely. He spoke loud enough to make sure that his wife heard him. They heard her slam the door in anger as she left. Hisaki bowed at them and thanked them again before starting to leave. However, he paused in the hallway. He knocked gently on Izuku's door before speaking loud enough that he could hear him. Izuku, it's Hisaki, we are leaving. Thank you for making us dinner, and it was wonderful to meet you. You are a truly great kid and I'm glad to be able to call you my grandson. After saying his piece, Hisaki put on his shoes and left a lot quieter than his wife had. Hisashi started toward Izuku's room, but was stopped when Shota grabbed his arm. Stop, you need to calm down before you go talk to him. If you go in there now as furious as you are, you'll scare him. Why aren't you mad? Hisashi asked, but the moment he looked into his husband's eyes he knew that was a stupid question. There was a fire burning behind Shota's eyes. Shota didn't say anything, only pulled him into his arms. They stood there for a while, holding each other and calming down. Finally, when they had calmed down, they separated. Let's go check on our kid, Shota suggested. Izuku wasn't anywhere visible when they had entered his room. They had panicked. They searched every nook and cranny of the room, fearing the worst. Izuku was curled up under his bed when they finally found him. They had actually started to fear that he had gone out the window. Hey kiddo, what ya doing under there? Hisashi asked quietly as him and Shota lay on the ground looking under the bed. Izuku was curled into a ball, shaking with silent sobs. At the sound of Hisashi's voice, Izuku had sobbed out loud. Hey, none of that now, it's okay. You're all right. We're right here for you. Hisashi had soothed. He didn't want anything more than to hold his son in his arms. Do you want to come out here and talk about it? Shota questions gently. It was hard to tell, but way the mass of green hair bobbed seemed to be Izuku shaking his head. That's okay, we will stay right here until you're ready. Hisashi had reassured again. Hisashi and Shota turned onto their sides to face one another, staying silent and holding each other's hand. Hisashi stretched his arm out until it was under the bed, palm up. An offering. They laid there for nearly an hour before Hisashi felt a small, shaking hand reach out and take a hold of his. He didn't move, didn't look, didn't say anything, he just squeezed that tiny hand reassuringly. It was another half an hour before Izuku made a move to get out from under the bed. The two adults had sat up and moved back to give him room. Once Izuku was out from under the bed, he sat leaning against the mattress just staring at the floor. Without saying or looking at one another, Shota and Hisashi moved as a single unit to sit on either side of their son, wrapping their arms around him and leaning their heads on his. They stayed silent, simply offering comfort until words were needed. Finally, after maybe another 20 minutes, Izuku spoke. "Do I have to call you to my fathers?" Izuku's voice sounded wet and weak. It broke both their hearts. "No, of course not. You don't have to call us anything unless and when you want to," Shota had answered. Izuku nodded in understanding. "I'm sorry." "What for?" "You haven't done anything wrong," Hisashi questioned. "Carol said I was disrespecting you by not calling you my dads," Izuku answered. "Kid, you haven't disrespected us at all. You have been nothing but polite since you have come home," Shota assured. Izuku had hiccuped at that, shoulders shaking. He leaned against Hisashi heavily. "Look, kiddo, you haven't done anything wrong and we haven't done any of this expecting something return. We did this, adopted you, because we care about you and we want you to be safe and happy," Hisashi said. "And you want to call us your dads, that fine, and if you don't, that fine too," Shota assured. "I don't know what I want," Izuku admitted. "And that's fine," Shota responded. "The only thing we need from you right now is for you to be happy and healthy." "We love you, kiddo," Hisashi said softly, kissing Izuku's hair. Izuku smiled a little at that. "Now, where is this fancy All Might doll?" Shota asked, trying to distract Izuku. He pointed up at the bed and Shota reached back and grabbed it, holding it out in front of him. "So, where are you going to display this thing?" Shota asked, looking the box over. "Can I put it on the shelf?" Izuku asked. He was relaxing a little against Hisashi now. "Sure you can. Want me to go get some scissors so we can get him out?" Shota asked, and Hisashi rolled his eyes. "No, you big dork, that's a collector's item. You aren't supposed to open it." "What do you mean you don't open it? It's a toy, isn't it? How is he supposed to play with it if it's in a box?" "You don't play with collector's items, Sho. You just display them, in their original packaging." "You're shitting me," Shota huffed, then turned to Izuku. "He's shitting me, isn't he?" Izuku giggled at that. "No, he's right. You aren't supposed to open collector stuff." "Well, do you want to open it?" Shota asked. "Not really, I like the packaging," Izuku responded. "Okay, then if you don't want it opened, we won't open it." Shota shrugged and stood up. He walked over to the shelf and examined them carefully. The snow globe from the zoo was on the bottom left shelf, so he set the doll down on the bottom right shelf. "How about this?" he asked. "This way the left side can be memory stuff and the right can be hero merchandise." Izuku smiled wider at that, and Hisashi couldn't help but to think that he'd do anything if that smile would stay there. "I like it." They sat on the floor of Izuku's room for a while discussing what else they could put on the shelves when Hisashi had suggested another movie night. The other two agreed, and Izuku seemed relieved to have a new distraction from the events from earlier. Hisashi went to the kitchen to get popcorn and snacks while Shota went around and collected all the blankets and pillows he could carry. They talked Izuku into picking out the movies. Sadly, since it was so late, they had to settle on just 2 movies, but that was fine. When they set everything up in the living room, Izuku showed them the movies he had picked, The Avengers and Spider-Man. Of course he would pick superhero films. This time they all cuddled up together on the couch with Izuku in the middle, surrounded by pillows and blankets. Izuku had a large bowl of popcorn sitting in his lap for all of them to share. "Have you seen any Marvel movies before?" Hisashi asked before the movie started. "No, but I've heard a lot about them," Izuku answered. "Well, you picked 2 good ones to start with," Shota told him. They watched The Avengers first, and Izuku was silent the whole time, never looking away from the screen. When the movie finally ended and they made sure Izuku got to see the end credit scene, Shota stood up stretching, taking the now empty bowl from Izuku to take to the kitchen. "So, what did you think of that?" Hisashi asked, excited. "It was awesome," Izuku stated before going on a long rant about how cool each character was and everything he had noticed about their powers. It was interested to hear his comparisons of each character to real pros and even some of his classmates. Shota thought the comparison of Thor and Denki was a little far-fetched, but also kind of accurate. Maybe Denki wouldn't short-circuit himself as much if he used an object to channel his electricity like Thor does. Izuku's suggestion. Shota could physically see him itching to write this all down. He grabbed an extra notebook from the drawer and a pencil and handed to Izuku, who smiled widely and opened the notebook to start writing. That's actually a pretty good idea, kid. Maybe I'll have you help me come up with a lesson plan sometime. Shota commented. Izuku paused his writing and looked up hopefully. Really? Yeah, we'd have to keep it quiet from your classmates though, but you have a lot of good ideas that would probably help them all in class. Izuku beamed. Okay, you two, enough school talk, Hisashi commented as he joined them back on the couch after switching out the movie. We have a movie to watch. Izuku didn't watch Spider-Man as intensely as he had the Avenger. He was still writing in his notebook, looking up occasionally and watching interesting scenes in the movie. Hisashi actually laughed out loud when Izuku had whispered, "Zero," when Spider-Man was swinging through the city using his webs. By the end of the movie, Izuku was on the 5th or 6th page of the notebook. This time it was Hisashi who stood up and stretched, excusing himself to the bathroom. Shota laid his arm along the back of the couch and leaned over to read over Izuku's shoulder. He was currently writing a page on how Zero could improve his quirk based off of Spider-Man. Okay, kiddo, why don't you finish that up then get ready for bed? It's been a long day, Shota suggested. Okay, Izuku answered. He wrote for another 5 minutes before closing the notebook and getting up. He went to his room and came back out a minute later wearing pajamas. Shota noted the Eraserhead hoodie was back, and then went to the bathroom to brush his teeth. Shota took this time to go to the master bathroom and get ready. Hisashi was changing into pajamas when he entered the room. Once they were both changed and their teeth brushed, they went to Izuku's room and knocked gently on the door. They only entered when they heard a small "come in" through the door. When they entered, Izuku was already lying on his bed covered up. Shota went over and straightened the blankets around his shoulders and kissed his forehead. "Night, kiddo, love you." After he backed away, Hisashi came over and kissed his forehead as well. "Good night, little listener, I love you." "Good night," Izuku answered back. They smiled at him as they started to leave the room, turning off the lights as they left. Before the door shut the door completely, they heard a small, timid voice speak up. "I love you too." The next morning was a late start with all three of them sleeping in. Surprisingly, it was Izuku who woke up first. He was still a little shaken from the day before, although Aizawa and Yamada had reassured him that everything was fine. After going to the bathroom and realizing he was the only one awake, he went back to his room and decided he needed to talk about it. After Friday's shopping trip, Izuku had made a group chat consisting of all of his friends that knew in order to ask them to keep it quiet and also so they talk about it without letting anyone else know. He had told them all yesterday morning that he was going to meet his grandparents yesterday and talk to them for a while about how nervous he was. They had reassured him that it would be okay and had even spent a while telling him stories about their own grandparents. He felt kind of bad that it hadn't been as good of an experience as they said it would have been, as though he had somehow let them down. He didn't know what to say, so he just sent a simple "good morning." Minimate. Good morning. He had forgotten that their chat room names were the same as the class group chat. It wasn't long before people started responding. Class Prez. Good morning, Midoriya. I hope you slept well. Minimate. I did, thank you. Float like a butterfly. Morning, Deku. Rocking Robin. Morning, bro. Ice but on fire. Good morning, Midoriya. How did your dinner go? Float like a butterfly. Oh yeah, you meet your grandparents last night, I almost forgot. What were they like? Minimate. It was okay at first, and then there was a bit of a fight towards the end. Rocking Robin. A fight? Minimate. Kind of my grandmother and the rest of the adults. Float like a butterfly. What were they fighting about? Minimate. Carol made a comment that I should call Aizawa and Yamada my dads. It didn't go over too well. Class Prez. Do our senseis not wish for you to call them your parents? Minimate. No, it's not that. It's just that they said I didn't have to unless I wanted to. And even then I could wait as long as I wanted to call them that. But Carol was trying to make me say it right then, and they both got upset by it. Class Prez. I see. How did you feel in that situation? Minime. Honestly kind of scared. I haven't even thought of calling either of them dad, yet. So when she started attacking me about it, I was afraid of how they'd react. But on fire. That's understandable. Float like a butterfly. What did your grandfather say? Minime. He was on my side and kept trying to get her to shut up. Rocking Robin. How did it end? Minime. Aizawa asked me to go to my room, but I could still hear them. And I heard Yamada tell his mother to get out. He was mad. Rocking Robin. Man, that sounds scary. Are you okay? Minime. Yeah, I'm okay. They came and talked to me after they left, and then we watched Marvel movies together. Izuku couldn't help but to smile at his friend's concern. He also smiled when he was the name Ground Zero ghosting the chat. Kaken cared, he showed it in a different way, but he knew he cared. Class Prez. Well, I for one am glad that everything worked out. Minime. Float like a butterfly. Do you think you're ever going to call them your dads, though? Minime. I think I'd like to, but it's all still so new, so I'm not sure. Rocking Robin. That fine dude. Like you said, they don't expect you to, so you can take all the time you need. Class Prez. Kirishima is right, our senseis seem to be very understanding of all this. Minime. Thank guys, I need to go now, I can hear Yamada in the kitchen. Float like a butterfly. Rocking Robin. Class Prez. Goodbye Midoriya, I hope to see you soon. But on fire. Bye. What's the... Izuku smiled fondly as Kirishima and Uraraka began trying to explain text lingo to Todoroki. He turned the volume down on his phone. That conversation was going to go on for a while. After he put up his phone, he changed into more appropriate clothes and made his way into the kitchen where Yamada was cooking breakfast, just as he had thought. That was something that had taken Izuku a while to get used to, having someone cook for him all the time. In all honesty, having breakfast every day was also new, but it wasn't as weird as the cooking. At Entai it was up to him to make sure he ate, and he usually had to sneak around to get food, or else the caretakers or one of the other kids would take his food away from him. Liked it this way a lot better. Good morning, he greeted as he came into the kitchen. He went to the counter beside Yamada so that he could help him cook. He liked cooking with Yamada. Good morning, Yamada practically sang. Did you sleep well? He nodded and hummed as he began helping. That's good, what do you want to do today? Yamada asked. He thought for a moment. I don't know, maybe go to the park down the street? He suggested. Yamada turned to him and smiled widely. That sounds like a wonderful idea, we could even bring a picnic. Aizawa woke up right before they finished cooking and greeting them both as he entered the kitchen. He went straight to the coffee machine and started to brew a pot. Good morning, sleepyhead, Yamada teased affectionately. We were just talking about maybe going to the park this evening and having a picnic. Sounds like a plan, Aizawa grunted as he poured himself a cup of coffee. They all sat down to eat and what all to bring to the park later. They had spent the rest of the morning watching TV together, and Izuku took the time to write more in his notebooks. He wished he had the rest of his notebooks, but he had stashed them at school in his locker along with his uniform. He wondered if Aizawa and Yamada would get mad at him when school started back and he didn't have his uniform with him. He tried to put that fear out of his head for now. Around 2, Yamada had made some sandwiches and packed up a few more lunch items into a pretty wooden picnic basket, and they headed out to the park. The park was only a few blocks away from the apartment building, so they were able to walk the whole way there. Luckily, when they made it to the park, it wasn't too crowded. It was a Monday after all. There were a few middle school-age kids skateboarding and a couple mothers with young toddlers playing at the playground. Izuku watched them for a little while, wondering not for the first time if his mother would have done the same thing for him if she had lived. He liked to imagine that she would have loved him, but he knew she most likely wouldn't have when he was diagnosed as quirkless. Izuku turned his head away from the mothers as they walked farther into the park to find a place for their picnic. He couldn't help but to think that maybe he didn't need a mother to take him to the park when he too adopted fathers to do it for him. He smiled at the thought. They eventually settled on a plot of relatively flat grass under tree and began setting up the picnic. Yamada had packed a large blue sheet from the house which they spread on the ground. Once they sat down, Yamada began pulling the food he had packed out of the basket. He had made a couple different types of sandwiches and a few varieties of chips. He had also packed some carrot sticks, ranch dip, cookies, and water. He pulled out a couple paper plates for them to put their food on. They talked about an assortment of things while they ate, like the news, the movies they had watched last night, quirks, basically just everything Izuku found interesting. As they were eating, a family walked through. The man and the women were smiling and laughing with one another as the lady pushed a baby stroller, and a child, maybe 5 or 6, ran and played ahead of them on the path. Izuku watched them the whole way past. He never meant to do it, but he always found himself staring at families he saw. It was something he had wanted for so long, and he always envied children around that age whose parents had kept them. Then again, that child probably had a quirk and obviously hadn't killed his mother by being born. He looked back to his food when they were out of sight and didn't notice the worried look that Yamada and Aizawa exchanged. They ate quietly after that. Izuku didn't notice. After they finished eating, Aizawa began packing away their stuff, and Yamada pulled something else out of the basket, showing it to Izuku. It was a frisbee. "Want to play?" He smiled in excitement. They went over to a more open area and began tossing the frisbee back and forth while Aizawa finished packing. When Aizawa finished, he actually came over and joined them. At one point, Yamada got too excited and threw the frisbee too high, and it ended up in the tree. Izuku was sure what had came over him in that moment, but he burst out in laughter. He bent double and was holding his stomach as he cackled, and tears came to his eyes. Pretty soon Yamada joined him, and he could even hear Aizawa chuckling lightly. When they had eventually calmed down some, they started trying to get the frisbee down. They ended up having to just leave it after trying several times. Yamada had suggested throwing something up in the tree to knock it out, but Aizawa had quickly vetoed that, saying that they didn't need to get the rest of their belongings stuck in a tree. As they were leaving, though, Yamada promised him he'd get them a new frisbee before they came back to the park. Izuku was looking forward to it. Before they left the park, they had walked around the path a few times, just talking and laughing with one another. Izuku couldn't help but to see the similarity between them and the family before, and thought maybe he didn't to be envious of other families anymore. At around 5, they finally headed home. However, they passed by a bakery on the way there, and Yamada and Izuku managed to puppy dog Aizawa into allowing them to get something. The bakery smelled amazing. It was small and homey, and they were the only customers in there. They had cupcakes, macarons, pies, cookies, muffins, candies, and anything else you could think of. The nice lady at the counter gave them a few minutes to look over the display case before asking them what they would like. Aizawa got a couple coffee macarons, Yamada got a double chocolate cookie, and Izuku what was called a cannoli. It was delicious. They ate their desserts there and chatted and laughed some more. Eventually, the little bell above the door chimed, signaling another customer had entered. Out of curiosity, Izuku looked up only to freeze in terror. There, coming through the door, was Sato, Shiro, Mina, and Denki. All people who had no idea about him getting adopted by his teachers. Aizawa must have seen him tense, because turned to look behind himself. He turned back quickly and leaned over to whisper to Yamada. Luckily, they were sitting in a high-backed corner booth, so his 4 classmates hadn't spotted them yet. Aizawa leant across the table to whisper to him as they made their way to the display case. "What do you want to do about this? Do you want them to see you here or not?" Izuku shook his head, panicked. He wasn't ready to tell them yet. Not that they were mean of anything, but he had just told 5 people, and after yesterday he wasn't ready to talk about it to anyone new yet. "Okay, take your napkin and stuff and hide under the table. I'm going to move to the other side so it looks like me and Hisashi are here alone until they leave. With any luck they'll order and get out of here." Izuku nodded in agreement and grabbed his things and ducked under the table, and then when the others weren't looking, Aizawa switched over to the seat he had just been in. Aizawa's and Yamada's legs were thankfully blocking him from view, but he could still see his classmates from his vantage point. This meant that he could see the moment Denki noticed their 2 teachers in the booth. He stiffened and looked frightened, nudging Mina discreetly, gesturing towards them. She looked over and her face morphed into an equally terrified expression. They nudged the other 2 and had a whisper conversation where Izuku assumed they informed the other 2 of their teacher's presence based on the way the other 2 stiffened and glanced over their shoulders. They proceeded to stand and act like robots while giving their orders, getting their sweets, and paying. They were purposefully avoiding looking over where their teachers sat. Izuku was praying that it was because they were the troublemakers of class and not because they knew their teacher's secret. They quickly made their way out the door without being spotted. They thought. They're gone, Aizawa huffed. Those four really are stupid, I don't see how they've made it this far. Izuku crawled out from under the table and sat next to Aizawa. Yamada laughed at that. Did you see them trying not to look at us? It was like a monster movie or something. If we can't see them, they can't see us. Yamada laughed. Izuku joined him, relieved that he hadn't been caught. They left quickly after that before anyone else could enter the shop. Meanwhile, oh my god, oh my god. It was Aizawa-sensei and Mike Senii. Denki panted as he caught his breath. The four of them had ran the moment they got out of the bakery and hadn't stopped until they made it all the way back to his apartment. His parents weren't home, so the other three had came over to play video games, and they had went to the bakery because Sato needed some sugar. Normally Kirishima would have joined them, but he was on a trip with his parents for 3 days. Do you think they saw us? Shiro gasped. I don't know, maybe? Probably. Sato replied. He unwrapped a cookie from his bag and shoved it in his mouth. He was running low on sugar. Maybe we shouldn't panic, you guys, Mina interjected. Midoriya wasn't even with them and they have no idea we know. Yeah, that was kind of strange, wasn't it? Kirishima said that they had adopted Midoriya, but if they had, then why were they getting sweets without him? Shiro commented. Maybe they were having a date? Denki suggested. In the middle of the day on a Monday? Sato questions. Maybe Kirishima had just misunderstood? Shiro added. Maybe, but it's not like we can ask Midoriya about it. Kirishima said he hadn't realized Midoriya didn't want the class to know yet when he told us. He made us promise not to say anything until Midoriya did, Mina lamented. Maybe Midoriya lied about the whole thing? Denki suggested. What do you mean? Mido isn't a liar, Sparky. I know, but don't you think it's all a bit strange? Why would Midoriya tell part of the class and then beg them not to tell anyone else? If it was secret, he wouldn't be telling everyone. And there is no way the Kirishima could have gotten it mixed up that bad. He's the smartest out of all of us and you know it. Denki argued. I resent that, Shiro started. And why would Midoriya lie about something like that? I don't know, attention? Maybe he was trying to find a convincing excuse for why he only started hanging out with us now, and that was all he could come up with. That does kind of make sense, Sato commented. But it doesn't matter. Kirishima asked us not to say anything, so we won't, alright? Mina interjects. If Midoriya lies about something else, then we will confront him about it, but until then we just have to wait for him to tell us what's going on. They all agreed. They all went back to their video game and sweet tons of different scenarios running through their heads. Tuesday morning, Shota was rudely woken up by his phone blaring. He sat up groggily with Hisashi rising beside, looking just as deviled. He grabbed his phone from the nightstand and glanced at the alarm clock, 6:12 a.m. This better be important. What? He asked grumpily, answering the phone call without looking at caller ID. Don't you want me? Namuri screamed from the other end of the line. I'm the one who should be mad here. Why the hell did Tensei get to meet the kid before I did? I lent you my car to go get him, for Christ's sake. Namuri, it's 6 a.m., can't this wait? Besides, we didn't let Tensei meet him first, we just ran into him at the grocery store. He put the phone on speaker so that Hisashi could hear too. That's what I told her. Tensei yelled from the background. Apparently they were together. What are you guys doing together? Hisashi asked. We went to the bars last night and we're drunk to find our way home, so slept there. Now why did he get to meet the kid and I didn't? Namuri answered. You guys went out without us? Why? Hisashi whined. Shota started to reply, but Tensei beat him to it. Zashi, you guys have a kid now, you can't just go drinking on a Monday night. What if Izuku needed you? Hisashi blushed at that. He had, in his grogginess, momentarily forgotten that you can't leave a kid unattended. Whatever, Hisashi is a bad father. Who cares? Now why haven't I gotten to see the kid yet? And no sidetracking. Namuri protested. I resent that. Hisashi objected. You haven't gotten to meet him yet because Tensei meeting him was a coincidence. Beside, Hisashi's parents meet him Sunday and it didn't go too well. Shota huffed. He was still miffed about Sunday. What do you mean it didn't do well? Namuri asked, mellowing down at that. He means my mother decided to be the grandma from hell and went off on Izuku about not calling us Dad, Hisashi answered. That's bullshit. Is he okay? Nemuri asked. Ever since they had informed her of Izuku, she had dubbed herself his auntie had religiously been texting Hisashi about him. She had quickly developed a protective streak that wasn't hindered any by Hisashi's constant photos and updates. He is now, but he was pretty upset Sunday. He hid under the bed, Shota answered. That is not a good sign, Tensei commented. His agency had handled many cases of child abuse since they didn't see themselves as above cases like that, so he was well aware of the signs of abuse in a child. We know, it took nearly hours to get him out from under there, and even then he was still upset for a while. We took him to the park yesterday and that seems to have cheered him up better, Hisashi replied. Well, I'm coming over then, Nemuri announced. I don't think that's such a good idea, Shota started, but she cut him off. It's a great idea, Sho. The kid needs to meet some not aggressive family before it's too late. Besides, he already knows me, so it's not like I'm a stranger, she objected. I still don't know about this, Shota commented. How about this? Tensei suggested. I'll come with her and we will just say a quick hello to him and then the four of us will hang out and leave him alone. We won't force him to interact with us while still showing him that we aren't someone to be afraid of. We are just his parents' friends. That might actually work, Hisashi agreed. So it's settled, we will be there around noon by. Nemuri hung up before they could argue. They lay back in the bed with a sigh and turned to look at one another. If this ends badly, I'm going to kick both of their asses, Shota said, and Hisashi nodded in reply. Later that morning when they were eating breakfast, they warned him about their visitors. So Tensei and Nemuri are coming over around noon, Shota told him, watching him carefully for his reaction. Izuku looked up at him and seemed to be nervous. Tensei is Ingenium, right? He nodded. Who's Nemuri? Midnight, Shota answered. He was relieved to see Izuku relax at that. What are they coming over for? Just to hang out. They've been complaining that we haven't hung out enough this summer, so Nemuri called this morning and announced that they were coming over, Shota answered. They're coming together? He nodded. Izuku nodded back and looked down at his breakfast. Shota could tell he wanted to say something. Kid, if there's something you want to say or ask, just do it, it's all right, he reassured. Izuku still hesitated before asking. Are Ingenium and Midnight a couple? Hisashi nearly choked to death laughing so hard, and Shota could admit that he cracked up too. It wasn't often that he laughed hard, but hearing his son tentatively ask if they're best friends were dating was just too much. Oh God, no. Hisashi answered between laughs. They act like brother and sister, Shota explained. Sorry for laughing, but the idea of the two of them in a relationship is just too funny. Izuku nodded and went back to eating. It took the other two an embarrassingly long amount of time to stop laughing, but Izuku didn't seem to mind. He just kept eating with a gentle smile on his face. The two dumbass showed up at 15 past noon, which meant that Izuku had been nervously waiting for the past 15 minutes. They had told him that after he greeted them that he could go to his room and do his own thing if he wanted, but they had mentioned wanting to say hello to him. Shota was about to retract that condition as he watched his son nervously fidget while he sat on the couch. He sat next to him and took his hand gently. It's okay, there isn't anything to be afraid of, and you already know Tensei and Nemuri, remember? I know, but it's the first time they are here and last time someone else was here. Izuku's voice trailed off. He hadn't said it, but they knew he felt guilty about the Carol incident and was blaming himself. I know, kiddo, but that's not going to happen this time. You don't even have to stay in the same room as them if you don't want to, alright? Izuku nodded in understanding and leant against his side. Shota wrapped his arm around him in comfort. Finally the door rang and Izuku sat up quickly. Shota got up to go answer the door and bust some heads. He opened the door and glared at the two on the other side. You're late, he announced. We know, but this one. Tensei pointed his thumb at Nemuri, who Shota now noticed was holding several boxes, said we need to get gifts and had to take a lifetime at the mall. Shota rolled his eyes and stepped back to allow them to enter the house and take their shoes off. Well, don't overwhelm him, he's already a nervous wreck from having to wait for you both to get here. He doesn't need more stress. Nomuri and Tensei exchanged a look and Nomuri set the packages on the side table in the entrance. "I'll just leave these here then and he can open them later," Nomuri suggested, "but you have to send me pictures of him opening them." "Fine and thank you, now go greet him so he can go and hide," he ordered. They made their way into the living room where Hisashi was now sitting beside Izuku on the couch. Hisashi had jumped up when they entered and went to greet them. "Hey guys, long time no see," he said, hugging Nomuri. "And whose fault is that? You guys should come over more," Nomuri scolding with no bite to her voice. When Hisashi released her and went to greet Tensei, she turned to the teen on the couch. "Hey, sweetie, it's good to see you," she greeted calmly before turning away. By that point Hisashi had finished greeting Tensei, who took his turn to greet the greenette. "Hey kid," he waved. Hisashi then waved them off to the kitchen, offering them something to drink. Izuku looked to Shota and then towards his room and back to Shota in question. He nodded at him and he stood up and went to his room. Shota noted that he hadn't shut his door. The four of them had sat in the kitchen with tea and just talked about random things like what they had been up to that summer and how much they were dreading going to work. At one point Shota spotted Izuku leave his room and go to sit on the couch with one of his books. He didn't say anything about it. "Tensei, you don't have any right to complain. The only people you have to put up with at work are sidekicks that look at you like you're a god. We have to put up with hundreds of cocky teenagers that think they're pros already," Nomuri argued. "Not every kid is that bad," Hisashi protested. "You're right, some of them are angels, but there are at least 3 house spawns for every angel in that school and they all have superpowers. I swear I'm going to go gray early because of them," Nomuri shot back. Tensei laughed at the argument. "I think Sho already had," he commented, and Shota glared at him, but there was no real anger behind it as he heard a small giggle from the living room. Unfortunately, that meant that everyone else at the table had heard and took that as a challenge to get the kid to laugh. "Just be happy you aren't teaching 1B, Sho. I think Monoma is going to single-handedly kill Kansas. Did you hear he even tried to fight the 3A students before break?" Hisashi announced loudly. That wasn't entirely true, but that wasn't the point. The point was the soft giggle from the living room. From there they just kept coming up with more and more absurd reason why the UA staff was going to go gray. The finally straw was when Nomuri said Raider loudly. "Oh yeah, All Might's going to die when Recover Girl finally losing her shit about students getting hurt in his class." At that a very loud laugh could be heard from the living room, and they turned to see Izuku with his head thrown back over the arm of the couch, his hand over his mouth cackling with laughter. When he finally calmed down and looked into the kitchen, he blushed furiously at the sight of all of them watching him. "You want something drink, Izuku?" Shota offered. It was way to bring him into the kitchen and have him join the conversation. To Shota's relief he nodded and stood up to come in there. He sat down next to Hisashi as he got him a cup of chocolate milk before sitting back down himself. They went back to having normal conversations and Tensei strategically asked them what they had done over the summer. As Shota and Hisashi answered, Izuku would occasionally add stuff to their stories until he was eventually them all about their trip to the zoo that weekend and how they had avoided his classmates at the bakery last night. Tensei and Nomuri were both laughing around and enjoyed themselves. Eventually, they ordered takeout and ate together, still talking and laughing. Eventually Hisashi decided that Izuku had warmed up to the two of them and made a suggestion. "Hey, Nomuri, didn't you bring something for Izuku?" he asked. Nomuri lighted up and rushed off to get the gifts. Izuku looked confused. "Hey, a few of those are from me," Tensei argued. Yeah, whatever," Nomuri replied as she came back holding the boxes. "They're labeled who cares." She set them down in front of Izuku, who looked really shocked about the amount of presents before him. "I know there isn't enough here to make up for all the holidays we've missed, but it's just a start. I'll bring you more later," Nomuri explained. "Why, you don't have to do that," Izuku objected. He was still new to the idea of getting presents, so the idea of getting so many at once was overwhelming. "Nonsense, I want to. Now open your gifts," Nomuri exclaimed happily. Izuku looked Shota and Hisashi and they nodded reassuringly. He began opening the first box, which was relatively small and labeled as from Nomuri. When he had gotten it unwrapped, he had smiled and held up a new book on heroes to show them. "Thank you," he said quietly. Nomuri pushed another package toward him. He set the book aside and tentatively took another small package again labeled from Nemuri. This one had a nightlight inside, but not just any night, a midnight nightlight. Thankfully it was only her face with her mask on and nothing inappropriate. Izuku thanked her again. "Here, open one of mine," Tensei said, handing him a medium-sized package. Izuku opened it carefully to reveal a box set of a book series. "Tenya really likes those, so I thought you might like to read them as well," Tensei explained. "Thank you." Tensei handed him the other present he had gotten him, which was smaller than the first. When Izuku opened it, they could see the back of a picture frame, and Izuku stared at the picture for a long time. "What is it?" Hisashi asked. Izuku turned it around to show them a picture of Class 1A all in uniform and smiling in from a view A. It had been taken right before summer break. "To be honest, that's more from Tenya than it is from me, but I picked out the picture frame," Tensei told him. Izuku gently, very gently set the picture frame aside and thanked Tensei profusely. Nemuri pushed the box from her forward in excitement. This one was by far the largest of the 5. Izuku opened the box and began pulling item after item out of the box. The whole box was full of clothing, but not just any clothing, pro-hero merchandise. By the time he had finished, he had 5 new t-shirts, 2 sweater, a pair of Best Jeanist jeans, 3 hoodies, a hat, and even a few sets of pajamas. Izuku thanked them both again. He had actually thanked them for every single item. Shota could help but to smirk. He had the good kid. Pretty soon after the presents, Tensei and Nemuri had to go. They both hugged Hisashi and Shota goodbye but kept a respectable distance from Izuku. Izuku thanked them again for the presents and waved them goodbye. They both promised to come back and see him soon before leaving. "So, did you have fun?" Hisashi asked Izuku after they had gone. "Yeah," he responded. He put his new belonging back into the large box and carried them into his room. Shota was making dinner when Hisashi went back to the kitchen and hugged him from behind. "That went well," Shota commented. "That went really well," Hisashi replied happily. He was so happy to see Izuku warming up to other people. And that night when they went to tuck Izuku in and he was wearing his new pajamas, his new books on the bookshelf and his photo on the shelf beside the snow globe, Hisashi thought his heart was going to explode with affection. The following day was a Wednesday, which was grocery shopping day in the Aizawa household. Last week their first grocery shopping trip with Izuku took a unexpected turn, thankfully for the better. However, this week as they set off to the grocery store after breakfast, Shota found himself hoping that they wouldn't run into anyone they knew this time. Why doesn't anything ever go the way Shota wants it to? They had been in the pasta aisle looking for something to fix that night for dinner when Izuku had ducked in between them. It was obvious he was hiding from someone, but when Shota glanced down the aisle toward the end, he didn't see anyone. Izuku glanced around him and seemed to relax when he saw that whoever it had been was gone. However, he was still on edge, glancing around as if expecting the person to reappear out of thin air. "What is it, little listener?" Hisashi asked, bending down a little and whispering. Izuku looked around them again before answer in just as low of a voice. "I think All Might is here," he whispered. "All Might?" Surely it couldn't be All Might. The whole store would be in a flooded with fans. Not to mention there is no way Yagi goes grocery shopping as All Might. He wouldn't get anything done. But Izuku doesn't know Yagi, he only knows All Might. Shota concluded that Izuku had to have been on edge since last week's disaster and was imagining things. He probably just saw a large blonde man and jumped to conclusions. "Izuku, I'm pretty sure if All Might was here we would know," he assured. "Are you worried about running into someone we know?" Izuku looked away at that. He still didn't look convinced that All Might wasn't there, but he did seem like he was nervous. Hisashi placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Maybe," he finally answered, blushing in embarrassment. Shota and Hisashi exchanged a look. "That's nothing to be embarrassed about, kiddo," Shota reassured. "Do you want to leave?" "And no, we already have most of our list and I don't want to waste this trip," Izuku answered, shaking his head furiously. "Kids, it's fine. If you don't feel okay being here, then we can go. We'll just pay for what we've already gotten and come back later this week for the rest." "I'll be fine, really," Izuku reassured. "I'd actually feel better if we just finished shopping, please." "Okay, if you're sure, but if you get too overwhelmed, just say the word and we'll leave, okay?" "Okay." Shota had a bad feeling about not leaving, but he didn't want to push Izuku and he had specifically asked to keep shopping. Yet, as they keep shopping, Izuku kept scanning the area like a mercat look for predators. Shota couldn't help but to wonder why he was so afraid of running into All Might of all people. Maybe he didn't want his idol to know he had been orphan? Shota knew was embarrassed about that. They continued shopping and were nearly done with their shopping list when it had happened. Izuku had calmed down some after about 20 minutes and was walking and talking with Hizashi like normal. The two of them were having a lengthy conversation about what kind of cookie dough to get when Shota had glanced down one of the aisle. He wouldn't admit it. But ever since Izuku had freaked out, he had been scanning their area for threats as well. His kid was upset, could you blame him? Anyway, he had offhandedly looked down the aisle containing cleaning supplies when he saw him. Toshinori Yagi in the flesh. Well, as much as someone as emancipated as Yagi could be, in the flesh. Shota felt panic creep up his throat, but he didn't show it. He tried to reason with himself that Izuku wouldn't recognize Yagi, but he had his doubts. After all, it couldn't be a coincidence that Izuku had said he had seen All Might and then Yagi showed up, right? That did raise the question of how Izuku knew All Might's alter ego when no one but the teachers knew, but that was a problem for later. Right now Shota's main concern was getting Izuku out of there before he got more stressed out. Toshinori had been having a relatively uneventful summer. Without teaching, he spent all his time as All Might doing hero work, which was nice. Not that he didn't enjoy teaching, but sometimes he wished he could teach as Toshinori and not All Might. It hurt not being able to do as much hero work as he used to. No matter the case though, he did enjoy both of his careers as a pro hero and a teacher. Speaking of teaching, he hadn't heard from young Midoriya in quite a while, which wasn't too unheard of. His successor did have a habit of going unheard of when out of school, but never for this long. It was times like this that Toshinori wished he had asked more questions, like where he lived or even just his parents' names, but he never had. He was beginning to regret that. He had always had concerns about young Midoriya's home life. His biggest concern was the fact that he never talked about it. No mention of his parents, his home, his neighbor, or anything. All Might didn't even know if he had siblings, for Christ's sake. He didn't think about it too much when they were training over the summer, having never been around kids before, but he quickly became concerned once he started teaching. You see, all the other students were more than happy to talk about their homes' lives, at least with each other if not the teachers, but still Midoriya had never said a word. Toshinori was also concerned by the kid's fluctuating weight. He had written it off at first as a teenager thing. After all, Toshinori himself went through quite a change with puberty. However, none of Midoriya's classmates were experiencing what he was. Sure, some students had lost some weight or gained some muscle mass when they started training, but none of them had their weight go up and down so often. He also noticed that Midoriya's weight changes coincided with breaks from school. He would always come back to school skinnier than when he had left. So far they were nearly 3 weeks into summer break and Toshi hadn't heard from his successor at all. He was beginning to get concerned. Scratch that, he had been concerned for quite a while. After 2 weeks of not hear from Izuku, Toshinori had brought his concerns to Nezu. So, you see, I'm worried that young Midoriya may not be in a stable environment at home and his silence is worrying, he explained to his boss. He might have been a pro hero, but if anyone could help young Midoriya, it was Nezu. He was the principal after all. I see, the rodent answered, setting down his cup of tea and intertwining his fingers. Well, Yagi, I wouldn't worry too much anymore. While I cannot confirm nor deny your worries about Midoriya's home life, I can assure you that I personally have looked into his well-being and things will be handled very soon. Toshinori felt a shiver run down his spine at the principal's tone. It sounded positively murderous. While that did assure Toshi that young Midoriya was going to be okay, their silence was still grating. While he was sure that Nezu was more than capable of ensuring his students' well-being, he didn't fully trust him to take into consideration their emotions. He didn't feel the same things as them after all. So, Toshinori still found himself worrying over Midoriya even as he was grocery shopping. Was he being abused? Had Nezu done something about it yet? Had he been removed from his home? If he had, was he in foster care? If was in foster care, would they allow Toshinori to take custody of him? What if they didn't? Where would Midoriya go? How was this going to affect his hero career? Was Toshinori ever going to see him again? That thought chilled Toshi to the core. The idea of never seeing his bubble, happy successor again broke him inside. He had so much left to teach him. He had committed himself to staying alive for Midoriya's sake, and he couldn't forgive himself if he didn't do everything possible to stay by his side. It knew how it felt to lose a predecessor before you were ready, and he wasn't going to let Midoriya go through that. Toshinori's mind was so overrun with thoughts about his successor he shouldn't have been too surprised when he thought he had saw him in the grocery store. He had been passing by an aisle when he thought he spotted a mop of curly green hair standing with two other people who also looked quite familiar. Was that Aizawa and Yamada? That was what convinced Toshinori that he was being paranoid. After all, why would his successor be grocery shopping with two of his teachers? He talked himself out of going back to the aisle, reasoning that if no one was there he'd work himself up with paranoia. He reasoned he had been thinking too much. He had actually been on his way to check out when the initial incident had occurred. However, before he made it to a counter he remembered that he was out of cleaning solution and his apartment was in desperate need of a deep clean before school resumed. So he made a U-turn and headed back to where he thought the cleaning supplies were. No thought. He was in fact wrong and got a little bit lost. In his defense, he didn't go full-on grocery shopping very often. He usually just ran to the convenience store on the corner for most of his supplies, but that wouldn't do for a whole month out of school. After an embarrassing amount of time, he finally caved and asked an employee for directions. He had been heading in the right direction to start with. Not his finest hour. He did eventually find the cleaning supplies. Now it was just a matter of remembering what brand to get. There was a specific one that didn't irritate his medical issues. Maybe he should ask Recover Girl about improving memory. No, then she'd chew him out. He should just start writing stuff down. He was still debating between Hawaiian Breeze and Citrus Melody when he felt like he was being watched. Years as a pro hero have taught him to trust his instincts. They have also taught him how to observe his surroundings without being noticed. So, while still appearing to be deeply invested in his decision, he scanned the area. There outside of the end of the aisle, standing in the freezer section, was Aizawa, who was looking right at him. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at him, knowing he could see him. He turned to face his coworker and raised his hand to wave. However, he paused when he saw the two beside Aizawa. They both had their backs towards Toshinori, so he couldn't his face, but he didn't need to recognize them. The taller one was clearly Yamada with his hair down, which made sense. He was Aizawa's husband after all. The other head was more of a surprise, but Toshinori knew exactly who it was. He would recognize those green curls anywhere. His eyes widened in shock and his hand slowly fell back to his side. Aizawa was still watching him and must have seen his look of confusion because he leaned over to Yamada, over Midoriya's head, and whispered something to him. Yamada glanced back at him and nodded discreetly. Midoriya didn't notice at all. Then, Aizawa said something out loud to the other two and turned and made his way towards Toshinori. Once Shota had Yagi's attention, he leant over and told Hisashi what he was doing. Yagi is over in that aisle. I'm going to go over there and talk to him, he explained. Hisashi glanced into the aisle he indicated and nodded. Thankfully, Midoriya was still too preoccupied looking over the serving sizes on a roll of cookie dough to notice. Hisashi went back to looking at the cookie dough so Shota could excuse himself. We need more cleaning solution. I'm going to go grab some while you guys decide on this, he announced. Thankfully, Izuku didn't watch him walk away, or else he might have seen Yagi. Shota was pretty sure at this point that he knew that Yagi was All Might. He made his way over to Yagi and indicated for him to follow him. They moved down the aisle until they were out of sight of the other two. Yagi still looked shell-shocked. Is that young Midoriya with you? Yagi questioned. Shota was a little relieved that he was initiating the conversation since he had no idea where to start. Yes it is, he answered simply. He wasn't sure why, but he felt like he was walking on a minefield. One wrong move and everything would blow up in his face. Admittedly, he may have feared that All Might would want to take custody of Izuku from them. It was obvious that the two had some kind of connection which appeared to be a lot closer than Shota had assumed with the knowledge that Izuku knew All Might as Yagi. He could also admit that no matter how close Yagi and Izuku were, there was no way Shota was handing Izuku over without a fight. Why is he with you and Yamada? We adopted him. If he thought that Yagi was shell-shocked before, it had nothing on him now. It was almost comical the way his eyes had widened and his jaw went slack. If Shota wasn't so tense he might have laughed. But how? Yagi stammered. Shota sighed and rolled his eyes to hide his nervousness. He wasn't usually this emotional, but it looks like Izuku has been added to the list of people who make Shota feel things other than contempt. He was up for adoption and Hisashi and I were looking to adopt, so we adopted him, Shota explained like he was talking to an idiot. He was up for adoption? That's what I just said. But how? What happened to his parents? Yagi asked timidly. It was obvious at this point that Yagi had had no idea that his student was an orphan. Shota felt a little offended at that, but had to reason with himself that he hadn't even known, so why would any of the other teachers? I don't know. All I know is that we had an adoption interview at Entai and he was listed as one of their children, so we adopted him. He was at Entai? Like the orphanage Entai? Shota only nodded. For how long? It was clear at this point that Yagi felt guilty about his lack of knowledge. I don't know, for a while I guess. He doesn't talk about it much. He answered gently. He could understand how Yagi was feeling right now. Yagi looked down at the ground as if trying to comprehend what he was hearing. How long has he been with you two? That wasn't what Shota was expecting. Nearly 2 weeks, he answered honestly. Yagi looked thoughtful for a moment. So, that's what Nezda meant, he said mostly to himself. This had Shota's attention. What Nezda meant? Why were you talking to Nezdu about Izuku? He questioned, probably more aggressive than necessary, but he couldn't help it. Why were they talking? Did Nezdu want Yagi to take Izuku from them? What was this about? Yagi put his hands out in a placating manner. It's not what you think. I had noticed some concerning things about Midoriya involving his home life, and when he didn't hear from him all summer, I brought my concerns to Nezdu. He had cryptically informed me that he was looking into it. What concerning things? Shota questioned. Maybe this could help them on their case? Well, I noticed that he never talked about his home life or parents and that his weight keeps fluctuating whenever we went on break. Why did you wait to bring this up? Well, when I first noticed these things I had assumed that they were normal teenage things, but after observing his classmates I realized that it was only young Midoriya doing this. You should have brought it up sooner, Shota scolded, but it doesn't matter now. Izuku is in a better home now and he's doing a lot better. I am glad to hear that. Yagi looked embarrassed at being scolded but genuinely pleased to hear that Izuku was okay. If you don't mind me asking, why are you keeping him from seeing me? He is embarrassed that he was at Entai and he hasn't told anyone until now. Last time we went grocery shopping we unfortunately ran into Ida and his brother and he was forced to tell his friend what was going on. He has been nervous and jittery this whole trip, worried about a repeat, and he's not ready to tell anyone else just yet. Yagi nodded along. That makes sense, Yagi answered. If that is the case I will make my leave so as not to upset him. Yagi selected a cleaning solution from the shelf and added to his cart. He turned to leave before pausing. Could you do me a favor? Depends on the favor. Could you keep me updated on young Midoriya? Shota considered it for a moment. I don't see why not, he answered. Thank you, Yagi smiled at him. I will see you at work. See ya. Shota bid goodbye. He watched as Yagi walked away. He smirked a little before grabbing a bottle of cleaning solution and heading back to the other two. That smirk quickly fell away when he saw that they had not only picked out cookie dough, but had also added cinnamon buns, snacks cakes, and chocolate milk to that cart. Seriously? He asked as he set the bottle in the cart. Hisashi smiled at him widely and Izuku looked bashful. Please show. Hisashi clasped his hand together and held them under his chin, giving him puppy dog eyes. Izuku didn't beg, but he did look up him hopefully. He was screwed. Ugh, fine. He conceded. The wide smile on Izuku's face made it all worth it. The following Thursday was a difficult day. As Shota had told Yagi the day before, it had 2 weeks since they had adopted Izuku. That meant that they had get the case against Entai going, and as it stood they hadn't managed to get enough information out of Izuku to make a case. Unfortunately, that meant that they were going to have to sit down with him and get a statement or he'd be forced to testify in court. This was something they wanted to avoid at all cost. If Izuku had to testify, that meant that not only would he have to stand before a packed courthouse and jury, but he'd also have to come face to face with his abusers again. Yeah, they definitely didn't want that. Shota and Hisashi had had a long discussion that morning before Izuku woke up about what they were going to do. They decided to do it as soon as possible. They were already nervous and Izuku would pick up on that. It was better just to get it over with than to pretend that nothing was going on and stressing him out more. Hisashi had also planned to spend the rest of the day afterwards doing nothing but fun stuff. Shota didn't have the heart to protest. The kid deserved to have a little fun after what they were going to put him through. They both quietly admitted to each other that they were terrified about what Izuku was going to tell them. There was a change that he would refuse altogether, but that wasn't nearly as nerve-wracking as the idea of finding out exactly what Izuku had been through. They had no idea what kind of life he had lived before all this. Well, that wasn't entirely true. They did know that he had lived a hard life. They also knew he had been abused at least for a while at Entai, since the other children had made reference to Izuku being locked in that closest repeatedly. However, that was as far as they knew. They didn't know how long he'd been an orphan or what had happened to his parents. They didn't know what his parents were like or where he had been before Entai. All that they knew was that whatever he had to tell them was going to be hard to hear and even harder to say. They had gotten up earlier and went about making Izuku's favorite breakfast. Well, Hisashi made Izuku's favorite breakfast while Shota got everything set up in the living room. They had taken some recording equipment from Hisashi's studio and set it up in the living room. It wasn't anything big, just a small audio recorder really, but since it was Hisashi's it was pretty high-tech, so it took some setting up. By the time they had both finished, Izuku was just coming out of his room. "Good morning," he greeted as he came to sit on the couch beside Shota. He leant his head against his shoulder. "Morning," he greeted back, running his hand through Izuku's hair. Physical contact between them was becoming a normal thing. "What's going on?" Izuku asked, indicating the recorder on the table. "We'll tell you after breakfast, okay?" Izuku nodded against his shoulder. Hisashi should be done soon. They got up and went to the kitchen, and sure enough, Hisashi was just finishing up dishing out the food. He greeted Izuku cheerfully and they all sat down to eat. They tried their best to keep things casual and light, but they could see as Izuku was getting more and more worried. Shota finally couldn't take it anymore. "Okay, kid," he sighed, setting down his fork. He wasn't hungry anymore. "We need to have a talk, and I'm not going to lie, it isn't going to be fun." Izuku looked up at him and set down his own fork from where he had been playing with his eggs. Hisashi hadn't even been pretending to eat for the past 2 minutes. "So, I think you have figured this out by now but we have been making a case against Entai," he started, and Izuku nodded in understanding. "Well, since we don't know everything about what happened to you there, we need you to tell us." Izuku stiffened a little in his seat and his eyes widened in fear. Hisashi reached over the table and took his hand in his. Hey, little listener, it's okay," he comforted. "We just don't want you have to testify in court." He rubbed his thumb soothingly over Izuku's hand. He relaxed slightly at the administration, but he still seemed frightened by the prospect of talking about his past. "Look, kid, I know this is a lot and I know it's hard," Shota started, "but it's going to be a lot harder for you to talk about all this in front of a whole room full of people than it is to just the two of us." They had discussed the possibility of just allowing Izuku to record himself without them in the room, but they decided that this was something they needed to know. They couldn't help him move past his traumas without knowing what his traumas were. "And," Hisashi added, "you don't have to get into details or anything, you don't even have to tell us anything outside of Entai. We just need to know what you went through at Entai, okay?" Izuku looked hesitant, but he nodded slowly. "Okay, I trust you." None of them finished their breakfast, but they all agreed that couldn't wait any longer, so they moved into the living room. Hisashi took a few minutes to explain to Izuku what the equipment was and how it worked and what they were going to be doing with it. "So basically, you're just going to talk to us and this little thing is going to record it, and then we will hand it over to the detectives and lawyers for the court case. And if you say anything at all that you don't want others to hear, we can always erase it, so remember that. Does that sound okay?" Hisashi explained, setting down the recording device as Izuku nodded while biting his lip nervously. They were all three on the couch with Izuku sitting in the middle so they could comfort him. "So, this is just going to be like a normal conversation. We are going to start out by asking you a few questions that the detectives gave us, and then you can tell us anything else that you think would help the case, Shota put in. And I want to make one thing very clear, you are helping a lot of people by doing this. You are helping every kid in Entai and who would have come to Entai in the future have a better life and be happy, okay? Izuku perked up a little bit at being informed that he was helping people. He got a determined look in his eyes and nodded more certain. For as long as Shota had known Izuku, the one thing he was certain about was that Izuku want, more than anything, to help people. Okay, so let's get started, Hisashi stated, turning on the recording device and grabbing a hold of Izuku's hand. Shota grabbed the paper he printed off of the questions that the detectives wanted answered and grabbed Izuku's other hand, squeezing it comfortingly. First things first, can you tell us your full name? Izuku Midoriya. How old are you? 15. How long have you lived at Entai? Since I was 13, so 2 years. Briefly, where were you living before Entai? I was at the orphanage, Japanese word for children, and before that I lived in 5 foster homes. How old were you when you started living in foster homes? That wasn't on the list, but it was something that Shota and Hisashi needed to know. I was 4 when my father put me up for adoption. Okay, then, now that we have your history down, let's move on to the hard questions. Are you ready? They both squeezed Izuku's hands and watched his body language to make sure. He set his shoulders determinedly and nodded. Okay, how would you describe how you were welcome into Entai when you first got there? Cold. It felt like they didn't want me there. Was that from the staff or the other children? Both, but the other kids were definitely following the lead of the caretakers. Let's start with the other kids. How did they treat you while you were living there? They didn't like me very well, but I was used to that at that point. There was a lot of bullying and I ended up not really having any friends there. Why do you think they treated you like that? I don't know for sure, but I think the caretakers might have told them too. Like they told them bad things about me or something before I can, because they thought that I was a bad person before I even meet them, and I don't know where else they would have gotten that. All right, then let's move on to the caretakers then. You said it felt like they didn't want you there. Can you expand on that? They just didn't welcome me very much. They showed me to the room I was staying in and told me the rules and what chores I was expected to do, and that was it. I didn't. Izuku trailed off at that and Hisashi released his hand in order to wrap his arms around him. It's okay, Izuku, you don't have to tell us anything you don't want to talk about, Hisashi reassured, but Izuku stilled his expression. You said this would help people, right? Shota nodded. I was going to say that I felt like they didn't want me there because I didn't even get dinner that night, but that night I got disciplined because I didn't have all my chores done by dinner time. I had only been there for 2 hours. Shota noted the way that his hand shook when he mentioned discipline, and Shota found himself not wanting to know what that was. However, the list from the detective specifically stated that if Izuku mentioned any punishment or discipline, they needed to get him to alberate. Can you tell us more about how you were disciplined? Shota asked. He dreaded the answer as Izuku took in a shaky breath. He squeezed his hand back. Well, I lost dinner privilege for the rest of that week, and then I was put in lockdown for the first time. They, of course, knew what he meant by lockdown, but the jury wouldn't. What's lockdown? Shota asked, and when Izuku gave him a confused look, he indicated the recorder on the table. Lockdown was where they would lock me in the basement for an undetermined amount of time until they thought I had learned my lesson. It started out as just the basement, but at some point they started locking me in a closet in the basement. Apparently the basement was too comfortable. As far as I know, I was the only one that was ever put on lockdown, at least while I was there. Okay, were there any other punishments that they used only on you? Izuku shivered and Shota put down the paper to wrap his own arms around his kid. You don't have to talk about anything you don't want to, he whispered in his ear. Izuku nodded before he started talking again. He told them about having to do unusual chores as punishment, like doing the female caretaker's nails or wash their cars. Thankfully, while that was weird and illegal, it wasn't particularly cruel. The less trauma this kid experienced, the better, in Shota's opinion. He then went on to explain the more unsavory punishments he had received, though he admitted while he never saw any other kid receive these punishments, he didn't know for sure that they hadn't. He told them about being spanked like a toddler, about having his arm held in boiling water, about having his hair shaved, about sleeping outside, and about being made to eat garage among other things. He told them about how they took the bed from his room and he was made to sleep on the floor. He explained how he was the only one who wasn't allowed to go anywhere aside from school and how he was banned from having friends. He told that there were special punishments that only head caretaker could administer. He didn't elaborate on that. By the end of his explanation there were silent tears dripping down his cheeks, off his chin, and soaking his shirt. It was strange to see Izuku cry so silently. He was usually a loud crier, which served to prove how emotional this was for him. Both Shota and Hisashi had their arms wrapped firmly around their son in comfort, and once he stopped talking they whispered words of encouragement to him, telling him how good he did and how brave he was. Shota reached over and turned off the recorder. "That's enough for now," he stated. He kissed Izuku's forehead gently and pulled him down with him as he laid back into the couch. Hisashi got up and grabbed a blanket from the chair, draping it over the three of them as he squeezed onto the couch with them. It was a tight and awkward fit, but they didn't mind. They just lied there in silence, holding Izuku as he cried. When his tears finally dried, they still laid there a while before Izuku's stomach rumbled loudly. Shota and Hisashi smiled at him as he blushed and hid his face in Shota's chest. "You hungry?" Shota asked. All he got as a response was a nod. "So you want to go out and eat, or would you prefer to just stay home?" he asked, gently running his fingers through green curls. Izuku turned his head enough to answer, but not dislodge the fingers in his hair. "I kind of don't feel like going anywhere." "I'll make lunch then," Hisashi announced happily as he got up. Shota and Izuku stayed together on the couch with Izuku lying on Shota's chest as he ran his fingers through his hair in comfort. They were silent for a moment before Shota spoke up. "I'm really proud of you, kid. I know you were scared and I know that was hard, but you did so well and you're going to help so many kids. You did fantastic. I'm so proud." He smiled gently as Izuku looked up at him. He gave him a little smile in return, but didn't say anything, too emotionally exhausted for talking. Pretty soon Hisashi came back into the living room with sandwiches, chips, soda, and little snack cakes, announcing happily that they could watch TV while they ate. The two on the couch sat up and joined Hisashi on the floor to eat while Hisashi handed the remote to Izuku so he could pick the channel. He picked a comedy movie that was on. They ate in relative silence, just eating and watching the movie. When they finished, Hisashi took the dishes and sat them in the sink for later. Shota moved back to lay on the couch and indicated for Izuku to join them. He crawled on top of his and laid his head on his chest like before. He pulled the blanket back over them and rubbed his hand up and down the boy's back. Hisashi came back and sat on the floor with his back leaning against the couch. "Do you want to watch an All Might documentary? I think the History Channel is marathoning them," Hisashi asked. At Izuku's tired nod he changed the channel. Shota couldn't care less about his co-workers' gimmicky documentaries, and all his attention was on Izuku. His face was still wet from the tears and his chest was still rattling a little from crying, but he looked much calmer after they had eaten. He was watching the documentary intently, but his eyes were dropping. Shota continued to rub his hand up and down his son's spine, feeling his muscles untense under his hand. About 15 minutes into the documentary, Izuku was out like a light. Shota smiled gently and joined him for a nap. They woke up about 2 hours later to a completely different documentary on the TV and a giant blanket fort around them. Hisashi was still sitting on the floor, but he had moved to watch them with a Cheshire smile on his face. This was his doing. Izuku got up on his elbows and looked around them. His smile slowly grew wider and wider. Hisashi ended up having gotten every single one of his board games and video games out and had them set out in the fort. Izuku moved onto the floor to pick a game with him while Shota stretched and got up to get drinks, coffee for him and hot chocolate for the other two. They ended up spending the rest of the day until dinner playing games. They started with board games. They played Monopoly. Shota kicked their butts. Life. Izuku had 3 blue figures in his card, and Clue, where they realized they were missing half the cards and improved the weapons and motives. Then they moved on to video games where Izuku kicked their butts at Mario Karts. Hisashi had way too much fun explaining The Legend of Zelda, and Shota was completely lost during Animal Crossing. At dinner time the family worked together to make katsudon. They laughed and told jokes as they ate and didn't stop until milk came out of Hisashi's nose. After dinner they went back to their fort, where Hisashi and Shota moved their mattress, and curled up together with pillows and blankets to watch Disney movies. They watched Snow White, Rapunzel, Wall-E, Lion King and Wreck-It Ralph. They fell asleep that night wrapped in each other's arms. After that emotional Thursday family fun day was moved from Saturday to Friday. Izuku and Hisashi had already picked family activities, so today was Shota's day. If it had been a normal day then Shota would have picked staying home and not doing anything. However, it wasn't a normal day. It was the day after they had to force Izuku to relive his hell of a childhood. Shota felt obligated to get the kid's mind off of everything. However, while Shota wanted to distract Izuku and preoccupy him with a fun activity, Shota wasn't one for traditional fun. He didn't like loud, or hyper, or energetic things, beside Hisashi, but he was an exception, so he was at a complete loss at what they should do. He wanted all three of them to have fun, but Hisashi wouldn't find quiet reading fun and Izuku was too young to go drink in a quiet bar. He thought about maybe just sucking it up and doing something the other two would enjoy, but Hisashi wouldn't allow it. He made a big deal about it being Shota's turn, and he wasn't about to let him blow it. This is what led to the current conversation going on between Shota and his husband while they got ready that morning. They had left Izuku to sleep in the living room after moving him to couch. Meanwhile, the two of them were getting ready together in their bedroom. "We could go get coffee?" Hisashi suggested as he pulled a shirt over his head. Shota sighed from the bathroom as he tried tame his bed head. This was Hisashi's fifth suggestion. "No, you lose your mind on caffeine and there is no way I'm letting my kid get a caffeine addiction this young." "That's fair. What about the library? Izuku likes to learn." Now that gave Shota an idea. "What about the museum?" he suggested. There wasn't a reply, but suddenly Hisashi was beside him in the bathroom grinning like a madman. Looks like they were going to the museum. Shota honestly liked the museum. It was quiet, and as an educator he could appreciate the learning aspect of museums on a deeper level. The one thing he didn't like about museums though was the over-glorified and sensationalized hero sections. They focus on the big, popular guys like All Might and Best Jeansis. Shota hated the commercialized, Hollywood aspect of hero work. Sure, he was a hero and he felt the undying need to save and help people, but those that sought fame and fortune for it just got under his skin. He couldn't stand those people and he hated that majority of his students would grow up to be those people. And above all else, he hated how much his son totally loved those people. Don't get him wrong, Izuku's love of heroes was adorable and endearing, but come on. He was obsessed, and just like every other hero fan in the world, he was obsessed with the heroes he had the most exposure to. Thankfully with UA, he was being exposed to better heroes than those pompous idiots on TV, but he still loved the famous ones all the same. Though, Izuku didn't just like famous heroes. He loved every hero, including the obscure ones. He read and watched and listened to every resource on heroes possible, which meant that Izuku knew practically every hero both current and past. This was exactly why Izuku was over the moon at the museum, especially the hero section. As Izuku ran around reading every single display description and gawking at all the hero memorabilia, Shota found himself thinking that maybe the hero sections wasn't so bad after all. Thankfully for Shota, they had the hero exhibit was at the very back of the museum, so they went through all the other exhibits first. Shota enjoyed the history section the best, but Hisashi had liked the fossils and geos the best. Personally, though, Hisashi was most excited for seeing Izuku in the hero section. He couldn't help it. The little listener was just so adorable when he was excited and happy, and Hisashi just knew that he was going to be thrilled with this. Not to mention there was a special section in the hero exhibit about American heroes that had been added over the summer and Hisashi had yet to get the chance to see it. Some of his third-year English students had told them that there were some memorabilia written in English here and Hisashi was looking forward to reading them. After the samurai exhibits were the heroes finally. Izuku was practically vibrating with anticipation and they headed in that direction. Hisashi was grinning from ear to ear and he didn't miss the small smile on Shota's face as he watched their son. What could be better than this? The first thing that drew Izuku's attention was the giant All Might display. Typical. The couple followed their teen over to the display and listened attentively as he rambled on and on about all of the stuff on display. They even asked a few questions just to hear to talk in the happy voice more. It was kind of a funny sight to see, a 15-year-old boy practically giving his two father's teachers a museum tour. At some point the little tour group of 2 turned into a group of 6 as 2 other families came over to listen to Izuku explain all about All Might's Silver Age costume. The kid was such a fanboy, he even knew the name of the guy who had designed it. The other 4 people consisted of a young couple and a mother with her young son, maybe 6 or 7. The little boy was obsessed with Izuku. He stared at his with stars in his eyes and eventually got up the courage to ask him a question. "You sure know a lot about heroes, where did you learn all of that?" Izuku startled a little, having not noticed the little crowd hanging off of his every word. Well, you see, I go to UA and I'm going to be a pro hero, so I need to know a lot about heroes. The little boy nearly died. After that the kid was glued to Izuku's side asking him question after question about the heroes in the exhibits around them. At first Izuku seemed hesitant and a little shy, but after a reassuring nod from his fathers he loosened up some. It didn't take long after that for him to be leading the little boy around the room and telling him everything he knew about whatever hero they were looking at. Shota and the boy's mother stood off to the side and chatted as Hizashi followed the 2 around. The young couple had left a little while ago, seeming to going on to the next phase of their date. Eventually they made it over to the American section. Izuku and the little were vibrating with joy. Izuku told them about All Might's time in America and even pointed out a couple of heroes in the exhibit who had worked with him while there. He even told them some more about the shield guy who had designed his suit. Izuku sure knew a lot of personal things about All Might, huh? They finally made it over to where there were some English documents on heroes and heroes' works available for visitors to read. "What's that say?" the little boy asked, pointing at a newspaper article about a hero fight. Hizashi was about to read it out for the boys when Izuku beat him to it. The villain, now known as Aftershock, was responsible for millions of dollars worth of property damage and injured thousands of civilians, killing 3. The villain's rampage only lasts for 30, however, as the heroes Marvelous Max, Phoenix, and Groundbreak teamed up to apprehend him. Clean up on this disaster is already underway. Izuku read in English. The little boy stared up at him in confusion and Izuku blushed realizing his slip-up and then reread the article in Japanese. Hizashi was speechless, which never happened. All he could do was stand and stare in stunned silence at his son. He just read an American newspaper article in perfect English. Since when did he speak English? Sure, he had been in Hizashi's class all year, they weren't anywhere close to that level of English. They were still learning common phrases for goodness sake. Not to mention that Izuku had never shown that much skill and confidence in class before. He usually kept quiet and only spoke when it was for their grade. Hizashi had just assumed that it was because Izuku was embarrassed by his lack of ability in English. Clearly that wasn't the case, seeing as how Izuku just showed that he had better English skills than the rest of his class. Why did he hide that? He knew that Izuku wasn't a show-off and he wasn't cocky, but surely he should be more confident with speaking a language he was fluent in. Hizashi got a bad feeling that this was one of those trauma-related things. The little boy excused himself to go to the bathroom and Hizashi took this chance to ask Izuku about it while they were alone. "Since when could you speak and read English like that?" he questioned. Izuku looked like a deer in headlights. "Well, when I was younger and I would ask for something to read, the caretaker thought it was funny to give me books in English so that I couldn't read them, but I really wanted to read, so I taught myself how to read English. After that I just kept reading and watching things in English and I don't know, I guess I just picked it up," he stammered. "That's amazing. Not the giving you books in another language as a joke thing, but the whole teaching yourself a second language thing. You're really talented. Why didn't you say anything before? I used to get punished for talking in English. They said that I was just being a show-off and that I wasn't special, so I shouldn't act like I was," Izuku explained. Hizashi frowned sadly and pulled him into a hug. "You are special, little listener, and you shouldn't hide it." Izuku smiled and leaned into him. After a while they pulled away and went back to reading the articles. "You know this means we have to prank Shota, right?" After the museum they went to the kiddie cafe. It was Shota's day to decide things after all. They ate and then paid to go to the cat room. There were about 7 cats in the cafe. One was a really old Persian blue named Sushi that liked to sunbath. There were 3 Siamese cat that had apparently been from the same litter. A giant, fluffy black cat named Magic that went straight to Shota, a calico with 3 legs that yelled at them as they came in, and a small dwarf kitten that took a liking to Izuku. They sat around for a while playing with the cats when Hisashi got an idea. "Hey, Izuku, want to mess with Shota?" He called across the room to Izuku, who was pulling a feather on a string across the floor for the 3 brothers. He smiled at him shyly. "Here we go." "What are yo?" Shota started to question, but Hisashi ignored him. "How do you count cows?" he asked Izuku excitedly. "I don't know how." Izuku answered in Japanese. "With a calculator." Hisashi cackled and Izuku giggled. "How do you make holy water?" "I don't know." "You boil the hell out of it." This got a startled laugh from Izuku. Shota was looking more and more confused as they went on. This went on for a while, Hisashi telling Izuku jokes in English, Izuku responding in Japanese and cackling his head off, and Shota looking more and more confused. "Hold on," Shota interrupted. "Can you understand him?" "Yes." Izuku could barely talk for laughing as he responded in English. "Do you not?" He giggled at the confused look on Shota's face. Hisashi couldn't take it anymore and was rolling on the floor laughing. The 3 brother cats were pawing and batting at him, and the calico was screaming along with him. The elder cat left the room through the cat door. "You two are insufferable," Shota huffed fondly. Izuku joined Hisashi on the floor at that point. Guess they succeed with the whole get Izuku's mind off of things plan. The follow Saturday morning, Izuku got a text from the 1A group chat. "Pikachu. Hey guys. We should meet up today since it's the last Saturday before school." Duct tape. "Oh shoot, it is. Man, I'm so not ready to go back to school." Class pres. "One should be prepared for school, especially as students of UA." Pinky. "What were you wanting to do, Denki?" Pikachu. "I dunno, maybe go to the park or to see a movie." Invisigirl. "If we see a movie we should go eat after so we can actually talk to each other." Sugar Daddy. "A movie and dinner sounds like a great idea. I'm in." The Rock. "What are we gonna watch?" "And where are we gonna eat?" Class Mom. "JNP.cinema schedule. Here's a list of the movies playing at the cinema tonight. We could do a vote." When Izuku opened up the attachment, he saw that there were 5 options: an action movie, a comedy, a romance, a sci-fi film, and an R-rated film. He wasn't surprised when Mineta was the first one to comment with his vote for the R-rated film. Invisigirl. "Let's all agree that that is not an option." Pikachu. Read. Class Pres. Read. Class Mom. Read. Pinky. Read. Izuku put his phone down as the rest of the class agreed and started placing their own votes. He bit his lip and fiddles with his fingers. He knows that Aizawa and Yamada told him he was allowed to hang out with his friends whenever he wanted to, but he was still afraid to ask. After all, he hung out with them last week. What if he was asking to leave too much? Would they get mad? Are they going to stop letting him go? No, Izuku shook himself. They said that it was okay, so it was okay. He stood up, nodding to himself determinedly before heading into the living room. Aizawa was sitting in the armchair reading the newspaper as he drank his coffee, and Hisashi was in the kitchen fixing breakfast. He hesitated when he saw them. He cleared his throat to get their attention. Aizawa put down the newspaper and turned towards him, and Yamada came into the room. "Is everything okay?" Yamada questions. It wasn't often that Izuku asked for both of their attentions. "And no, everything is fine. I just wanted to ask you guys for something," he informed. Yamada nodded and led him over to sit on the couch. "What do you want to ask?" Aizawa questioned when they both sat down. Izuku fidgeted with his hands. It was now or never. The class was talking on group chat about maybe going to see a movie tonight and then going out eat afterward, as a group, since it's the last Saturday before we go back to school and it might be a while before we are all free again, and he stuttered off, too afraid to actually ask for what he wanted. He knew that Aizawa and Yamada were nice and that he could trust them, but it didn't help his anxiety. "And you just wanted to go with them, right?" Aizawa finished for him. He nodded nervously. Aizawa and Yamada exchanged a look. "Okay, Then let us know the details when you all figure them out and I'll get some money, Aizawa responded. Izuku perked up. Really? Yeah, really, little listener, if you want to hang out with your friends then you can. Just remember we agreed on a 10 p.m. curfew for weekends. I will. Thank you so much. He hugged them both before rushing back to his room to cast his vote. Thankfully they were still discussing movies when he got to his phone. So far there were 3 votes on the romance movie, 2 on the comedy, 4 on the action movie, 3 on the sci-fi, and Mineta was still insisting on the R-rated film. Small Might. I'd like to see the action film. By the end of the voting there were 7 votes on the actions movie, 6 on the comedy, 5 on the romance, and 1 on the sci-fi. Some people moved their votes around some by the end and Mineta had been removed for voting for nothing but the R-rated film. Izuku was silently thrilled when they agreed to see the action film. Pinky. So that settles it. Uravity. But where are we going to eat? Duct tape. We should see what's closest. Pikachu. J&G. Restaurants. Denki shared a screenshot of the map around the cinema with all the restaurants in the area marked. There was surprisingly quite a few. However, they quickly knocked a few out as too expensive or too small to be able to seat all of them. They agreed that after they picked a restaurant that Ito would call ahead and ask if they could serve them all to make sure the restaurant could handle all 19 of them. Mineta had been uninvited. Uravity. Well, my vote is for local fast food chain. They have a $1 menu so it's pretty cheap. Class mom. Uraraka, if you don't have enough money I will gladly pay for your food, especially since my vote is for hibachi restaurant. Glitlipteach. Sushi place is pretty spectacular and they aren't pricey for sushi. They finally narrowed it down to those 3 options in the end. There were 8 votes for the hibachi, 6 votes for the fast food, and 4 votes for sushi. They were going to get hibachi with Momo and Ida offering to help pay for anyone who didn't had enough. It was finally settled. There was a brief discussion on curfews and it was decided that they would meet at the cinema at 5:30, which gave them half an hour to get popcorn and snacks before the movie started at 6. The movie would end at 8, which would give them somewhere between 2 to 3 hours before the earliest curfew. Tokoyami had get home before the sun got too low or else Dark Shadow would take control. It wasn't long after everything was decided that breakfast was ready. He told Aizawa and Yamada the plan over breakfast. He went into extra detail and told them the whole film description for the movie they were going to see. Needless to say he was excited. That sounds really cool. If it's any good we will have to get it when it comes out on DVD, Yamada told him. Aizawa had a little notepad and was figuring up how much money Izuku would need. He was planning on doing it as cheaply as possible. No snacks at the movies and the cheapest thing at the restaurant. So with the tickets, snacks, and dinner, you'll probably need around 30, but I'm going to send you with 40 just in case, he said when he finished. Oh, that's not necessary, I won't get anything at the theater, Izuku told him and Yamada looked personally offended. You have to have popcorn at the movie. That's half the fun. If you're worried about the money, then don't be. I work 2 jobs and Hizashi works 3. We have plenty of money, kid. Besides, that's not something for you to worry about in the first place. You just go to the movies, eat popcorn and whatever else you want at the theater, and then have a good, filling dinner at the restaurant. And just to make sure you do eat, I want you to bring back both of your receipt. Okay, Izuku promised. He felt a little warm inside with how much Aizawa and Yamada wanted to be happy and have fun. He spent the rest of the day running around too hyper and exited to sit still. He spent nearly an hour figuring out what outfit to wear. He finally settled on a plain blue shirt and a pair of cargo shorts and his red sneakers, of course. After he picked out his outfit, he watched all the trailers he could find on the movie, which only served to make him more excited. He even went to the restaurant's website and picked out a few options of what to order. He had never been to a hibachi restaurant and he didn't want to be unprepared and embarrass himself. Finally at 5 o'clock he said goodbye to Yamada and Aizawa and took money from Aizawa and carefully tucked it into his wallet. They went over their rules again with him and then bid him goodbye. It didn't take too long since the only 3 rules were, be home by 10, bring back his receipts, and have fun. He took the train to the cinema and wasn't at all surprised to see Ida already there and waiting when he got there. Hi. He greeted as he came up to his friend. Hello, Midoriya. It is great to see you. Ida greeted just as enthusiastic as ever. They chatted for a while as they waited for everyone else. Tokoyami and Shuji were the next to arrive, and it was long after them that Satu, Mina, Denki, Shiro, Kirishima, and Bakugo arrived. The next to arrive were Momo, Tsu, Uraraka, Jiru, and Hagakure. Everyone else came quickly after that. The only one that was late was Aoyama, who apparently lived the farthest from the cinema. They all chatted and laughed as they waited in line to buy their tickets and snacks. Izuku ended up getting a small popcorn, small soda, and a pack of gummy bears. He carefully stored the receipt in his wallet. He didn't think they would be mad at him if he lost it, but he didn't want to push it. He sat between Ida and Todoroki to watch the movie. The movie was great. It had heroes and fighting and some romance for Aoyama and the girls, as well as some comedy. It was the perfect movie for all of them. Izuku found it a little jarring leaving the theater, but he didn't mind too much. He ended up only eating half his popcorn and just taking a few sips of his soda because he was too into the movie, but it was fine. He just put the gummies in his pocket. It also meant that he didn't have to use the bathroom since he didn't drink a lot, so he stood with the others as they waited for the ones to get out of the bathroom. "That was great," Denki exclaimed. "I loved the part with the building collapse." "I liked it when the hero rescued his love interest," Mina added. "It was so romantic." Hagakure agreed. "What did you think of the film Midoriya?" Uraraka questioned. "It was awesome. I've never been to a movie theater before. I wasn't expecting it to be so loud, but it made the fight scenes so much cooler." He answered happily. He hadn't thought that not going to a theater was that unordinary of a thing, but looking at the others' faces it was apparently. "You've never been to the theater, Croak?" Asuyu questioned. "Oh, no," Izuku answered bashfully. "Your parents really are strict, aren't they?" Ojiro commented. Izuku tensed. He didn't know how to respond to that. Besides Uraraka, no one standing there knew the truth, and he wasn't ready to tell anyone else. "Hey, when are we going to eat? I'm starving," Mina whined. She must have realized how uncomfortable Izuku was because there was no way she was hungry. She had a medium popcorn and 2 boxes of Reese's Pieces. He appreciated the change in subject. It worked too, as everyone started talking about eating instead. Finally, everyone finished up in the bathroom and they meet up to walk over to the restaurant since it wasn't too far away. Ida had called ahead to ask if they could handle all 20 of them, and the restaurant actually set aside a party room for them. It probably helped that Ida's home phone number comes up as Ingenium Incorporated on caller ID. So, when they reached the restaurant, the hostess greeted them happily and led them to the room. There was a square made out of hibachi grills in the room. Each side had 5 seats along it. Izuku, Ida, Todoroki, Uraraka, and Asuyu all sat on one side. To the left of Izuku sat Kirishima, Bakugo, Denki, Shiro, and Satu. Then Mina, Momo, Jiro, Hagakure, and Aoyama sat next to each other. The final table had Tokoyami, Shuji, Koda, and Ojiro. There was only one empty seat, so it was perfect. They actually had 4 chefs come out to serve them. Izuku had a suspicion that it was clear the staff recognized Momo, Ida, and Todoroki. Having rich friends did come with certain benefits. They all placed their orders and clapped and cheered as the chefs made their food in front of them. The place was actually really nice. The staff were all really nice and the food was really good. Izuku enjoyed it a lot. They chatted and laughed the whole night. Tokoyami and Shoji were the first ones to leave. They paid for their meals and excused themselves. Izuku was silently relieved that Tokoyami wasn't going to be walking home alone, since the sun was already setting. The next to leave were Koda and Ojiro. They lived near each, so they agreed to walk together so they weren't alone. The girls actually all left together, since at some point they agreed to have a sleepover. That left Izuku, Ida, Todoroki, Kirishima, Bakugo, Shiro, Denki, and Satu. "So, you guys got any plans for the last day of summer?" Denki questioned. "I was going to try some new recipes tomorrow, but that's all," Satu answered. "Me and Bakugo were going to go to the gym," Kirishima answered happily, and Bakugo grunted. "I was just going to play video games." Shiro started to answer before stiffening and looking over at the others and stumbling over his answer. "Training," Todoroki answered. "I didn't really have any plans," Ida answered. What about you, Midoriya? Oh, I'll probably just stay home, Izuku answered. Man, it must suck being at your house. You don't ever get a break from school, Denki commented, and the whole other side of the table froze. Zero elbowed Denki in the ribs. Izuku felt his stomach sink. What do you mean? Well, I just meant that you study a lot. Yeah, you study a lot. Denki tried to cover up and Sata groaned. That's the best you could come up with? Zero asked. Who told you guys? Izuku questioned. He felt himself panic. Who else knows? It was me, Kirishima admitted bashfully. I'm really sorry, Midoriya, and I didn't realize it was a secret until after I told them. The only one not sitting here that knows is Mina, Zero reassured. So, it is true? Denki questioned. Is what true? Izuku asked confused. That Aizawa-sensei and Mike-sensei adopted you? Yeah, it's true, but I'd appreciate it if you guys didn't tell anyone else. It's a little embarrassing. Why is it embarrassing to be adopted by your teachers? Kirishima questioned. It's not, I meant it's embarrassing not being adopted until you're 15, he explained, picking at what was left of his food. He felt his face heat up and his eyes burn with unshed tears. That's not something to be embarrassed by, you dumb nerd, Bakugo chimed in. He didn't look at Izuku, just continued to. Yeah man, don't be embarrassed. Denki added helpfully. Think of it this way, if you had been sooner you probably wouldn't have been adopted by sensei and then you wouldn't have your dads. Zero pointed out. It was weird hearing someone refer to Aizawa and Yamada as Izuku's dads. That is true, not to mention if things hadn't happened the way they did you might not have the life you have now, Ida put in. I guess you're all right, but I'd still appreciate it if you all didn't tell anyone else. It's a lot to explain and it's overwhelming. Don't worry man, we get it, our lips are sealed, Zero reassured, and the others agreed. They all finished eating and paid for their food. As they were walking out together, Kirishima came up beside him. I really am sorry for telling Midoriya. I don't know what I can do to make it up to you, he apologized again. It's okay, Kirishima, you didn't mean anything by it, he reassured. Kirishima didn't look so sure, but he accepted it. Kirishima and Bakugo split up from them and headed one way. After saying goodbye, the other three went the other way. That left Izuku, Ida, and Todoroki standing in front of the restaurant. Izuku had had an idea earlier, but he wasn't too sure about it. Hey, are you two doing anything else tonight? He questions. It was obvious that none of them were in a rush to get home. I do not, Ida answered verbally as Todoroki shook his head. Well, I'd have to check with Aizawa and Yamada first, but would you like to have a sleepover? It was something that Izuku had always wanted to do, have a sleepover that was. However, unless you counted sharing a room with other orphans as a sleepover, he'd never been allowed to have one. Now seemed like a perfect time to have one. It was still summer and they were all together and not busy. He just hoped that Aizawa and Yamada would agree. That sounds like an excellent idea. I would have to go by my house and retrieve an overnight bag, though, Ida said enthusiastically. Same, Todoroki agreed. Okay, let me call Aizawa first and see if it's okay, he answered. He stepped away a little bit and pulled out his phone, selecting Aizawa's contact. It rang twice before Aizawa picked it up. Izuku, what's wrong? He questions instantly. He could hear the worry in his voice. And nothing's wrong, he reassured. I know I already asked to go out tonight, but I was wondering if I could ask for something else too. He heard some shuffling and a beep over the line. Okay kid, you're on speakerphone now so Hisashi can hear you. What were you wanting to ask? He could still hear worry in Aizawa's tone. I was wondering if maybe it was possible for Ida and Todoroki to stay the night with us? He asked nervously. Like a sleepover, or they need help stay the night? Aizawa questioned. He was a teacher even out of school. Like a sleepover, he answered. I know I'm asking for a lot and it's okay if it's not possible, I'd understand. Kid, you aren't asking for a lot. You're asking to have a sleepover. That's a normal teenage thing to ask for. There was some whispering from the other end between the two before Yamada's voice came through. We actually think it's a great idea, but they'll need to go by their houses first, right? Yeah, they said they needed to get clothes and stuff, Izuku answered. He thought that was a yes, But he didn't get his hopes up. Okay, it's still an hour before curfew, you go with them both and keep us posted through text of where you three are, then you come straight home, got it? Aizawa told him. So, they can stay over? Izuku asked excited. If it's okay with their parents then yes, Aizawa reassured him. Thank you so much. I'll text you soon. They said their goodbyes and hung, and he practically skipped back over to the other two who had called their respective parents. My parents have given their permission for tonight and my brother promised to have a bag ready before we get there. My dad said he didn't care and Fuyumi said she'd do the same for me, so it won't take too long. Okay, well we can go to your guys' houses and grab your stuff, but we have to go straight home afterwards. Oh, and I have to keep Aizawa updated on where we are at all times. They headed to the train after that. The closest house was Ida's, so they went there first. As soon as they got on the train, Izuku texted Aizawa. Izuku, we are on the train, we are going to Ida's first. Then when they got off the train and started walking to Ida's house, mansion. We just got off the train and are walking to Ida's. Then when they reach Ida's, Todoroki and Izuku stayed outside while Ida grabbed his stuff. We are at Ida's and he is getting his stuff. Ida has his stuff now and we are heading back to the train station. They got back on the train and went to Todoroki's house. We are on the train heading to Todoroki's house now. We just got off the train and are walking to Todoroki's. We are at Todoroki's and he is getting his bag and talking to his dad. We are walking back to the train now. We are on the train again and heading home. We just go off the train and are walking home. See you soon. Hizashi was on the floor laughing as Aizawa's phone dinged again. When he told the kid to keep him updated on where they were, he didn't mean a play-by-play of the whole trip. He shouldn't complain though, at least he knew the kid was safe. And it felt pretty good to see Izuku referred to their apartment as home. He just wished that Hizashi would calm down. Aizawa. "'Kay, kiddo, see you soon, good job." Izuku smiled when Aizawa messaged him. He had been a little worried when he had responded earlier, but it showed that all of his messages had been read, so he figured that Aizawa was just silently keeping track of him. He still felt giddy at being praised though. He had talked non-stop since they left the restaurant. He told Ida and Todoroki all about his house and the cats and the neighbors and just everything. He told them about what movies and CDs Aizawa and Yamada had. He thought he might have been annoying the other two, but they kept responding to him and holding the conversation, so he hoped it was fine. Todoroki in particular was interested in Machi and Hiro. Apparently the quiet boy liked cats. Izuku was looking forward to introducing them. When they finally made it to the apartment, Izuku opened the door and let them both in before entering. "I'm home," he called as he shut the door behind him. It was something that both Aizawa and Yamada did whenever they came back, so he figured it was something he should do as well. Hey, listeners." Yamada greeted as they came into the room. He was sitting on the couch watching TV, while Aizawa was on the armchair with his laptop, probably doing work. He had been doing some paperwork for the school over the past few days. Well, he said it was for school, but Izuku had a feeling it was about his court case. Izuku didn't mind the little white lie though. It made him feel special that he wanted to protect him. "Good afternoon, Mike-sensei," as sensei, Ida greeted with a deep, ever the proper one. Todoroki just nodded in their direction. "Ida, this isn't school, you don't have to be so formal," Aizawa informed him as he stood from the chair. Yamada flipped the TV off and stood up as well, stretching. "Yeah, and do me a favor and don't call me sensei in my house, listeners, it feels weird," Yamada requested. "My apologize," Ida apologized with a bow. "No sweat, you didn't know," Yamada told him as he came around the couch, Aizawa not far behind him. "Well, I'm going to go do some recording," Yamada excused himself, ruffling Izuku's hair as he walked past. "And I'm going to go do some paperwork in the bedroom, so you boys have control over the living room for tonight. Just do me a favor and don't get too loud, we have neighbors." They all agreed to keep it quiet. "You know where the snacks and blankets are, don't forget to show them where the bathroom is, and come get me if you need anything," he told Izuku before he left the room. And the sleepover had officially began. "So, if you want you can put your bags down in my room," Izuku's suggestion once the adults had left. It was at this point that Izuku realized he had no idea what to do at a sleepover. He'd never hosted one before and he certainly has never been to one before. The other two nodded and he led them to his room. You can just set them on my bed, he said, gesturing to the bed. Was it okay that he had an all-might blanket? Was that weird? He didn't know whether or not he should be embarrassed. Neither Ida nor Todoroki commented on it though, so he didn't either. They sat their bags down and looked around his room. You have a very lovely room, Ida commented with a small smile, and Todoroki nodded in agreement, looking over his hero posters. Thank you, though the credit goes to Yamada and Aizawa. I went with them to pick out the stuff, but they made me wait in the living room while they put it all together. They surprised me with a lot of stuff, he told them happily. He sat down on his desk chair as the other two sat on his bed. Was this what you're supposed to do at sleepovers? Why did they make stay in the living room while they did your room? Todoroki asked. Yamada said that if my adoption had been normal, they would have had a few months to get everything ready for me before I came, so he wanted me to get to experience that even though I was with them before they made the room, he answered. Ida and Todoroki shared a look. If you don't mind me asking, why was your adoption not normal? Ida questioned. Izuku thought about it for a moment. Ida and Todoroki were two of his closest friends. They were the only people that had never said anything negative about Izuku not spending time with them. They didn't comment on his mumbling, they showed interest in his hero analysis, and they actually showed genuine interest in Izuku and his feelings. If he was going to tell anyone about this, it would be these two. He trusted them with his life. Well, normally an adoption would take months with interview, court hearings, and paperwork, but due to unfortunate circumstances, Aizawa and Yamada were able to adopt me in a day. They just had to sign the paperwork and I was able to come home with them that day. What were the circumstances? Todoroki asked. He was almost as blunt as a Suyu. Todoroki, that is a sensitive topic that Midoriya may not able to talk about. Ida scolding. He wasn't the best with social situations, but he understood when a topic was fragile. It's okay, Ida. I kind of feel like I should talk to someone about this all, and not just Aizawa and Yamada. They're great and all, but they're also adults and I still have some reservations about adults. The circumstance where that Aizawa and Yamada had came to Entai for an adoption interview and long story short ended up finding me while I was in lockdown. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. He knew he just said he wanted to talk about it, but it was still hard to tell anyone exactly what he had went through. What is lockdown? Ida questioned hesitantly. He seemed afraid to ask. It wasn't often that Ida stuttered. Lockdown was when the caretakers would lock me in a little storage closest in the basement. At first they would just lock me in the basement, but then it escalated until they locked me in that tiny, unlighted room. He explained. I'm sorry, Ida apologized. He had grown up in good home with a loving family. Izuku imagined it was very hard for him to hear about something like this happening, let alone to one of his closest friends. So they were able to adopt you that day since they witnessed you being abused firsthand? Todoroki questioned and Izuku nodded. Was that all the caretakers did to you? No, they had other forms of punishments. Some of them weren't that bad, but some of them were. He told them he wanted to talk about it, but the idea of telling them some of the more personal punishments was just too much. How do our senseis treat you? Ida questioned, starting at the floor. His fists were balled. They're great, they've done everything they possibly could to make sure I'm happy. Yamada cooks breakfast every morning and we go on family fun days every weekend. It's really great here. Not to mention they've gotten me all this stuff that I didn't have, he said, gesturing around his room. Ida seemed to loosen up some at that, but he still seemed upset. I am glad that you are in a better place, but I apologize for not noticing before that you were suffering. It's my job as class president to ensure that all our classmates are doing well both inside and outside of school, and I did not notice that you were not safe outside of school. I should have, and I'm sorry that I did not. Ida stood up and bowed to him in apology. No, Ida, don't do that. It isn't your fault and it isn't your responsibility. No one noticed because I learned a long time ago how to hide it. You shouldn't feel sorry, you should just be happy that I'm here now. I know that I am. He told him. Ida straightened up and fixed his glasses. I suppose you are correct. It does no good to focus on the struggles of the past, we must look forward to a bright future. Ida proclaimed with wide swings of his arms. The mood in the room lifted after that. Izuku shared a look with Todoroki and he smiled at him gently while nodding. After Todoroki had shared his past with him at the sports festivals, Izuku did the only thing he knew how to in that situation. He told All Might. And thankfully his mentor got with some other staff and law enforcement, and Enji Todoroki was confronted about his abusive behavior. Sadly, without any proof and Endeavor's reputation, they weren't able to remove Todoroki from that situation, but they were able to threaten him enough to stop the behavior. And they knew the behavior had stopped because Endeavor was under constant surveillance. The moment he lays a hand on Todoroki or one of his siblings again, he'll be in jail. At first, Todoroki had been really angry with Izuku for telling. However, part of the school interference included putting Todoroki in counseling. It wasn't long after that Todoroki actually thanked him for what he had done. Izuku had honestly been shocked, but he was happy to know that Todoroki didn't hate him. They have been friends ever since. So, I have a confession to make, Izuku said after the conversation died down. I have never been to, let alone hosted a sleepover, and I have no idea what we are supposed to do. I haven't either been to a sleepover, that is, Todoroki admitted. I have had sleepovers with my brother, but never with a friend or at someone else's home, Ida told them. Izuku giggled. So, I guess we are all in the same boat, he stated. They actually ended up Googling activities to do at a sleepover. It took a while to weed out all the suggestions for girls. Not that they were against face mask and painting their nails, but they didn't exactly have the stuff to do that. Eventually they found a mommy blog post about how to throw an epic boys-only sleepover. This suggests pillow forts, movie marathons, video games, board games, and lots of junk food and soda. Izuku read off. That all sounds like stuff I've done with Aizawa and Yamada. Well, if it is alright with them, we could build a fort, Ida suggested. I'll go ask. Izuku excused himself and went to go knock on the master bedroom door. He noted that it was cracked open. He opened the door fully when Aizawa said, "Come in," from the other side. "Is everything okay?" he asked, looking up from the laptop. Izuku nodded. "We were just wondering if it was okay for us to build a fort in the living room?" he asked. Aizawa smiled at him gently. "Of course it is. Word of advice though, use the dining chairs to give it more structure. They hold it up better than the couch does. Oh, and there are clothespins in the junk drawer if you want to use some of them." Aizawa told him, and Izuku smiled widely. "Thank you." They built the biggest fort they could fit in the living room. They used all 4 dining room chairs along with about 10 clothespins to hold it up. After an hour they have every pillow and blanket draped, pined, and thrown around the room. They even made a pallet on the floor out of quilts and pillows for them to lie on. They had taken up so much room that Izuku had to move the coffee table to the kitchen. They stood back and admired their work. So, Izuku started, "What now?" They ended up playing video games. They all agreed that they weren't in much of a mood for movies or junk food after their movie and restaurant outing with the others, so video games seemed like the perfect compromise. They played Mario Karts, Animal Crossing, Mario Party, and Super Smash Bros. After they got tired of looking at the TV screen, they switched board games. Clue, Sorry, and Life. Izuku had grabbed some chips and some bottles of water before they started playing. By the time they finished playing those, it was 1 in the morning. They decided to settle down and watch a movie. They ended up watching The Little Mermaid. It might have been a children's movie, but it was one of the options that Izuku had pulled out that all 3 of them had yet to see. After a little debate, they all agreed to just watch it and not tell others about it. What happened at the sleepover stayed at the sleepover, and that included watching cheesy children's movies. They all ended up loving it. Todoroki enjoyed the part where Ariel disobeyed her father. That got a good laugh out of the other 2. After that, they just switched on a random TV channel that was playing cartoons and talked. They didn't talk about anything of importance, just light topics like school, heroes, and movies they've seen before. They chatted and laughed until they all slowly fell asleep. Izuku didn't know which one of them was the first to fall asleep. It could have been him, but he did know that he fell asleep very happy and very relaxed. Best sleepover ever. The boys had been having so much fun they hadn't even noticed when Hisashi had finished recording. He left his studio and noticed the pillow fort in the living room. He peeked into the room to check on the kids and smiled fondly as he watched Izuku and Ida explain the rules of Clue to Todoroki. He went to his and Shota's room to get ready for bed. They boys are playing board games in a giant fort, he informed his husband as he entered the room. Oh really? When I checked on them early they were playing video games, they must have gotten bored, Shota smirked. Hisashi smiled at him as he pulled off his shirt and grabbed a nightshirt from his drawer. This is great, isn't it? Him hanging out with kids his age and acting like a kid. It's so nice to see him happy, Hisashi commented as he changed. Shota hummed and turned off his laptop, getting up to get ready for bed as well. It is, he deserves to be happy after everything he went through. Shoyuta was already in his pajamas and he brushed his hand against Hisashi's back as he passed to go brush his teeth. This is just so cool, you know? I have been dreaming about this since we started trying to adopt. Our kid having a sleepover, us being the cool parents and the fun house. Hisashi continues, he slipped his pants on and went to bathroom to brush his teeth as Shota was finishing up. He smiled at him gently and went back to the bedroom to fix the bed sheets and crawl under the covers. I love having a kid so much, Hisashi commented as he finally joined him in the bed. Shota leant over and kissed him husband lovingly on the lips. I love it too, he agreed. They flipped off the light and cuddled close to each other. They slept for a while, but eventually Shota did have to get up and go pee. After handling his business, he decided to go grab a drink of water. Not because he wanted an excuse to check on the kids, no, absolutely not. He was just thirsty. However, as he passed through the living room he realized he didn't need an excuse seeing as how all three boys were sound asleep in the pillow fort as Adventure Time played on the TV. Shota smiled gently as he grabbed a few blankets and threw them over the teens. Then he went to Izuku's room and grabbed his nightlight, a more age-appropriate red riot one instead of the one Midnight had gotten him, and plugged it up in the living room. With any luck the other two would assume that had been there the whole time. He'd rather embarrass Izuku than have him wake up and be scared though. He switched the TV off, grabbed a drink of water, and headed back to his room. As he snuggled into bed with his husband again, noting that Machi and Hiro had joined them at some point he couldn't help but to think how lucky he was. He had a good home, an amazing husband, 2 adorable cats, and now a son. He couldn't ask for anything better. The next morning Izuku woke up to the smell of breakfast. He sat up with a yawn and stretched his arms above his head before looking around. He was still in the pillow fort, Todoroki was still asleep next to him, but Ito was nowhere to be seen. Izuku worried that he might have left when he heard soft voices from the kitchen. A quick glance at the clock told him that there was no way that Aizawa was the one talking with Yamada, so it must have been Ida. Izuku got up and carefully extracted himself from the blankets, making sure not to disturb Todoroki. He looked around the room and winced at the mess they had made. He would have to clean that up. He made his way into the kitchen. His assumption was correct as he saw that Ito was helping Yamada prepare breakfast. He noted that Ito was already fully dressed. Figures he'd be an early bird. He shouldn't have expected anything less than Ida. Yamada and Ida were talking in quiet voices as they cooked side by side. It was kind of strange to see these two people who he had known for almost a year interact in such a different setting. If you had told Izuku when he started UA that before the end of first year he would be living with his homeroom and English teachers and that he would wake up one morning after a sleepover to find his class president cooking breakfast with his teacher turned dad, he'd think you were on drugs. However, he couldn't help but to think about how thankful he was that this was his reality. He smiled widely as he greeted the other two. Good morning. The other two turned to him with their own smiles. Good morning, Midoriya, Ida greeted. Morning, litter listener, how'd you sleep? Yamada asked as he stirred the pot on the stove. Pretty good, need any help? Asked as he came up to the counter beside Yamada. Yamada looked the food over and shook his head. I think we've got it, why don't you feed the cats, though? I'm sure Hiro is 5 seconds away from a meltdown, Yamada suggested looking down at said cat who was circling his legs angrily. Hiro was never patient when it came to food. Izuku giggled lighted and went to the pantry to grab the cat's breakfast. He empties a can into Hiro's bowl first, which he was quick to attack. He sat down Machi's serving and went to find her. If he put it in her bowl, Hiro would just help himself. I'm going to go find Machi, Izuku informed the other two as he left the kitchen. I think she was still asleep on Shota. Yamada called out as he left. Izuku took his advice and headed to the master bedroom. He was extra quiet as he went into the room and carefully lifted Machi from the bed. She meowed softly as being picked up. Izuku shut the door as carefully as possible and headed back toward the kitchen. He stopped in the living room, though when he saw Todoroki sitting up and rubbing his eyes. "Ah, good morning, Todoroki," he greeted happily, the cat still held in his arms. Todoroki turned to him and stood up, walking over. "Good morning," he greeted, sleepily eyeing the cat. Izuku held her out some. "This is Machi, you can pet her if you want," he introduced. Todoroki reached out and ever so gently patted Machi's fluffy head. She purred in joy. She liked attention. "She likes you," Izuku giggled. "She's deaf, so we have to go get her to make sure she eats." She usually follows Hiro when he takes off, but he was already in the kitchen. He explained as he made his way into the kitchen, Todoroki following behind. The two in the kitchen turned to greet Todoroki and he greeted them in kind. Izuku sat Machi down and grabbed her can and emptied it for her. She meowed in gratitude and started eating, a lot calmer than Hiro. Izuku noted that Hiro's bowl was empty and he was sitting lazily by his bowl. Izuku rubbed his hand and picked him up, walking back over to Todoroki. He had wanted to introduce him to the cats last night, but they already headed off to bed before they had gotten there, so he didn't get the chance. "This," he said as he came up to Todoroki, "is Hiro. He likes to eat, but he's on a diet." Todoroki smiled gently at that and Izuku handed him the cat. He hesitated for a second, but at Izuku's insistence took the black ball of fur into his own arms. Hiro purred and batted at Todoroki's face gently, and Izuku didn't miss the small smile that graced his face. The four of them stood around the kitchen for a while chatting as Yamada and Ida finished up breakfast. Eventually, they did realize that they had no chairs, so the three boys went to go clean up the living room and return the dining chairs to their rightful place. At some point while they were cleaning up, Aizawa had woken up and went to the kitchen to fix coffee. After returning the chairs and other fort supplies, they all headed to the kitchen where Yamada had finished breakfast. The three boys sat at the dining table while Yamada and Aizawa sat at the island to eat. They chatted quietly as they watched the kids eat and laugh, smiling at each other gently. It was a nice and domestic sort of thing. Meanwhile, the three friends were chatting about last night. They discussed more about the movie and talked about the restaurant. Ida did admit that her family had been there before, but he theorized that it was Momo's involvement in the night that got them the private room. Once they finished eating, Izuku and Todoroki offered to do the dishes since Ida had helped cook. That being said, Ida did help them do the dishes since he wanted to be helpful. After cleaning up, the two who weren't ready for the day went ahead and got dressed and ready. Their two guests stayed until noon until they had to get home. Izuku told them goodbye and waved them off, thanking them for coming. He was honestly a little disappointed that they had to leave, but he tried to look on the bright side. He would see them again at school tomorrow. Bright school. Izuku had almost forgotten about that. He was looking forward to going to school. He loved to learn, and he loved to learn at UA especially. However, with his new home there was sure to be some changes in his school routine. Would they come and go from school together or separate? How would they regard each other at school? He knew that it was proper for him to call them both sensei while at school, but would they call him Izuku? Did the other teacher know? He knew Midnight did, and he was sure the principal did, but who else knew? He had never been a teacher's son before, so he had no idea what the protocol was for this sort of thing. He also couldn't help but wonder how the others were going to act at school. Would they tell anyone else? Would they think he was cheating? He couldn't even begin to imagine how Monomo would react if he found out that Aizawa was his dad now. That would be a nightmare. He knows that Denki and the other boys promised to keep it quiet from here on out, but they also said that Mina knew and she wasn't there for that conversation. Would she tell? He didn't know, and he was so worried about it. So far everyone else had been very understanding and sympathetic, but it was only a matter of time until someone had something to say on the matter. He wasn't looking forward to that. After his friends had left, Izuku had gone to his room to prepare for the day tomorrow. He didn't have much to do. All his school supplies and even his uniform were at school anyways. He didn't trust the kids or even adults at Entai enough to leave such valuable possessions where they could get him. He wondered if he should bring his uniform home tomorrow. He knows most of his classmates come to school already in their uniform. He was actually worried at first that someone would say something to him, but Ida had actually commended him on his forethought. He said something about keeping the uniform pressed in. Izuku wasn't sure, he was too stunned at being caught to pay much attention. Still, Izuku wanted to prepare for tomorrow. He still had his book bag which used to take home homework, but only the necessities for that evening. Izuku put a few new notebooks in his bag along with some pencils that Aizawa and Yamada had gotten him. After some thought he also split his sticky notes and put half of them in his bag so he had some at school. He liked to use them for his notebooks. He took notes in class the same way he did his hero analysis, and it turned out to be a really good way to take notes. They were easy to study and easy to add to when needed. He finished adding his meager supplies to his yellow bag before looking around. He didn't know what else to do. His question was answered for him when there was a knock on his door. "Come in," he called. The door opened to reveal Aizawa and Yamada. They entered his room. He smiled at them and they smiled back. "Hey, kiddo, did you have a fun this weekend?" Aizawa questioned as he sat down on the desk chair. Yamada sat next to him on the bed. "Yeah, I did, thank you for letting me do all that," he answered. "It was no problem, we're just glad to see you having so much fun with your friends," Yamada told him. Izuku smiled, but he knew that that wasn't why they had come to his room. "So, what were you wanting to talk about?" he prodded. Aizawa sighed. "You're perceptive. We just wanted to talk to you about going back to school tomorrow, make sure we are all on the same page," he told him. "On the same page about what?" "Just like how public we are going to be about our new relationship, who you do and don't want to know, stuff like that," Yamada told him. "Oh," Izuku responded. He hadn't expected for them to actually talk about his, though he was glad they were. "Well, what were you both thinking?" "We were thinking that it's up to you, kid. This has had an arguably bigger impact on you than it does on you, so it's your call," Aizawa informed him. "So, who do you want to know or not know about this?" "Well, I don't really mind any of the teachers knowing, but I'd prefer to keep it quiet with my peers. Some people I didn't necessarily want to know yet have found out, so it might not do any good, but I'd like it to be discreet about in front of the class." Aizawa and Yamada shared a look. "Who knows that you didn't want to know?" Yamada asked. "Denki, Siro, Satu, and Mina. Kirishima had told them before I texted them and asked them not to tell anyone. He didn't mean anything by it, he just hadn't thought that it was a secret. They told me at dinner after everyone else had left. Mina wasn't there, but the others promised not to tell anyone else and Kirishima kept apologizing." "Okay, are you upset by this?" Aizawa questioned. "I was a little at first," he admitted, "but I'm okay now. They were really nice about it and Kirishima didn't do it to hurt me, so it really wasn't that big of a deal. I trust them not to tell anyone and I'm pretty sure Kaken threatened them afterwards too." Izuku laughed a little at the last part. He knew it was true because Kirishima had messaged him again last night to apologize and told him that Kaken had made sure the other boys wouldn't tell. They couldn't get a hold of Mina, but he promised to spread the message when he saw her. He didn't expect her to tell anyone anyways. "Alright, would you like me talk to them about it tomorrow?" Aizawa suggested. Izuku shook his head. "No, it's fine, I don't want to cause any trouble for anyone. I trust them about it and I'm fine really," he assured. "If you change your mind or anyone else finds out, just let me know, okay?" "Okay, and thank you for being concerned." "Of course, kiddo," he smiled gently at him. "So we're in agreement that it's okay for the teacher to know, but we need to be quiet about it in front of any of the students." The other two nodded. "So, what are we going to allow and not allowed to do at school?" Yamada questioned. "Like what?" Aizawa asked. "Well, like hair ruffles and nicknames and stuff like that. How familiar are we allowed to be with each other at school? As long as it doesn't give away our relationship, then it's fine. We have to interact some anyway. We live together," Izuku told him. He didn't like the idea of them calling him Midoriya again even though they will be at school. "Speaking of which, how are we handling that? Like, do you want us to come and go together or would you prefer we travel separate?" Aizawa asked him. I would like it if we could go to and from school together if that's all right," he answered bashfully. He felt like that was such a family thing to do. "Okay then, but there will be a few days when we have stay late to handle some things, And you're welcome to head home on those days without us as long as you tell us before you leave, Yamada told him. Or you could just hang out until we finish, that's fine too, Yamada told him. I'm sure Namuri would be excited to have you around. That's fine, I don't mind staying late, he told them. It actually sounded kind of fun being at school after hours. Then that's settled then, now one last question, Aizawa started. Where is your uniform? Izuku felt his face heat up in embarrassment. Of course they would notice that. It's at school. In my locker, he answered. Why? Yamada asked. It wasn't normal for a student to leave their uniform at school. Well, the caretaker didn't like it when I succeeded at anything, so I may or may not have lied about what high school I was attending. He couldn't meet their eyes. Would they be mad at him? What school did you say you were attending? Yamada asked. He didn't sound mad, just curious. Mensi, he answered. Mensi was a crappy, public school with a 100% acceptance rate. It was a back school that only taught basics. Everyone who went there didn't want to be there. It was also the only school that accepted quirkless students and didn't have uniforms, so it was the perfect cover. He never let anyone at Entai know that he had a quirk now. They would just accuse him of lying and it would make things worse. The only reason Entai hated him was because he was quirkless. That's actually a pretty good cover, kid, Aizawa praised. So, let me get this straight. Your uniform is still at school because you had to lie to the caretakers about what high school you attended because you feared you'd be punished for it? He nodded and he felt as Yamada rubbed his back. I'm sorry you had to go through that, but you can bring your uniform back here. It probably really needs washed anyway. Yamada ended on a light note. He always seemed to know who to lift Izuku's spirits. Izuku smiled at him gratefully. He returned it before standing up and clapping his hands. Okay, then what does everyone want for lunch? Meanwhile, the Baku squad was trying to defuse a bomb. Rock hard. What do you mean you told all the girls? Alien Queen. How was I supposed to know that I wasn't allowed to tell? Besides, all I did was ask Uraraka about it and she confirmed it. She's just as much to blame as I am. Sparky. I messaged you last night and told you that Mito didn't want it told. Alien Queen. I know, but I didn't see it until this morning. Sugar Daddy. Maybe you should message the other girls and tell them not to say anything before it's too late? Rock hard. Yes, do that. Alien Queen. Don't worry, all the girls are sworn to secrecy. We can't tell outsiders whatever is said at a sleepover. Tape dispenser. Isn't that what you're doing right now? Alien Queen. No, you guys knew before the sleepover, and it was my secret, so I'm allowed to talk to you guys about it. Bugoo bro. News flash. Dipshit, it wasn't your secret, it was stupid Deku's. Tape dispenser. Yeah, Bakuga had a point, we really don't have a right to talk about this. Rock hard. I'm a horrible person. The conversation ended up being an hour-long perk-up Kirishima feast as they all assure him that he wasn't a bad person and that hadn't meant to hurt anyone. It ended with Kirishima agreeing he wasn't a horrible person, but still vowing to make it up to Midoriya. After everything was said and done, Denki decided to lighten the mood. Sparky. Did any else notice when Siro almost told the others that he smokes pot? Yeah, that was effective in changing the topic. The next morning was a little jarring as the three of them settled into yet another new routine. They had gotten used to each over the 2.5 weeks that they had been living together, but it was still strange navigating around one another in a new way. Shota and Hizashi were well used to getting ready for work in the morning with one another. However, it was a new experience having to make sure that the third person was ready as well. In fact, they had almost forgotten to wake Izuku up that morning. It only took them 10 minutes to remember, though, so it wasn't such a bad thing. The fact that Izuku had a separate bathroom was also a huge relief. While Shota and Hizashi are used to sharing a bathroom, they didn't think they were capable of adding a third person to that mess. This way Izuku could shower and get ready without them being their way, a win-win. Thankfully, it took them all around the same amount of time to get ready, so that wasn't going to be an issue. Another issue they had to work around was breakfast. Up until now, Hizashi had cooked breakfast for the three of them every morning. However, there wasn't time for that on school, but they still wanted Izuku to eat breakfast. Hizashi had actually come up with a solution the night before. Overnight oats. He prepared 3 serving the night before and they were ready and waiting for them to grab on the way out the door. They did discuss purchasing some other fast breakfasts when they went shopping next, but this was a good solution until Wednesday. Once they were all three dressed, feed, and ready to go, they set off for the train. They had left early that morning to give Izuku enough time to change. They had made him promise to bring home his uniform that evening, though, so that he didn't have to change at school anymore. Hisashi also had plans to wash the uniform that night. If he had kept it at school since the start of the year, it had to be gross. When they made it to school, they separated from one another. Izuku went to his locker to go change into his uniform while Shota and Hisashi went to the teacher's lounge to get ready for that day. When they got there, they weren't surprised to find that Ectoplasm was the only one there before them. They were there pretty early after all. They went to their individual desk and got to work on preparing their lessons and schedules for the day. They intended to meet with Nezu and the rest of the staff this morning to inform them about Izuku, so they might as well get their work done before everyone else showed up. They weren't worried about Izuku. He said he'd go to classroom 1A after he changed and get ready for class early. They also knew it wouldn't be long before Ida joined him since he was always extra early after a break. So, they calmly finished up their preschool work and Shota finished 2 cups of coffee as the rest of their coworkers filed in. Namuri greeted them happily, but didn't mention the kids since they had let her in on the plan for the day beforehand. All Might seemed very nervous around them. Finally, 20 minutes before school began, Nezu joined them in the teacher's lounge, clearing his throat. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a great summer," he greeted in his usual happy tone. The residents of the room had tensed. Nezu didn't normally come to the teacher's lounge unless it was something urgent. Now, don't look so scared. I actually have happy news this time." "Well, I don't really have new, but Aizawa and Yamada do." He explained. He gestured for the 2 men to join him in front of the others. Everyone beside Namuri and Yagi looked awfully confused. Hisashi was actually vibrating with excitement at getting to announce that they were parents. He had waiting for this moment for a long time. "Well, gentlemen, would you care to share how your summer went?" "We adopted a kid," Hisashi announced happily. The faces of those who hadn't already known brightened up and they began clapping and congratulating the 2. Their co-workers were well aware of their attempts at adoption. Let's just say that Namuri wasn't the only one announcing herself as honorary family. "Not to be rude or anything, boss, power loader, but why did you have to be here for that?" He had realized that there was more to what was going on than just a happy announcement. "Well, you see, I had to be here because of who exactly the kid is that Aizawa and Yamada have adopted, as well as the nature of their adoption." "So it's a student," Vlad King concluded. "Right you are," Nezu confirmed. "Who?" Ectoplasm questioned. "Izuku Midoriya," Aizawa answered. He didn't enjoy having to have this conversation, but it had to be done. Everyone stared at him in shock. "I didn't know the kid was an orphan," Power Loader commented. "Neither did we until we went to Entai for an adoption interview," Yamada told him. After that they told them all the whole story, from what they saw at Entai, to the rushed adoption, to the court case. "Thankfully, he is settling in well with us, but he had still asked us not to let any of the students know," Yamada finished. "A few already do, but it was Izuku's choice of who to tell. He also gave us permission before we informed all of you," Aizawa added. "I believe it goes." Without saying that this should be kept on the down low, Nezu commented, the room filled with affirmations. "Now that that is settled, I hope you all have a fantastic day." They didn't have to be told to get back to work twice. Meanwhile, Class 1A was slowly filling with students. Just as the teachers had expected, Ida was the next to make it to the classroom. Everyone else came at a much more reasonable time. Everyone grouped up and was chatting happily with their friends about what they had done over the summer despite seeing everyone on Saturday. They were laughing and chatting happily. They quieted down quickly though when Aizawa came in right as the bell rang. He looked around the room, his eyes lingering on Izuku before speaking. "Put your gym uniform on and meet me at the practice field. We're doing another quirk assessment." He turned and walked out the door, smirking at the anguished wails about having a test on the first day back. Honestly, they should have expected it. The test went about the same as the start of the year, however everyone scored much higher than before. Shota couldn't help the swell of pride in his chest when Izuku ranked in the top 5 of the class. He had made so much progress. He also wasn't too surprised when Mineta was the last rank. He dismissed them back to school, but stopped Izuku before he left. Midoriya, stay behind a moment, he called as the class started to leave. Izuku was honestly a little scared when Aizawa had asked him to stay back. He nodded and went toward him. He didn't even notice when the girls all exchanged knowing looks. When the class had gotten far enough away, Aizawa pulled something out of his pocket and handed it to. It was money. I can't believe I forgot this earlier, but here's some money for lunch, he told him. Izuku relaxed and took the money, tucking it into his pocket. He should have known that it wouldn't be something bad. Thank you, he turned to head back to the school, but he only made it 5 steps before Aizawa called out again. Oh yeah, and Izuku? He turned back to him. Good job today. He smiled brightly and turned to head back to the school. He felt giddy the rest of the morning. Izuku was so happy that morning that he missed the looks exchanged between his classmates. Kirishima and Mina kept looking at one another guiltily. The girls kept giggling and sharing looks whenever Yamato was teaching English. He missed the worried look on Uraraka's face as she kept glancing at him. He missed the confused looks of some of his other classmates who weren't in the loop. He even missed the concerned glance from Yamada as he left the classroom. He missed it all. It was still in a really good mood when lunch arrived. At some point during the first semester, lunch rush and Nezdu had worked together to make a free lunch program for less fortunate students. Izuku had been really relieved by these since Entai didn't give him lunch money and he was stuck either skipping lunch or scrounging up change to buy food. Today was actually the first day that Izuku hadn't gotten a free lunch tray. Instead, he was able to pay for his lunch with the money Aizawa had given him. He was all smiles when he went to the table to eat. Hey guys, he greeted as he sat down happily. Todoroki, Ida, Uraraka, and Asuyu all sat at the same lunch table with him. They all greeted him in kind and he was too happy to notice the look Asuyu shot Uraraka. It didn't take long for Izuku, Ida, and Todoroki to strike up a conversation about the quirk assessment and their other morning lessons. Their conversation was interrupted though when Uraraka spoke up. I can't take it anymore. Midoriya, I'm so sorry, but I told the girls your secret. We were all talking about secrets and drama stuff and Mina asked me whether or not it was true and she said she wasn't sure if you were lying or not and I got upset about it and I told her of course it was true because you aren't a liar and I didn't even think about the others being there and I'm so sorry, she practically sobbed. Asuyu rubbed her back comfortingly. Izuku could only stare at her in disbelief. Yeah, Uraraka hadn't taken the news very well and he had to explain it to her a couple of times, but he thought she was fine with it now. Not to mention that unlike Kirishima, she had told after he had begged them to keep it a secret and they had all promised. He was so stunned he barely even noticed as Ida reprimanded Uraraka. That was highly inappropriate, Uraraka. I understand that you girls were sharing secrets with one another, but that was neither yours nor Mina's secret to disclose. I think she gets that, Karo, Asuyu shot back. She wasn't one for conflict and usually she was the first one to call out when someone did wrong, but she always defended Uraraka, though Izuku got the impression that she might have been the first one to scold Uraraka about this. Obviously she doesn't because she told, Todoroki added coldly. This ended up with an argument between Ida, Todoroki, and Asuyu while Uraraka just sat there crying. Meanwhile Izuku was just staring blankly at his plate. Suddenly he stood up and walked out of the lunchroom. The others continued to argue and draw attention until one of the third year finally got a teacher. The 4 of them were escorted to Hound Dog's office to talk things out. They weren't in trouble since the fight never got physical, but they did need to calm down. Izuku could barely think as he walked through the halls on autopilot. He thought about who all knew now. He told Todoroki, Ida, and Uraraka, his closest friends. Then Kirishima and Kaken had accidentally overheard. Then Kirishima had told Denki, Siro, Satu, and Mina not realizing it was a secret. Then Mina had asked Uraraka about it at the sleepover and she had confirmed it, which meant that Momo, Jiru, Hagakure, and Asuyu know. Oh, and possibly Aoyama. Sometimes he joined the girls' sleepover, so he might have been there. That meant that he had told 3 people and now 13 or 14 of his classmates knew. He was overwhelmed. He couldn't handle this. He needed to calm down. He needed to clear his mind. He needed He needed his dad. Shota was not expecting for Izuku to come busting back into classroom during lunch. Shota had been peacefully eating his lunch in the privacy of his room while he reviewed as results from the assessment earlier. He had them again after lunch for hero ethics and he intended to go over their results with them. He wasn't even halfway through the reports when his door was slammed open. He was up in an instant and ready to defend himself. What he was not prepared for was for his son to slam into his chest, sobbing loudly. "Dead," he sobbed, and Shota was not expecting to hear that word leave Izuku's mouth. He shook himself out of his shock. His surprise wasn't important right now. What was important was the fact that Izuku had just come to him in the middle of lunch, shaking and sobbing. He threw his scarf out and closed the door, pulling Izuku close. "Hey, it's okay. I've got you, kiddo, I'll take care of it, just calm down. Can you breathe with me?" He took exaggerated deep breaths and was relieved when Izuku tried to imitate him. He continued rubbing his back and speaking to him soothingly until his crying quieted down. "Okay, kid, feel better now?" he questioned when there was nothing but hiccups left. "Why, yeah," he stuttered. "I'm sorry for bursting in here like that, I didn't mean to." "It's fine, kid. I'm your dad, that's what I'm here for. Now, what has you so upset?" Shota questioned. He was still hugging Izuku to his chest. "Well, we were eating and just talking about school and stuff, and then Uraraka blurted out that she told the girls at the sleepover about us, and I don't really know what happened after that, but I think Ida and Asuyu got in a fight. I was just kind of panicked and I started thinking about who all knew and who all had told and how everyone was going to react. And then next thing I knew I was in the hallway and all I could think was that I needed to find you and then I was here." Shota was overwhelmed. First of all, Izuku had called him dad. Secondly, more of his students knew of his and his son's relationship. Thirdly, 2 of his best and most well-behaved students had apparently had a fight in the cafeteria. And last of all, while Izuku was panicking and scared, his first instinct was to find Shota. No, to find his dad because he would make it better. Shota has never felt so happy and so angry simultaneously before. "What do you need right now?" he asked. "Do you want advice or do you just want me to listen to you?" "See, can you just listen?" "Of course, kiddo. You want to go to my office so it's more private?" Izuku nodded, so he let him go and lead him down the hall to his personal office. He sat him down in one of the chairs and sat beside him. "Okay, kiddo, what's on your mind?" he asked gently. "Well, I'm really hurt that Uraraka would do that after she promised to keep it a secret, but she said that Mina had asked her about it and had asked whether or not I was lying, and she answered her and told her that I didn't lie without thinking about the other girls being there, so I feel like I kind of overreacted. And she seemed really sorry about it and she apologized and everything. Do you want to forgive her?" "I think so. I'm not sure. I'm not mad at her or anything and I know she didn't mean anything by it, but it still hurts, you know." "Yeah, I get it. Do you want to talk to her about it?" Shota suggested. "I could have her come here if you'd like." "I do think I need to talk to her about, but not right now. I'm still pretty upset. I don't even look at her right now," Izuku admitted. "Okay, that's fine. It might be a good thing for you to calm down first anyway," Shota told him. He noted that Izuku was still shaking slightly and his eyes were still wet. "Do you feel like going back to class?" "Not really," Izuku sighed, "but I guess I have to." "You don't have to," Shota explained. "Now I can't do this all the time, but I can excuse you for the day. You can stay in here and I'll bring you your work. Hizashi had planning next period and I'm sure he'd be more than happy to stay with you while I teach." "Are you really allowed to do that?" Izuku asked hesitantly. "Yes. Any teacher can excuse a student whenever they see fit. I just don't because I'm a hard ass." The little jab at himself got a startled laugh out of Izuku. He glanced at the clock and saw that he only had 5 minutes before class started. "Tell you what, kid, you stay here and I'll message Hizashi to come stay with you, and if you feel like it you can go to hero training in an hour. That sound fair?" Izuku nodded in agreement. "I will warn you, though, that I am going to have a discussion with Uraraka and the others about the scene in the cafeteria." "I understand," he answered, but he didn't look happy about it. Shota stood up and ruffled his hair. "I have to get to class," he explained. "There is some food in the mini fridge under my desk. You need to eat something." Izuku smiled at him and he returned it before he left. As soon as the door shut, however, his smile fell. He shot a message to Hisashi explaining the situation and telling him to go to his office. Then after a moment he sent another text. He felt a little weight lift off his shoulders when Hisashi responded with an affirmative. He scowled as he headed to class. He was going to have some words with his students. Hisashi was surprised to get a text from his husband in the middle of the day. He hardly ever texted. If he needed Hisashi, he'd call. Though Hisashi supposed it was more practical to text while at work than call since Hisashi had just been finishing up class. As he left the classroom, he pulled out his phone and was shocked to see the message. Izuku had a meltdown and is in my office. I excused him from class, but I have to leave. Can you come stay with him? Hisashi was typing out his reply when the second text came through. He called me Dad. Hisashi felt a pang of jealous through his chest, but that was quickly overshadowed with glee. Izuku calling Shota Dad was a huge step. It showed that he was accepting them as his forever family instead of just a temporary home. Hisashi, I'm head to your office right now. And that great. He felt his joy waver as he entered the hallway leading to Shota's office. What caused Izuku to have a meltdown in the middle of school? Hisashi had noticed the students of 1A exchanging looks and glancing at Izuku, and he had a bad feeling about it all day. Did something happen? How upset was he? Hisashi picked up his pace and all but ran to the office. He calmed himself down some before opening the door. He had learned at this point that his emotions affected Izuku's emotions and it wouldn't do any good to work him up more. He opened the door calmly and entered. He noticed that Izuku was sitting at the desk eating some of Shota's pre-made dinners he kept at school for when he didn't have time to eat between school and troll. Hey litter listener, how you feeling? He asked calmly as he shut the door. He walked over and sat down in one of the other chairs in the room. Be better, he answered. Did Dad tell you what happened? He just said that you had a bit of a breakdown and needed to take a break. Is everything okay? Why, yeah, it is now, he answered. What happened? Well, Uraraka admitted at lunch that she told the other girls about us at their sleepover and I got upset by it, he explained bashfully. That's horrible. Hisashi exclaimed. That explained the little giggles between the girls. Are you okay? I am now and don't worry about it. Dad said that he'd talk to them about it, Izuku answered. I'm just glad that you're okay, Hisashi reassured. Then after a moment he smiled. So, you decided to call Sho Dad? Izuku blushed. I didn't really decide anything, it kind of just happened. He wouldn't look at Hisashi. I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? It's great that you think of him like that. And he might not admit it out loud, but I know he's really happy about it, Hisashi informed him. I'm not sorry that I called him Dad. I don't regret that. I'm sorry that I called him that and not you. I don't want you to upset or mad about it, Izuku explained. And I'm not. I'm aesthetic. And it's okay if you don't call me Dad just yet. You can take as long as you need to get comfortable with that. Or if you never are, that's fine too, he reassured. He said it was fine, but deep down the idea of Izuku never calling him his father as well really hurt. Okay, Izuku stuttered. Butte, the thing is I would like to call you Dad to that is. Well, maybe not Dad, that might get confusing, but something similar. I don't know what though. Izuku broke off into one of his little mumbled rants about words other than Dad that people used to refer to their fathers. Hisashi was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected for Izuku to ask him that. After his shock passed, he stood up with a wide grin and rounded the table, pulling his son into a hug. Oh, what about Papa? I've always dreamed about being called Papa by my kids. He asked gleefully. Papa? Hisashi nodded and Izuku looked thoughtful for a moment before smiling. I like it. Hisashi squealed with delight. Shota glanced at his phone when it dinged in the middle of class. Normally he wouldn't have his phone out, but he was worried about Izuku. He couldn't help but to smirk as he read the text from Hisashi before continuing the lesson. Hisashi, I'm Papa, so suck it. 3 less than 3 / laughing face. Shota was in a slightly better mood after receiving that text from Hisashi. Note, slightly. That did not, however, prevent him from calling out to some of students at the end of lesson before they could head to hero training. Uraraka, Hida, Asu, Todoroki, and Mina, stay back a minute, I need to have a word with you, he called. He got some satisfaction when said students tensed. Well, except for Todoroki, but he never cared about getting in trouble. When the rest of the class had left, some shooting the remaining 5 nervous looks, Shota stepped in front of his desk to face the remaining students. If you all don't know what this is about, then I don't even know why you are still in high school, he started. Now would anyone care to explain what this whole thing is about? He knew, of course, but he would like to get their side of the story before he started dishing out punishments. Aizawa-sensei, sir? Mina started hesitantly. If this about the argument in the cafeteria, which I'm assuming it is, I had nothing to do with that. I wasn't even at their table. She defended herself. I am well aware of that, mine, but from my understanding you are involved in the bigger issue here, he informed her, and she gulped. Now would someone like to explain what is going on? It was Asuyu, ever the truthful one, who stepped up. Well, it all kind of started at the sleepover the girls had over the weekend, Karo. She started. Well, I guess it started before that, but I wasn't there for it. Anyway, at all our sleepovers we do what we call gossip hour, where we sit around and tell each other's secrets and other gossip we have heard. The rule is supposed to be that all secrets stay at the sleepover, but this one kind of bubbled over. Basically, at one point Mina had mentioned that she had heard that you and Mike-sensei had adopted Midoriya over the summer, but she said she wasn't sure whether he was lying about it or not. Uraraka got upset when she had said and was quick to defend Midoriya and told him that he doesn't lie, so that meant it was true, but in doing so she told the rest of the girls Midoriya's secret, which wasn't okay, but Mina was the one to bring it up, not Uraraka, Asuyu explained. She was always blunt and put things how they were. However, when it came to Uraraka, she always defended her even when she was in the wrong. Shota briefly wondered if they had started dating. He dreaded the day when his students started dating each other. The drama. And how, Mina, did you know about that? He questioned. Again, he already knew, but he had to be fair. Karishma had told me and the others in our friend group. He was one of the people that Mito had told about it at the mall trip, but he didn't know it was a secret until after he told us. And I didn't see the message about not saying anything until after I told the girls. I had just wanted to confirm it with Uraraka since she was one of his best friends, she answered. And tell me, why did you believe that Midoriya was lying about it? Well, it was just weird, you know? He has never hung out with us before, and then when he does go out with us he starts telling people about how he was an orphan and how he was entai and that he was adopted recently and oh, his new parents are our teachers. It just seemed kind of made up, she defended. He had purposely not confirmed nor denied the adoption, so she wasn't sure what to say on the matter since she still didn't know the truth. Okay then, he responded, and what are you two's involvement in this? He asked Ida and Todoroki. It was a little strange to be interrogating them right now, after all they had eaten breakfast with him just yesterday. Ida was the one to answer him. We were eating lunch with Midoriya when Uraraka admitted to telling the others. He had reprimanded her telling other people's secrets when Asuyu had gotten rather indignant. At that point Todoroki put in his opinion and things escalated from there. I must admit that my actions were uncouth and I could have handled the situation better, so I apologize for that. However, I cannot apologize for my belief that that was highly inappropriate of Uraraka. I understand that and acknowledge your feelings on the matter. I also agree that the situation could have been handled better, he responded to Ida. Then he turned to the whole group. Now first things first, while it is none of your business, I can confirm that present Mike and I did in fact adopt Midoriya over the summer and that before that he was a resident at Entai. Now I don't appreciate the insinuation that he lied about something as important as that. As his friends I would have liked to believe that you had more faith in him than that. However, that is not under my jurisdiction to handle since you are entitled to your opinion. It is however under my jurisdiction to handle rumor spreading, gossip, and arguing, especially when it affects the well-being and education of my students. The group tensed up even more at the implications. Now, since this was just a verbal argument and I completely believe that all of you had good intentions, I'm not going to expel you all for this. However, I am giving the 4 of you, he indicated everyone except Mina, detention this afternoon where you will talk this out with me there to supervise. He was well aware of the fact that the visit to Hound Dog had resulted in nothing but a bigger argument. Now as for Uraraka and Mina, you two are going to be writing me an essay on the dangers of gossip. I expect 10,000 words each. They both nodded solemnly. You are also going to be apologizing to Midoriya properly. You can do this either verbally or through a note, but it must be sincere and he has to accept it and I will be asking him about it. You have until the end of the week for both assignments. Now, I think it goes without saying, but since you don't seem to understand I'm going to say it anyway. Rumors are a dangerous thing. They get altered from person to person until the story isn't even close to true anymore. Not to mention they get spread to people who use them as ammunition to hurt the subject of the rumor. Now I understand that you girls have an oath about this, but I think this incident is evidence enough about why gossip is never a private thing and does affect others. Now I don't want to hear about this being spread to anyone else from here on out. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Sensei. They chorused in response. Good, now since there is only 5 minutes left of hero training, why don't we go ahead and start your detention? Mina, you can get started on your essay. He turned to walk back behind his desk to hide his smirk at the kid's groans. Could you blame him? The little hooligans had hurt his son. Shota had to stay late and handle detention, so Hisashi and Izuku had went home without him. Izuku had suggested staying late and waiting for him, but Hisashi had told him that it would be better if they went home. He promised that they would cook and have dinner ready to surprise Shota when he got home. That got Izuku to agree. Truthfully, he had wanted to get Izuku home before he realized that the detention Shota was overseeing was for his friends. Izuku didn't need another reason to be upset today. When they got home, Izuku had excitedly greeted both the cats and then they set out to fix Shota's favorite dinner. It was sweet the way that Izuku cared about them. He didn't want Hisashi to be upset over the dad ordeal and he didn't want Shota to have to come home alone. It was really touching and spoke volumes of the impact that they have had on his life so far. Hisashi felt was proud of that. They had just finished setting the table when they heard the door open and Shota's voice call out, "I'm home." Izuku's face split into a wide grin and he ran to entryway to hug his dad. "Hi, we made dinner." Hisashi could hear him tell Shota happily and he couldn't help but to chuckle lightly at that. It felt so domestic. He felt a pair of arms wrap around his waist in a familiar display of affection. "Hi, honey," he greeted happily. "Hi," Shota grunted back. He always hated staying late at work even if it was to punish students. Izuku smiled at them both happily. They sat down to eat and Shota made a big deal of saying how delicious everything was just to see Izuku's smile grow wider. They talked for a while about how everyone's day had gone. When dinner was over, Shota and Hisashi got up to do the dishes. Izuku offered to help. "We got it, kiddo. Why don't you go ahead and get your homework done so we can watch TV later?" Shota suggested. Izuku smiled at the promise of a TV night with them and excused himself to go do his homework. The mood in the kitchen dropped however the moment they heard his bedroom door close. "I think he needs to see a therapist," Shota stated bluntly. Hisashi sighed sadly. "I was thinking the same thing. I know he's happier now and all, but he still has a lot of trauma and issues to work through," Hisashi agreed. "Not to mention that his reaction earlier seemed a lot like anxiety," Shota informed him. They were both keeping an ear out to make sure they didn't have any eavesdroppers. "So, we're both on the same page, now what do we do?" Hisashi asked. "We talked to the kid about it. It won't do any good to take him to a therapist if he doesn't agree that there is an issue," Shota answered as he handed him another dish to dry. "What if he doesn't agree?" "Then we do whatever we can to help him until he does admit he needs professional help." "Okay, I guess that really is all we can do, isn't it?" Shota leant over and kissed him gently, this time as he handed over a plate. "It is. Don't worry so much, it'll all work out," he reassured, and Hisashi smiled at him as he dried the plate. "You're a big softie, you know that?" "Only for you. Well, you and Izuku." After they finished the dishes, Hisashi got to work on washing Izuku's uniform, which he had brought home that evening. Meanwhile, Shota was in their room searching for pediatric psychiatrist in the area. When Hisashi came back into the room, he showed him what he had found so far. "I already eliminated these two," he said, indicated two he had crossed out from his list. "They had a lot of negative reviews and one of them is even being sued right now." "Yeah, we definitely aren't taking him there." "That leaves these three. This one," he pointed to one, "is the closest our apartments, but they handle more younger kids than teens, although they do take teens. I don't think that's the best option. They're used to kids, they might not have the best strategies for handling teens. I don't want them to treat him like a child and not actually help him. Okay, so that one's out, Shota responded, marking out that doctor. This other one is the farthest away, but they do work with teens more often. However, they're only open during school hours, and I don't know if we could convince Izuku to miss class however many times a week they want to see him. Let's keep that one as a backup, but I don't see him missing school either, Hisashi agreed. Okay, that leaves this one. It's actually direct between our apartment and UA. It actually only caters to teenagers, which I thought was unique. They also have the highest rating, 4.5 stars, and they have tons of positive reviews. Shota turned the laptop towards Hisashi to show him the reviews. Dr. Ito helped my daughter so much with her anxiety, she's been doing so much better since we started going to him. The staff here are all really friendly and really understand how to handle teens. This was the first psychiatrist we have been to that didn't talk to my son like he was a 4-year-old. I just love Dr. Ito. He helped both of my children work through their anxiety and depression, respectively, without comparing them or their disorders. Everyone else we had taken them to try to diagnose and treat them jointly and didn't treat my twin like separate people, but Dr. Ito really understood them, Hisashi read aloud. They all sounded very good. He scanned a few more before one really leaped out at him. My son is quirkless and has been through a lot. Dr. Ito and his staff are the first medical professions that I have taken my child to that did not discriminate against him for his quirklessness. I have never felt more welcomed, and they have truly been a blessing to my son and our whole family. When my son admitted to want to take his own life, Dr. Ito took him very seriously and handled it with utmost professionalism. My son is doing a lot better and looks forward to seeing Dr. Ito every week. I cannot thank this man enough or recommend him to enough people, Hisashi read out loud. He exchanged a look with Shota, and they both knew that this was where they were taking Izuku. Quirkless discrimination was a huge issue to the both of them. Shota had had a quirkless friend back in school, and Hisashi had had a cousin who was quirkless. Both of them were dead now. Shota's friend had committed suicide after being rejected from every high school he had applied to, and Hisashi cousin had actually been killed in a hate crime that was ruled an accident. He knew it wasn't an accident though. You don't just accidentally mutilate an innocent girl. Because of their strong feelings on quirkless discrimination, that comment had sealed the deal for them. While Izuku wasn't quirkless, it spoke volumes to the two on the credibility of the doctor and his staff that they didn't discriminate against people who wear. It was also reassuring to know that they would be open-minded and accepted of their untraditional family. Not everyone approved of same-sex parents after all. Shota made a large circle over Dr. Ito's name and bookmarked their webpage. True to their word, that evening the whole family gathered on the couch for a TV night with Izuku sat comfortably between his fathers. Hisashi had popped popcorn and Shota had pulled out some other snacks and drinks and sat them all on the coffee table next to the remote. Izuku had gotten a large comforter out of the closest and brought it to the living room for them to all cuddle under. They spread the blanket over them and cuddled up with each other, but before they turned on the TV they decided to have a family meeting of sorts. Izuku, Shota started getting said teen's attention. Before we do this, we had something we wanted to talk to you about. Okay, Izuku answered hesitantly. It isn't anything bad, Hisashi assured. No, it's not bad. We were just thinking that maybe it would be a good thing if you saw a therapist, Shota explained. He knew a therapist and a physiatrist were different, but therapist sounded a lot less threatening to a kid. Why? Izuku asked nervously. Kid, you and I both know that you have been through a lot and haven't gotten a chance to heal from it all. Now, I want to make one thing very clear. We aren't implying that anything is wrong with you. We just know that you have suffered through a lot in your life, and we see the way that you are still suffering. This doctor can help with that, Shota explained. Izuku nodded along to show that he was listening. Are they going to put me on medication? They might, Hisashi told him, or they might not, but there is no shame in taking medication when you need medication. I take medication for my ADHD. You do? Yeah. And you don't think any less of me for it, do you? Izuku shook his head, and it would be the same way if you have to take medication. Izuku nodded in agreement to that. How often would I have to go? Depend on what the doctor thinks would help you best. It could be weekly or monthly or maybe even yearly eventually, but we can make the appointments for after school so you don't have to worry about missing class. Shota answered him calmly. He was proud of the kid for being so open about this. What would I have to tell him? Whatever you want to. If there is something you aren't comfortable telling him, then you don't have to, Hisashi answered this time. And this would be a one-on-one thing, so whatever you do tell the doctor would stay between you and him unless you want anyone else to know, Shota added. Izuku nodded. Will you go with me when I have an appointment? He asked after a moment. If you want us to, of course, Hisashi answered. Does that mean that you are willing to go? Shota asked. The kid looked thoughtful for a moment before nodding. Why yeah, I'm willing to try. On the condition that I don't have to keep going if I don't like it, okay? Izuku reasoned. Of course, kiddo, if you aren't comfortable with going then you don't have to. I'll make you an appointment tomorrow, Shota told him. He leant forward and kissed his forehead gently. I'm really proud of you for doing this. I know how scary it must be, he praised. We both are, Hisashi added as he hugged his son. Now, let's watch TV. He cheered. They ended up watching reruns of Friends. By the end of the night, Izuku was cuddled up against Shota's chest with his feet on Hisashi's lap. They were all three sound asleep. The rest of the week went a lot better than Monday had. Uraraka apologized to Izuku on Tuesday. Izuku accepted her apology, but made it very clear that she had hurt him and that what she had done wasn't okay. She swore never to do it again. Mina apologized on Wednesday. That conversation was awkward and took a while, but they did work things out. Mina also promised to keep her mouth shut about it as well. On Thursday, Kirishima apologized again after finding out how far out of hand the whole thing had gotten. It took a while for Izuku to convince him that it was okay and that he wasn't mad. Kirishima still promised to make it up to him. On Shota's end of things, he had 2 more meetings with his students on Tuesday. He spoke with the self-proclaimed Baku Squad in the morning about not letting this spread anymore and confirmed that it was all true since they were the ones accusing his son of lying. They all promised to not tell anyone. Kirishima again swore to make it up to Izuku and even stayed behind to ask Shota what Izuku's favorite foods and things were. Shota had a feeling that Izuku was going to have more stuff for his shelves pretty soon. That afternoon he had a meeting with all the girls in his class. He again went over the dangers of gossip and rumors, and while he didn't make all of them write essays, he did have them all take notes on why gossip was wrong. Needless to say, Shota had a very successful Tuesday. The rest of the week was pretty uneventful. They settled into their new routine easily enough. On Wednesday afternoon they went on their usual grocery run and picked up some more grab-and-go breakfast items and some more pre-prepared dinners for Shota to keep at school. They even grabbed the stuff to make sushi for Family Fun Day this weekend. It was something Hisashi had suggested after Izuku had hung out with his friends. He had showed them the restaurant options they had picked out and admitted that he had never had sushi and was afraid of what to do if they picked that restaurant. Thankfully they had settled on the hibachi place, but Hisashi had suggested letting Izuku try sushi. Then he had come up with the brilliant idea of them making their own sushi as a family, so that's what they were doing. Friday was the most eventful day that week. Shota had called Dr. Ito's office on Tuesday morning and scheduled an appointment for Friday afternoon. The receptionist was actually the one to suggest Friday when he explained that Izuku was hesitant to do this. She had explained that if they did it Friday and he didn't like it or got upset by it, that would give him all weekend to process and calm down before having to go back to school and socialize. It was a good idea. So, Friday afternoon, instead of going home, the 3 of them took the train to Dr. Ito's office. Izuku was nervous and fidgeting the whole time, but Hisashi got him calmed down by the time they got there by distracting him with videos on his phone and dad jokes. They got to the office 15 minutes before their appointment so that they fill out the necessary paperwork. The office was in a tall building that housed several other types of doctors' offices. They took the elevator up to the 3rd floor and entered through the door that had Dr. Ito printed on it. The waiting room was nice. It was painted a light beige color and there were comfy green chairs lining the wall. There was a TV playing a popular teen channel as well as a bookshelf full of young adult books, magazines, and comic books. The place was perfect for teenagers. It was calm and inviting while not looking like a preschool classroom. There were only 2 other families in the waiting room. A mother sitting with her daughter and a couple who Shota assumed was waiting for their child. Shota went up to the desk to check Izuku in while Hisashi went with Izuku to sit down. He fiddled with the edge of his shirt nervously while Shota talked to the receptionist. Hisashi rubbed his back soothingly. "It's okay, little listener," he soothed before suggesting, "Hey, why don't you go check out their books? Maybe there's something you'll want to read?" Izuku glanced back at the bookcase before nodding. He stood up and headed over, scanning the titles on the shelf right as Shota came over with a clipboard in hand. Shota sat beside his husband and started filling out the paperwork. About 5 minutes later, Izuku came back over with a small novel on heroes. Of course he'd picked the hero book. Hisashi smiled at him gently and turned his attention to the TV, which was playing a teen drama. He wouldn't show it in front of Izuku, but he was just as nervous as he was. He wanted this to go well for Izuku's sake. He didn't want him to suffer anymore. He wanted him to be happy and at ease. He really wanted this to go well. While Shota was still filling out the paperwork, a teenage boy came out from the back and walked over to the waiting couple. They made another appointment with the receptionist before leaving. Not long after that, a nice-looking lady stuck her head out from the door leading to back and called the girl back to see the doctor. That meant when she was done, it was Izuku's turn. When Shota finished the paperwork, he brought it up to the desk and the receptionist took it with a polite smile. He joined them again and this time took Hisashi's hand into his. Hisashi smiled at him gratefully. Shota always knew how he felt without him having to say it. Izuku was thankfully distracted by his book. Before long, the girl came out from the back and her mother did the same as the previous family. Just like before, it only took a few minutes before the kind lady stuck her head out the door. "Izuku Midoriya?" she called. Izuku looked up and stood nervously. He handed the book he had reading to Hisashi and followed after the lady after Shota, and Hisashi nodded at him encouragingly. The lady smiled at him warmly as he approached her. "Hello, Midoriya, it's nice to meet you. If you'll follow me, I'll take you to see Dr. Ito." She held the door open for him. She smiled at Shota and Hisashi before closing the door. Hisashi really hoped this went well. Izuku was terrified. He had calmed his nerves down with reading that book about heroes, but they came back as soon as the nurse had called his name. He felt a little better when Dad and Papa had given him encouraging looks, but it didn't help much. The nurse had greeted him happily and led him down the hallway towards the doctor's office. The hallway was the same color as the reception area and had pretty artwork on the walls. The nurse was nice. She had long brown hair tied up in a bun and sparkling green eyes. She had on a pretty blush pink blouse and black dress pants. She talked calmly and introduced herself as Kobayashi. Izuku decided that he liked her. After a short trip, they were standing in front of a dark wood door with Dr. Ito's name on it. There were some other offices with different therapists in each, but Dr. Ito was who Izuku was going to see. Before she opened the door, Kobayashi assured him that the doctor was very nice and that this appointment was going to be very casual and relaxed. She smiled at him again and opened the door. "Dr. Ito, this is Izuku Midoriya," she introduced as she let him in. Dr. Ito looked up from his computer and smiled warmly at Izuku. "Hello, Midoriya, it's lovely to meet you. You can take a seat where you like," he greeted, indicating the chairs set around the room. Izuku sat at one of the chairs in front of the desk. The nurse shut the door as she left. Izuku looked around the room. It was painted calming light green color and had some photos of who he assumed were the doctor's family on the wall. There was a dark wooden desk in the middle of the room where the doctor sat. The wall behind the desk was lined with bookshelves filled to the brim with books. There were 2 comfy chairs in front of the desk and a couch against one wall. It was a nice room. Izuku turned his attention to the doctor and took in his appearance. Dr. Ito was a middle-aged man with short black hair and kind blue eyes. He had smile lines on his face which helped to make him look more welcoming. He was of a medium build similar to Dad and Papa. He was overall a very non-threatening looking man with a really kind and gently demeanor. Izuku relaxed a little. "So, Midoriya, how are you doing today?" the kind man asked him. "Pretty good, you?" He wasn't exactly sure how this was supposed to go, so he decided to just treat this like a normal conversation. "It's been a quiet day today, so I can't complain," Dr. Ito answered him. "I couldn't help but to notice your uniform. Do you go UA?" That was exactly the thing to get Izuku to relax. Izuku was more than happy to tell Dr. Ito all about UA and his hero training and his friends and his teachers and just everything about UA. That all sounds amazing. Dr. Ito responded, you should be very proud of yourself for getting into such a wonderful school. Izuku light up at the praise. Now, why don't you tell me about your home life? What are your parents like? Izuku didn't need to be asked twice. Izuku told him all about Shota and Hisashi and how they had adopted him. He told him about their teaching and how great they were as heroes. He told him all about their family fun days and all the fun things they let him do. We're going to make sushi tomorrow. He told the doctor happily. Sushi? That sounds fun. I've made sushi with my girls before. Keiko ended up just eating her ingredients before she managed to make hers, he told him. Izuku giggled a little at that and asked the doctor about his family. He picked up a picture from his desk and showed it to Izuku. It showed Dr. Ito standing with a red-haired lady with 4 kids. Dr. Ito told him about all of them. His wife, Yua, was a preschool teacher. She liked gardening and enjoyed jazz music. Their oldest kid was their son, Daichi. He was also their only biological kid. He was in his last year of high school and was going to be an engineer. He had Yua's red hair, but the doctor's bright blue eyes. Their other 3 children were all girls. They were sisters and were actually the doctor's neighbors before they adopted them. The girls' parents were killed in an accident and the couple adopted them to keep them from being separated. The oldest was Akari. She was 12 and had red hair as well, but it was a lot more vivid than Yua's and Daichi's and bright green eyes. She was a caring girl that looked after her sisters. The second girl was Aoi. She was 10. She had blonde hair and brown eyes. Dr. Ito said she was a firecracker. The youngest girl was Yui. She was 6. She had blonde hair like Aoi, but her eyes were the same green color as Akari. She was the bossy one. Izuku liked that Dr. Ito had adopted his daughter like his dad's had adopted him. The fact that he and his wife were so willing to open their home and hearts to this girl's to ensure that they had a good life warmed Izuku's heart. He decided at that point that he liked Dr. Ito and he really didn't mind coming to therapy. He glanced at the clock and saw that they only had about 6 minutes until their time was up. Dr. Ito saw him looking and checked the time himself before smiling sadly. I'm afraid our time is almost up. It's a real shame too. I quite enjoyed talking with you. You're very lively, the doctor complimented, but if you'd like we can pick up this conversation next week, that is if you want to continue these sessions. I would like that, Izuku answered. Next week we'll tell about your quirk? The doctor laughed at that. I most certainly will, Dr. Ito answered. Before you go I'm going to be giving you a little homework. He pulled out a drawer in his desk and pulled out some sheets of paper. I'd like for you to fill these out and answer them as honestly as you can, okay? He said, handing them to Izuku. He flipped through the papers and realized they were tests for various mental illnesses. Now, I know they are a lot of them, but it's just protocol to have all new patients to fill them out. If there is anything you aren't comfortable with sharing with me, you don't have to. And whatever you tell me stays between you and me unless you would like to include someone else in a discussion. Does that sound okay? Izuku nodded. Now I will tell you, though I do have to inform your parents if I diagnose you with anything or prescribe you any medication. Are you okay with that? Why yeah, that's fine. We already talked about having to take medication and stuff before we came, Izuku told him. That's good. So, if that's all settled you are free to go. Just have your dads make an appointment for next week before you leave, he told him. Izuku nodded and stood up to leave. Before he was out the door though, Dr. Ito called out. Oh, and Midoriya? If we have time next week I'll tell about my family's quirks too. You're really going to like always. Izuku smiled at him brightly and Dr. Ito did the same. Izuku left the room and walked back down the hall he had came and went through the same door he had entered. His parents were still sitting in the same place as before. Papa was watching the TV and Dad were reading the book he had earlier. There was another family in the waiting room now, a dad with a boy that looked younger than Izuku. Izuku walked up to his parents, catching Papa's attention. Hey little listener, all done? He greeted. Izuku nodded happily. They both stood up. Dr. Ito said to make an appointment for next week, told them. So, does that mean this is a permanent thing? Dad asked. Yeah, I think it is, Izuku answered, and his parents smiled at him. They made him another appointment for next Friday at the same time before leaving. They went out to eat that night as celebration for Izuku being so brave. While they ate dinner, Izuku told them all about Dr. Ito and his family and how nice he was. He said next week he'll tell me about his family's quirks. That sounds awesome, kiddo, Dad told him. He smiled at him gently. Izuku was really pleased with how the session had gone, and he was actually looking forward to next week. He knew that eventually he'd have to talk about more difficult things, but just talking about school, family, and quirks was really nice. He decided that therapy really was a good idea. The following Saturday was an exciting day. It was Family Fun Day. However, Hisashi had renamed today specifically to Sushi Saturday. Shota just hoped that the kid liked sushi, or else all this hype was for nothing. The majority of the day was actually pretty uneventful. They just hung out and did their own things. Izuku took the time to do the homework that Dr. Ito had given him. There was a few like the anxiety and depression ones that he set aside for last. He was afraid to get the results for those. He filled out the ones he knew for certain he didn't have first. He was certain he wasn't schizophrenic or OCD, so there wasn't as much pressure with those. He lost some of his confidence when he got ones he was answering affirmative to some of the questions. How often have you experienced sudden mood changes in the last 2 weeks? Well, he had been a little emotion, but that was normal, right? He had gone through a lot of changes. Have you been experiencing frequent nightmares about past events? He had, but again wasn't that normal for his situations. He had to relive a lot of stuff not too long ago, but that was all in the past now. He would be fine. Do you find yourself getting emotional over things of little importance? Yeah, but he'd always been emotional. That was just his personality. Was there something wrong with that? Izuku debated lying on some of the questions, but he quickly shook that thought from his head. Dr. Ito had asked him to answer honestly. Besides, just because he answered some of the time or most of the time to a few questions didn't mean he was depressed. It would be all right. He tried to remind himself about the conversation with Papa. About how he said that it was okay to need help or medications, and that if he didn't look down on him for needing it, then he shouldn't look down on himself for needing it. He answered the questions honestly. They started dinner early that night since it was going to be their special activity for the day. They had nori, sushi seaweed, sushi rice, salmon, tofu, cream cheese, avocado, teriyaki sauce, and soy sauce so that they can make a variety of sushi. They spread all the ingredients out on the kitchen island and got to work. Hisashi might have been the one to suggest making their own sushi, but he had no idea how. Luckily, sushi was the only thing that Shota knew how to cook. Okay, once you have the seaweed laid out, you spread the rice on as evenly as you can. The other two followed his example. Now you can whatever you want in the middle. Shota added the salmon and avocado to his. Hisashi used tofu, avocado, and cream cheese, while Izuku made his with salmon, avocado, and cream cheese. Alright, now use the bamboo mat to roll it, Shota instructed while demonstrating how to do it properly. Izuku was concentrated extra hard on rolling his tightly, and his was almost as good as his dad's. Hisashi on the hand did his a little fast, and it was kind of falling apart. He didn't care though, it was still food. Then, you just cut it into slices and eat, Shota explained while cutting up his roll. Izuku waited to see exactly how many pieces he cut his into before copying him. Shota kinda got a kick out of watching the kid imitate him. Hisashi, however, cut his how he wanted, which was large pieces. After they had all finished, they dug in. They had small bowls of soy sauce and teriyaki sauce to dunk their sushi in. They decided just to eat at the island so that it was more like a restaurant. The first piece Izuku tried was without any sauce. It was really good. He hummed happily and ate the rest of the piece. The second piece he tried in the soy sauce. It was okay, but he finished that piece without more sauce. He also tried a piece in the teriyaki sauce and determined that that was his favorite way to eat sushi. He found that Papa preferred soy sauce on his, and that Dad actually liked mixing both sauces together for his sushi. So, little listener, do you like sushi? Papa asked after they ate a while. He nodded as he answered. Yeah, I really like it with the teriyaki sauce. We'll have to try out more stuff next time we do this, Dad had suggested. What else can you put on sushi? Well, you can add cucumber, shrimp, crab, uni, tamago, taiko, all kinds of things. Not to mention you can eat it with wasabi and all kinds of sauces. You can do just about anything with sushi, Hisashi listed. That sounds like fun. Guess we'll have to make sushi again sometime then, Dad answered as he ate another bite. Izuku smiled at him widely. Izuku was looking forward to trying out more sushi. After dinner they had another TV night. However, this time they didn't fall asleep and spend the night on the couch. They instead got up, got ready for bed, and actually slept in their beds. Needless to say, their necks were a lot less sore the following morning. That Sunday was another lazy day for the most part. Papa had to do some recording for his radio show and Izuku sat in the studio while he did it. He smiled and giggled quietly when Hisashi would make jokes or funny faces at him. Papa even let him pick out some of the songs to play. He liked being in the studio. While they were doing that, Shota was in the living room going over Uraraka and Mina's essays. He was pleased to see that both of them had met the word limit and seemed to get the whole point of the assignment. This was for an actually grade, however. Uraraka would have a B while Mina would have a D. Shouldn't their writing skills be better than that at this point? He sighed as he turned his attention to grading the actual homework he had assigned. He had had Izuku go through earlier and put a sticky note over all the names so that he was 100% unbiased in his grading. Not that it mattered though when he took the sticky notes off and started putting the class's grades in. Izuku still have a 100. Shota smirked. He was proud of his son. That evening they all agreed that they were tired of being in the house. They debated where to go for a while, but finally settled on going out to get ice cream. They walked down the street to a small mom and pop ice cream shop on their corner. Thankfully it wasn't too crowded for a Saturday afternoon. The only other people there were a couple with their 3 sons. They were already seated so there wasn't a line, so they went straight to the counter to order. For this trip Shota got a cup of vanilla with Oreo pieces and chocolate sauce, Hisashi got a waffle cone dipped in rainbow sprinkles with cookie dough ice cream, and Izuku got a plain waffle cone with mint chocolate chip ice cream. They sat at a corner booth to eat. They chatted idly while they ate about nothing in particular. At some point while they were eating, Hisashi looked over only to jump in surprise when he saw a little boy standing at the end of their table looking at Izuku. He recognized him as one of the kids from the other family in the shop. "Hello there," he greeted gently. He had no idea why the kid was at their table or looking at Izuku. "Hi," he greeted back distractedly. His greeting had gotten the other 2 at the table's attention, and they turned to look at the kid. When Izuku made eye contact with the little boy, he waved shyly. Izuku waved back hesitantly and the little boy's face lit up. "You were in the sports festival," the kid announced happily. Oh, so that was why he was so enamored with Izuku. "I was," Izuku agreed. He didn't seem to know what to do in that situation. "You did real good," the boy complimented, and Izuku blushed. "Thank you. Are you going to be hero when you grow up?" Yeah, that's why I'm going to UA, so that I can be a hero," Izuku explained. Shota and Hisashi stayed quiet as they watched the exchange. It was honestly adorable. "Wow," the kid said in awe, "you're really cool." Izuku blushed deeper, but before he could say anything else the boy's dad came rushing over. "Sora, what have I said about leaving the bathroom while everyone is still doing business? You can't go wandering off by yourself like that," the man scolded before turning them. "I am so sorry about this. I hope he didn't bother you too much." "It's fine," Shota told him. "Yeah, we don't mind company, especially when they're as cute as he is," Hisashi added. "I'm glad. Again, sorry for the trouble," he apologized, and then to Sora, "Come on, everyone is done now, so we are going to go home." The little boy whined but took his father's hand. He waved to Izuku again as they were leaving and giggled happily when he waved back. Apparently the mother and one of the sons had waited outside while the dad took the other 2 to use the restroom, and while they were busy little Sora had decided to go make some new friends. Izuku was still a blushing mess. "Welcome to the publicity side of hero work," Hisashi grinned cheekily at his son. He just ducked his blushing face and continued to eat his ice cream. Izuku had never been so embarrassed and flattered in his life. The following Friday was very exciting for Izuku. He had been excitedly waiting for his therapy appointment all day. When the time finally came, he could hardly contain his excitement as he greeted Dr. Ito. "Well, it's certainly nice to see you in such a good mood," he commented happily. "Sorry, I'm just really excited to talk about quirks, Izuku explained. He had thought about bringing a notebook to do quirk analysis, but he decided not to. Dr. Ito might not appreciate him taking notes on his young daughters after all. Don't apologize for being excited. It's a great thing, Dr. Ito assured. Now before we get into that, did you finish your homework? Izuku nodded and handed over the sheets he had filled out. Very good. I will go over these and have the results for you by next week. Now I believe I promised to tell you about my family's quirks. Izuku was practically vibrating with excitement. He started with his wife. Yua's quirk was called Lullaby. It was sort of a mix between Midnight and Present Mix quirks. She could put a person to sleep with her voice as long as she was singing. Dr. Ito bragged that it was perfect for their children and when she had to put her preschoolers down for nap. Next was Daichi. His quirk was actually his paternal grandfather's quirk. It was called Mathematician. It was an intelligence quirk that gave him the ability to actually see math problem on a different level, which made math super easy for him. Dr. Ito bragged about his son's advanced math classes. The girls were a different matter. They were too young when their parents had died to know their whole family, so didn't know how or if their quirks had come from family members. Akari had an empathy quirk. She could see people's emotions as a physical aura surrounding their body. According to Akari, yellow was happy, red was angry, pink was love, green was jealous, and she didn't quite understand the other colors yet. Aoi's quirk was completely different from her sister's. She had a quirk that to manipulate water. She pushes and pulls water and she could even freeze it. She could also control the shape of it. That was about as much as she could do, but she was only 10, so that was normal. Lastly was Yui. She had an elemental quirk like her older sister. She could air currents. She was only 6, so what she could do with her quirk was limited. Dr. Ito said she's mastered the art of using air to get things she isn't allowed to have. While Dr. Ito was talking, Izuku was doing silent quirk analysis. He made mental notes on how their quirks could be used for hero work and what special moves they could have. He came up with costume ideas and code names. He thought about weaknesses and drawback. How he could defeat them if he ever faced them in a fight. Not that he was planning on fighting Dr. Ito's family. That was just something he always included in his notes. You never what kind of quirk a villain could have and studying heroes. Quirks was a safe way to study quirks. After all, the villains can have the same quirks as heroes. Before he knew it, their time was. Izuku was a little disappointed. He wanted to keep talking about quirks with Dr. Ito. He loved hearing the way that the doctor bragged and gloated about his family. It was nice to see how much he loved and cared about them. They said their goodbyes and Dr. Ito promised to have his homework graded by next week. Before Izuku left though, something dawned on him. Oh wait, you never told what your quirk was, Izuku proclaimed. Dr. Ito smiled at him gently. That's because I don't have one. Izuku was reeling. Dr. Ito was quirkless. He didn't have a quirk. He was just like Izuku. Except Izuku wasn't quirkless anymore. He couldn't relate to Dr. Ito or other quirkless people anymore. That was the only thing that Izuku missed about not having a quirk. The whole time he was quirkless, it felt like he was the only one. He was completely alone in his suffering. Now that he had a quirk, though, he kept meeting quirkless people left and right. And oh, how he wanted to talk to him about the struggles of his life, but he couldn't relate to them anymore. He wasn't bullied for being quirkless or discriminated against because he wasn't quirkless anymore. He wanted to tell Dr. Ito about One for All. He didn't think he'd believe him, but he wanted to tell him. He wanted to tell him so that he'd know that until last summer Izuku was quirkless too. That he knew what Dr. Ito had to deal with and that he had dealt with the same. He wanted to tell Dr. Ito all about the bullying and self-hatred. He wanted to tell him about the bad thoughts, because he thought perhaps he would understand. He had never had anyone understand before. He couldn't do that now though. He wasn't quirkless and he was discriminated against or bullied. He couldn't relate to Dr. Ito. For the first time since he had gotten it, Izuku regretted accepting One for All. It figures the one time he finds another quirkless person who would understand him, who is literally being paid to listen to Izuku's troubles, and he can't talk to them about it because he isn't quirkless anymore. Izuku had never resented All Might before. His good mood was gone by the time he made it to the lobby. He approached his dads and told them that he was ready to go. They looked concerned, but Izuku didn't have the energy to reassure them. They made another appointment for next Friday before leaving. Just like the week before, they went out to eat after the appointment. It was something Papa had suggested they make a tradition. Unlike last week, though, Izuku didn't go on and on about his therapy appointment. He was silent as he ate, stewing in his own misery. He caught the worried looks exchanged between his parents, which only made him feel worse. He didn't want them to be worried. After dinner, they went straight home. As soon as they got there, Izuku went straight to his room. He had meant to make notes on Dr. Ito's family's quirks, but he wasn't in the mood for that right now. He got out his homework, but after staring at it blankly for half an hour, he gave up. He thought about reading or drawing, but nothing seemed appealing to him, so he just lay down in his bed. He hugged his pillow to his chest and thought about all the things he would tell Dr. Ito if he was still quirkless. He'd tell him about his father's abuse and eventual abandonment. He'd tell him about the bullying, the taunts, the hatred, the pranks, the suicide baiting, everything. He wondered if Dr. Ito had been bullied when he was younger. He knows that All Might wasn't. It was different back then. There were more quirkless people. It wasn't such a rare thing. It was rarer for there to not be a quirkless kid in the class than it was for there to be a quirkless kid in the school. Izuku had been the only quirkless kid in his whole school. All Might had had several quirkless friends in school. He'd tell Dr. Ito about the loneliness, about being left out of everything, about not having friends. He'd tell him about the way his teacher would treat him. He'd tell him about how the foster parents and caretaker treated him. He'd tell him about the dark thoughts. He'd tell him everything just on the off chance that he would understand. He'd never have that now. And he hated himself for it, but he was angry at All Might. It wasn't All Might's fault that he didn't understand him. It wasn't his fault that he accidentally taken away the chance for anyone to understand him. It wasn't his fault. He had given Izuku an amazing gift and opportunity. He owned All Might so much, and he was thankful for even he had done for him. It was just that he'd have really liked to have had someone to talk about all this to. And the only thing preventing him from having that was One for All. Don't get him wrong, he wouldn't give up One for All or UA for the world. He didn't want to go back to being quirkless. He didn't want the bullying or the discrimination. He just wanted someone to understand what he had gone through and to validate his feelings. He felt like now that he had a quirk, he didn't have a right to feel those things or be hurt by what had happened anymore. After all, it was over and he had such a good life now. So, why did he still feel all the things? Shota was worried and Hisashi was losing his mind. Izuku had been so excited for therapy. He was practically vibrating all day and talked non-stop on the way to the office about what kinds of quirks the doctor and his relatives could have. He was just so happy. And then he was a little dark rain cloud when he left the doctor's office. He was gloomy and hardly said a word even while they were eating. Then when they had gotten home, he had went straight to his room without any sort of exclamation. Needless to say, both men were about to pull their hair out. Hisashi had wanted to bust down his door and attack him with affection about 0.3 seconds after the door shut. Shota was quick to stop him though. If Izuku had went to his room, that was a good indication that he needed some privacy. He reasoned with his husband that if he stayed in there too long that they would check on him, but they needed to give him some space for now. Let him think things through and get his thoughts in order. However, after 3 hours, Shota was ready to break down the door. Izuku could be doing anything in there. He could be crying, he could be hurting himself, he could be in danger. That settled it. Shota got off the couch and walked over to Izuku's door. He didn't even need to turn around to know that Hisashi was right behind him. He knocked on the door. Izuku, kiddo, can we come in? They could hear some rustling inside the room and what sounded like someone blowing their nose before a small voice answered. "See, come in." They shared a look before opening the door and coming in. Izuku was sitting on the edge of his bed, his face turned toward the floor. They sat on either side of him. Hisashi reached over and rubbed his back comfortingly. "Okay, kiddo, what's up?" Shota questioned calmly. Izuku stiffened some. "Nothing," he responded. Shota sighed in exasperation. "Kid, you've been happy and excited all day, and then after therapy you haven't said more than 2 words and you look like someone kicked your puppy. Did something happen at therapy?" "Kind of," Izuku answered. He still wouldn't look up. "Did you not get to talk about quirks like you wanted?" Hisashi asked. No, we talked about quirks, Izuku answered him. Okay, was that what upset you? Shota questioned. No, well sort of. Izuku sighed. He leant over until he was leaning against Shota's side. Well, that's a start, Hisashi commented. What about it upset you? It's stupid and I don't know if I can explain it to you, Izuku huffed. He seemed frustrated about the whole situation. Shota reached up and ran his fingers through his son's hair. That's all right. Do you think you can talk to Dr. Ito about it? That's what he's here for. At that, Izuku jumped up and started pacing, throwing his hands in the air. That's the problem. I can't talk to Dr. Ito about it no matter how much I want to. Kid, you can talk to Dr. Ito about anything, Shota told him, but if it's something you aren't comfortable with sharing with him, you can always talk to one of us. I can't talk to you guys about it even more than I can't talk to him. It's just so frustrating. I finally find someone who would understand me after I can't actually relate to them anymore, so it wouldn't even be appropriate to talk about it. Not to mention he'd totally think I was lying. I didn't say anything about it before he said something, and the moment I say, All Might gave it to me, he's going to think I'm crazy or just looking for attention. Izuku continues to pace and rant for a while. Every little detail he let slip just made the two on the bed more and more confused. Eventually Izuku must have tired himself out because he plopped back down on the bed and leant into Hisashi. Hisashi was quick to wrap his arms around the kid. It didn't take long for Izuku to start crying. It's just not fair, he said between sobs. I finally find someone like me, but I'm not like that anymore, so I can't even talk to them about it. Shota scoffed over until he could wrap his arms him as well. It's okay, he soothed. You can talk about it, it's okay. We are right here. But I don't want to talk about it with YU, I want to talk about it with Ito because he'd understand, Izuku sobbed. That's okay, you can talk to Dr. Ito about it, Hisashi assured. He'll think I'm lying or that I'm crazy. Then he won't want to see me in anymore. Kid, the only way he's not going to want to see you anymore is if you get completely better. As for the lying or the crazy part, I'm sure there is some way you can prove that you're telling the truth to him, Shota informed him. Izuku sniffled and sat up, looking over at him. How? Well, I don't really know. Is there someone else that could confirm your story? Izuku nodded. Maybe they could go to your appointment with you? Izuku shook his head feverishly. No. I don't want him to know about this, and besides he'd be mad about me talking about it, Izuku argued. Why would he be mad? Hisashi asked, worried. He wasn't important right now. It's a secret, a big huge secret that I promised not to tell. Izuku explained. He still had tears streaming down his face, but he wasn't sobbing. And is this secret hurting you? Is it putting you in danger? Izuku shrugged. Maybe, not what you're thinking for sure. Kid, if you're in danger or being hurt, we need to know about it, okay? Izuku nodded, but he didn't look certain. Who do you have this big secret with? All Might, Izuku answered, and man, that wasn't what they expected to hear. Hisashi pulled him in closer. Is All Might hurting you? He asked hesitantly. He almost didn't want to know. Izuku looked at him confused. No. Is he doing something inappropriate with you? Shota asked. Izuku looked mortified at that implication. No. Oh my god. Why would you even think that? He covered his face, embarrassed. Well, kid, you're really worked up about this, and you said you couldn't talk about it because he made you promise not to. Then you mention All Might. It seemed a little suspicious. We just had to make sure, all right. Izuku nodded at that. I get it, that's just gross. I promise that is not what is going on. It's just that this secret could hurt a lot of people, including me, if it got out to the wrong people, so he made me promise not to tell anyone so that I didn't get hurt, he explained. Kid, I know you promised and I know you're really loyal, but you have to tell us what is going on. We're your parents now and we need to know what's going on in your life. Especially if there is something that could potentially put you in danger. Not to mention it's obviously tearing you up inside not being able to talk about it, so just let it out. You can trust us, and if All Might has anything to say about it, he can say it too, Shota told him. Izuku was hesitant, but he nodded. I do trust you guys a lot. And I mean, All Might has told some people about it, so maybe it'd be okay if I told you too. Hisashi squeezed him tighter. Of course it's okay, he reassured. And so, Izuku told them everything. He told them about how he used to be quirkless, about the slime villain incident, and the encounter with All Might on the roof. Not that they had doubted him, but they knew for certain that Izuku was telling the truth when he described Yagi Tashinori and told them about his injury and time limit. Then he told them about how he tried to save Bakugo and how All Might had found him afterwards and offered him something he couldn't refuse. He told about One for All and how it's been passed down from person to person. How he was the 9th holder. He told them about training and getting the quirk the day of the entrance exam. He explained that that's why he had such a backlash at the start of the year. And I want to talk to Dr. Ito about being quirkless because he said he was too, but I'm not quirkless anymore, so I feel like I don't have a right to. Not to mention there is no way he'd even believe my story. After all, he tells me he's quirkless one week and the next I have this huge tale about how I was quirkless, but I'm not anymore because All Might of all people gave me his quirk. Who'd believe that? We would, Hisashi answered his rhetorical question and Izuku looked shocked before smiling gently. Thank you. I'm going to kick All Might's ass, Shota stated suddenly after a few moments of silence. Shota. Why? Because that is complete bullshit. He shouldn't have made you promise to keep something so major a secret and he shouldn't have just handed you this crazy powerful quirk and sent you into a battle simulation. What was he thinking? You could have died. Not to mention that he didn't inform any other teach. That's something I needed to know. I could have helped you a long time ago. You needed more help than just that moron. This time it was Shota's turn to pace the floor and rant. He went on and on about how stupid All Might was and how much danger he put Izuku in and how much stress he had caused his son and how much he was going to make him suffer for it. Despite Shota's anger tone, Izuku smiled and giggled some at the display. Hisashi looked at him in shock. Why are you so happy about this? It's just nice that he cares so much, Izuku answered shyly. Hisashi thought about it for a minute before smiling gently. Yeah, I guess it is. The following Monday Shota had some words for Yagi. It took all weekend, but Hisashi had managed to talk him out of straight-up attacking his coworkers. He might have agreed to not fighting, but he wouldn't relent when it came to giving him a piece of his mind. Izuku was a little upset by it, but Shota had reassured him that everything was all right. He just needed to talk with All Might about putting unnecessary stress on a child. Izuku still didn't look too sure about it, but he accepted it. And so, Shota was marching down the hall towards the teacher's lounge. He must have looked pretty pissed judging by the way students and staff practically dove to get out of his way. He didn't care though, he was on a mission. When he got to the teacher's lounge he threw open the door with a bang. All the occupants of the room jumped at the noise, but Shota ignored them. Instead he walked straight up to his coworker who, despite being the #1 hero, looked terrified. We need to talk, he ground out. Yagi nodded and stood up to follow him. They went to Shota's private office to talk. He held the door open for Yagi before entering behind him and shutting and locking the door. He walked around to the other side of the desk and sat down indicating for Yagi to have a seat. He never in his wildest dreams would have pictured himself intimidating the hero in front of him. However, based on Yagi's expression and body language he was doing just that. Are you aware of why I asked to speak to you? He started. I must admit that I am not sure, Yagi answered nervously. You're not sure? Let's see, what would I need to speak with you about so urgently? Maybe grading? Hero work? Oh, I know, what about my son, he stated bluntly. He didn't miss the way that Yagi gulped. What about young Midoriya would you like to talk about? Well, let's talk about how you gave my son your quirk. Yagi looked stunned. What wrong? Surprised that I know about that? I guess you would be since you banned him from talking about it. Izawa, you must understand the dangers of people knowing about One for All. What people would be willing to do to get their hands on power like that. Oh, I understand the dangers. I also understand the amount of stress that keeping this secret has put on Izuku, he answered. He really did see the dangers of people find out about this. He really did. However, as Izuku's parents, it was vital that he knew these sorts of things. That he knew what kinds of dangers were in his son's life. He needed to know, and he was angry at Yagi for being the one to keep him from knowing. The stress. Yagi asked, and Shota felt his blood boil. What do you mean the stress? Did you think that this didn't affect him? That having this looming danger over his head and having to keep all his thoughts and feelings on the matter bottled up? You don't think that's stressful? That hurts him? Are you stupid? I wasn't aware that young Midoriya was struggling with this. If I had known, Yagi started, but Shota cut him off. That's the problem, you didn't know. The moment you gave him your quirk, whether you realized it or not, his well-being both physical and mental was on you. Shota told him. I understand that, and I am truly sorry that I was not aware of Midoriya's home life, or lack thereof, and I cannot express that enough, Yagi apologized. Shota sighed in frustration. I'm not blaming you for not knowing that Izuku was an orphan or that he was being abused. I'd be just as much to blame for that as you would, and as far as I'm concerned it's no one but Entei's fault. What I am talking about is you handing this huge burden to my son and then telling him that no one is allowed to know about it, he informed him. Yagi started to speak, but Shota put his hand up to silence him. I understand that it's dangerous for just anyone to know, but I'm saying that someone else has to know for Izuku's sake. He's 15. 15-year-olds can't handle large burdens on their own. They need someone to talk to, someone to help them work through difficult things. And you know why that is? Because 15 is still a child. And a child cannot handle adult responsibilities. One for all, while it is an amazing thing and a wonderful gift, is a huge responsibility. I'm not saying that Izuku can't handle this responsibility, but I am saying that he can't handle it alone and you've made him feel like he has to. That was not my intention, Yagi told him. I know it wasn't. Despite how it may appear, I don't believe that you are an evil person or that you meant to hurt Izuku. However, as his parent, I have to step in because I'm seeing how badly this is affecting him. What do you mean? All Might asked hesitantly. He had a breakdown over the weekend. That's actually how Hisashi and I ended up finding out about all this. He was upset and hurt and it took some persuading, but he finally told us what was going on. Do you know why he had a breakdown? Yagi shook his head too, stunned to speak. He's been going to therapy. He likes it, he really does. However, at his appointment Friday, he talked to his therapist about quirks because he's him. Well, right before he left he found out that his therapist is quirkless. He was upset by this. Do you know why he was upset? Yagi shook his head. He was upset because he wanted to talk to him about being quirkless, but he felt like he couldn't because he isn't quirkless anymore. Now he isn't upset that he has one for all, he told us how grateful he is to have it. He is upset, however, at not being able to talk about his previous struggles with someone who'd understand anymore, Shota explained. Yagi looked thoughtful. Why did he not talk to me about all this? Because he felt like he couldn't. Like you wouldn't understand or that you'd think he was weak. You know Izuku, he's a bleeding heart, he answered. He really is. No matter, he shouldn't have felt like that. I'm supposed to be his mentor, he should feel like he can talk to me about anything. He doesn't though. That's the issue with all of this. He didn't feel like he could talk to you and you made him promise not to talk to anyone else. You also made a point of emphasizing how much danger he would be in if the wrong person found out. Do you have any idea how much stress that put on him? And you're lucky I promised not to hurt you, or else I'd bring up the fact that Izuku was too weak to handle one for all to start with and it mangled his body. And I cannot apologize enough for that. However, what should I do about all of this now? He asked sincerely. Normally I'd suggest talking to him, but I don't think that's what he needs right now. I suggest you help him find a way to talk to his therapist. He needs to be the one Izuku talks to about this, but he's concerned that he won't believe him. I'm not sure how we'd be able to do that, Yagi admitted. Oh, I have an idea, Shota smirked. That Friday All Might came with them to therapy. Shota had called ahead and asked Dr. Ito if it was all right for Izuku to bring someone with him to therapy. Shota explained that there was a matter that Izuku wished to discuss with him, but he was afraid that he wouldn't believe him without the third party's input. Dr. Ito had said that it was fine, but he put on record that he would always believe his patients unless he had an actual reason not to trust their word. Shota had passed this information on to Izuku, but he still wanted All Might there. And so, Friday after school Yagi joined them on their routine trip to the therapist's office. He held his mighty form the whole time since it was decided beforehand that his weaker form wouldn't be revealed to the therapist. It wouldn't help Izuku to reveal it. Besides, the doctor was more likely to believe this is the real All Might if he didn't change forms. After all, it would be understandable for someone to think that Yagi was an imposter with a shape-shifting quirk. They didn't want to risk anything. They got quite a few stares on the way there, and All Might actually ended up signing a few autographs on the train. Shota was not amused. Thankfully, when they got to the office, they were the only patients there. Shota went to check Izuku in and signed some forms giving All Might permission to sit in on Izuku's session. The receptionist was starstruck at the sight of All Might but thankfully kept it professional. Izuku looked like he wanted the floor to swallow him whole. Hisashi was doing his best to comfort the teen, but it wasn't doing much. He was nervous about what was about to happen. Shota had to admit he was disappointed in how these therapy sessions had been going so far. The first one was great, then the second one sent Izuku into a breakdown. They were only on the third session, but Izuku was already dreading them. It wasn't good. Shota just hoped they could fix this. When the nurse came to call Izuku back, her eyes widened in surprise, but she thankfully didn't say anything. She greeted Izuku like normal and made sure that All Might had all the right paperwork before holding the door for them. They went in first and Shota caught the nurse mouthing, "That's All Might," to the ladies at the reception before the door closed. They all giggled and started whispering about the celebrity at their work. So much for professionalism. Well, let me start by saying that I've never had someone quite as famous as you in my office before. All Might, welcome, Dr. Ito had greeted them, but I do have to say I am concerned. It's not typically a good thing when my patients bring in a guest, especially one of their teachers. I understand how this is concerning, but young Midoriya requested I come along for this appointment because he wanted to discuss something with you and he didn't believe that you would take him at his word alone, All Might explained. Dr. Ito looked confused, but he turned his attention to Izuku regardless. Why were you concerned I wouldn't believe you, Midoriya? You'll understand why when I explain, he answered nervously. All right then, why don't you explain? Dr. Ito prompted calmly. Izuku couldn't have been more thankful for the therapist's calm demeanor. I'm not sure how to start, Izuku admitted. Perhaps we should show him first and then explain, All Might suggest. Izuku thought about it for a minute before nodding and All Might promptly deflated. If Izuku wasn't so nervous, he probably would have laughed at Dr. Ito's face. Are you not All Might? He questions. Yagi laughed a little. I assure you I am. He handed Dr. Ito his hero's license for proving. From there All Might, Yagi went on to explain his condition and quirk to the therapist in much the same way he had told Izuku the first time they had met. He had also told Dr. Ito about both encounters with the slime villain since Izuku had requested him to before they arrived. He told the doctor about training Izuku and passing down One for All. Once he had gotten through all that explanation, he went on to tell him about All for One and why it was so dangerous for other people to know the truth. I can certainly see how dangerous it could be for others, which is why I have a few questions. Firstly, Dr. Ito turned to Izuku. Do your fathers know about all of this? Because I must insist that they are involved with all of this. They know, Izuku reassured. I kind of had a bit of a meltdown last week about it and told them. They were the ones that suggested All Might come with me today. Alright, then, we'll come back to your meltdown in a